Gentlemen, this is it. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding Alpha Campaign. Oh man, I don't have my notes in front of me, but I will finish that list, and I'm gonna get tongue-tied pretty much all day long. It is pumping out there. Mez and myself, Manny V, are gonna give you the live feed from the first heat of the day, which will go out at 9:50. We got some new highlight reels to show you before that, so don't go anyway. Mez, please, the conditions.
Well, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's pumping out there. We got up early this morning, drove out to the contest site, and there's this line stacked up to Africa, which is actually the truth. Africa's out there, so it's pumping. 6 to 8 foot, perfect conditions, a little bit of wind. At the moment, it's too dry, so we've got these bombs just detonating on the reef. And
it's scary. It's actually scary out there at this moment.
I've got goosebumps. You can see that there. So
yeah, it's at that moment of time where it's like, okay, it looks good, but to give it a real perspective, you have to get this wide angle shot, and you can see the reef. It is still shallow out there, and it is massive.
Well, you can see the arrow shape of the reef, and it's just because it's so low, it's sucking out off the reef, and you can't surf that. That's straight to hospital conditions out there now. But the tide is coming in, and as the tide comes in, that'll make it contestable. And we have the first heat due at 9:50, which is Ryan Hardy up against Jace Finlay.
That's right. We never did finish off round number 5, and that last heat is set to go off first, and that's pretty much going to set the standard of what to expect throughout the entire first few heats, so stay tuned for that. Let's give you a quick rundown on what happened in round number 3. This is a new video clip. It hasn't been posted yet. Please check it out. This is also incredible. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here from the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Today was incredible. The riders came out on fire. Mother Nature delivered some of the goods. Let's check out some of the action from round number 3. So there you have it, plain and simple, incredible. We have more insane conditions coming our way, so stay tuned on IBAWorldTour.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, IBA World Tour. I will see you next time. Boom! Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming down to the wire here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by our friends at uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and likebodyboard.com. Every one of these companies have put it together to make sure that we bring you the best of the best in one of the heaviest conditions, probably on the 2012 IBA World Tour. I mean, it's pretty massive out there.
It is, and it's a great way to end the year. You know, like we've been waiting for this swell to hit. We're supposed to hit Thursday. Didn't really live up to the hype, and it's here today. So I believe we can run the contest out today, Manny. And what an amazing way to finish off.
I know. I mean, this is it. This is the end of the 2012 World Tour, and we're ending in incredible incredible conditions. I'm going to be tongue-tied. I've already said it before, but it is pumping 6 to 8 foot. Right now, it's super shallow. I don't know how Ryan Hardy and Jason Finlay are going to deal with it. The last heat of round number 5 that we're going to see start off today's live webcast. That's coming up in about 10 minutes. So you guys stay tuned. Take a look at the last highlight reel that we're going to show you until we get this show underway. It is from round 4 and 5. Check this out. More incredible action from what just happened. What up, people? Manny V coming to you once again from the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Rounds 4 and 5 went out. The winners in round number 4 straight to the quarterfinals. The losers still have to fight it out to get to the quarterfinals. The action was mind-blowing. Check it.
We'll see you there, shining your light in the atmosphere. What to declare, you are a sight to be seen without fear. We're standing there with all the plans made for make-believe. Can see it there, the many faces, the feel of the Venus. Oh, Shakespeare, the mind Shakespeare, still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given. Oh, Shakespeare, mind Shakespeare, still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given. I'll see you there, bringing your light to wherever it's needed. What to declare, you are a sight to be seen without fear. Oh, Shakespeare, mind Shakespeare, still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given. Oh, Shakespeare, the mind Shakespeare, still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given. Ooh, when I see it, ooh, when I see it, ooh, when I see it, I see it all. Ooh, when I see it, ooh, when I see it, ooh, when I see it, I see it all. Ooh, when I'm naked, ooh, when I'm naked, ooh, when I'm naked, I leave it all. Ooh, when I'm naked, ooh, when I'm naked, ooh, when I'm naked, I leave it all. I'm gonna be alone tonight. I'm gonna sleep without desire. I'm gonna wake with visions that will bring us back to life. The world takes me, the mind shakes me. Still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given. World takes me, mind shakes me. Still I exist, don't need a gift, what's been given.
right, so the final day is upon us. The last heat of round number 5 didn't go out. The tide just dropped way too low. And that last heat is incredible. Ryan Hardy, Jason Finlay. Ryan Hardy has to advance on to get one step closer to requalify on the 2013 Grand Slam Series. And that's not all. We're still waiting to see who will win the Fronton Pro. And last but definitely not least, a world title is up for grabs. Dave Winchester and Jeff Hubbard are both into the quarterfinals. The best part about it, we are seeing a new swell on the rise, and it is expected to be perfect Fronton. It's all coming down to this, people. Tomorrow, the last and final day on the 2012 Grand Slam Series. So stay tuned on IBAWorldTour.com, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, IBA World Tour. Don't miss it. Boom! All right, people, welcome once again. The last day of the NMD versus Fronton Pro is going down today in some super heavy conditions. 6 to 8 foot, unloading right now on the shallow reefs of El Fronton, just outside of Galdar on the northwest side of Gran Canaria, one of the 7 islands here in the Canary Islands. Outside, just on the off the side of Morocco in Africa, here in the Atlantic Ocean. And let me tell you something. I'm a little nervous right now just because I know if I was out there, I'd probably be checked in the hospital within the next 5 minutes. It is crazy.
Yeah, well, the boys, actually, we've got Ryan Hardy and Jason Finlay already in the water. They're up in about 2 minutes for the first heat, and their hearts must be in their mouths, Manny. I mean...
Well, I mean, what? Just sitting down right now and seeing some of the views that we see that you're going to see, my heart rate is just going out of control right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you say, we've got 6 to 8 feet, but it's detonating on virtually dry reef. So, you know, it might not look it from what you're looking on the web feed, but when you're here live and you can feel the energy in the air,
yeah,
and everyone's on edge and everyone's got this smile on their faces, is, like I said before, we've been waiting for these conditions and they're here.
Well,
so
one thing I did notice walking through the competitors area is nobody was really laughing. Everybody was pretty focused and concentrating, and you know, they know what's at stake. It's almost at this moment, I don't want to say life and death situation, but you can totally get hurt out there right now. And we do have life medical support on the cliff here, so just in case anything happens, we'll be ready.
Well, the young Elliot Butler, we saw he got cheese grated the other day, and he looked pretty hammered.
Yeah,
so here's that next heat we're talking about. So Jason Finlay, once again, the wild card, the 2011 Fronton champion.
That's right.
Defending champion, up against the legend Ryan Hardy. And Ryan Hardy is fighting for his top 16 position for next year. So a lot on the line in this heat.
For Ryan Hardy to advance on and qualify into the 2013 top seeds, not only does he have to beat Jason Finlay in this heat, he also has to win his next heat, where he will face off with none other than Ben Player. So Ryan Hardy has his work cut out for them. Look at that. You can see just the big mounds of ocean and coming under.
Just to
Ryan
butt
Hardy.
in there, Manny.
Yeah,
but these aren't set waves. These little lumps that are coming through is what's in between. I mean, the set waves are double this.
Oh
so,
my.
yeah, the boys are probably chatting to each other, just saying, like, okay, you go first. No, you go first. So there's a competitor's area. Everyone's focused on what's out there. It's a bit chilly this morning, but it'll heat up. And
Well, I'm already warm from just seeing and watching and just the anticipation in the air. It's pretty amazing right now. You can see Jeff Hubbard. Let's see where he is. He's like in the middle to your left there, laying down, hood over his eyes. He's not even looking at the ocean. He's just taking a break. There he is, taking a peek right now. But yes, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. 15 wave maximum. We did have the tour director or the organizer come in and give us the inside scoop on the situation on what if no waves are caught within the 10 minutes.
Well, what Greg Taylor was saying to us was that the judges and the competitors have decided that if a wave that comes through is, you know, if no contestable waves come through within the first 15 minutes, they will restart the heat. And that's because these guys are the crash test dummies. We're not quite sure yet. We're pushed for time. but we're not quite sure yet if we can actually ride these waves when they do come through because it's so dry. So it's typically 10 minutes, but this time they're going to extend it to 15 minutes. So nothing is deemed rideable by the head judge. They will restart the heat, which I think is a fair call from the competitors and the judges. So another thing, they are permitting board caddies today, and that means that the boys can have a caddy who will paddle out with a spare board, a spare leash, a spare pair of flippers. There's a jet skis, I believe, although I can't see one out there yet. And the jet skis will take them from the channel back out the back, if required. But yeah, they're taking the guys' health and safety serious today. It is big, it is dangerous, and it's good to see that.
And I'm looking at our Facebook page. That is your gateway, your portal to come and say what's on your mind here for the NMD versus Fronton Pro. I need to calm down a little bit. I'm getting a little bit too tongue-tied.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Do you have many coffees this morning, Manny? Or
No, I'm just.
is that just
amped.
adrenaline?
I'm just amped right now on what's about to be unleashed right now. As you can see, the time has yet to start, which I believe the horn has not sounded yet for that first heat out in the water. Again, 6 to 8 foot, massive conditions. The tide is about to go on the rise. Low tide was about an hour, 45 minutes ago. So we are going to see the water start pushing in. And the thing with these conditions, and a lot of people don't see it,
You can see there's a lump coming out the back through here, Manny.
it's also jumping in and coming out of the water.
Yeah, that's big. It's all the channel, I'd
Oh
say, or
my.
the little gutter the boys pedal out through is like a washing machine, and it's just deadly out there. So we're talking to Sasha Specker before, and he valiantly gave his board away the other day. And geez, look at the size of this thing.
Oh my
and
God!
look what's
Mez.
behind it.
Look at this. These are some of the sets that we're going to be seeing, and to get the perspective, you're going to have to see it. Get a nice nice tight shot of the riders going over or dropping in on these waves. But you can see Jason Finlay in the red jersey and Ryan Hardy in the green. Look how big that is right there. It's just unloading on the shallow reef. Look at that. Just it's all about wave selection today because of the conditions right now.
And I was talking to a few of the local boys, and they believe that today we might have the right-handers working. The left-handers working more so than the right because the direction of the swell. So that will be interesting because typically so far in the contest we've had the right-handers being the predominant way the boys have been taking off. So it could change based on local knowledge that the lefts could be firing in this sort of a swell. So we'll see that once the hooter goes off, and I guess as more water comes on the reef.
Well, I mean, we couldn't ask for a better combination of competitors out there for this man-on-man heat. Jason Finlay, your 2011 Fronton Pro winner, against Ryan Hardy. As we all know, he's the legend himself, can drop in and draw the perfect line better than anybody else. So these two guys are a great way to start this competition. They will set the standard on what to expect on the next few heats, at least in these conditions.
Well, these two riders pleaded with the contest director and the judges on Wednesday not to hold their heat. And here we go, the countdown, and the heat is on. So we're away. The final day, what we hope is the final day for the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro. And we'll see if these waves are rideable.
Yes, and we're going to jump right into every single heat. We're going to find out who is your 2012 world champion, Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester, and we're going to find out who will walk away with the win of the 2012 Fronton Pro.
Calm down, Manny. Yeah. So I'm sure David Hubbard is there watching his brother, probably glued to the live feed in Hawaii, Kauai, if that's where he's at. And we know that all the Aussies are going to be cheering for their boys. I know that Ryan's got a young son, Ollie, and he'll be there watching his dad, and his lovely wife, Leah, as well. So plenty of hometown support for these two boys and every competitor in the last day.
I understand that it's in the early or late hours of the night in Australia, so grab your VB, your Tui, your Bundy rum, or your schooner, sit back and relax and watch the showdown commence. Actually, you can't relax.
Well, it's
going to be intense.
It's nearly 8 o'clock in Brisbane.
It's perfect.
And 9 o'clock in Sydney. So it's nearly Christmas. I'm sure there's plenty of work Christmas parties going down, plenty of Christmas cheer. And what a way to finish the work week. You know, sit down, sit back in the chair, as Manny said, have your Tuis, your VB, your blonde, choose your poison, hot chocolate, Milo.
Do the Aussies drink eggnog?
No.
During the Christmas season?
No.
No way.
I don't think so. Maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by uriding.com. Alpha Campaign 662 Mob. like bodyboard.com, and we have a pretty cool giveaway going on all day. First, like each one of these companies' Facebook page, and then go over to the IBA World Tour Facebook page, and there is a win button. Over by the photos, likes, events, you see those images there. Just to the right of that, there is a win button. It has the IBA World Tour logo, black and white. Click on that, fill it out. You'll be entered into the drawing for a ton of giveaways from all of these companies. So there's your chance to win something yourself here at the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro. Mez, he is the man pretty much behind NMD and versus. He is the shaper to the pros. I mean, a lot of the pros out here call to Mez to shape his bodyboard. So if you have any questions about board shapes or whatever throughout the day, hit me up on Facebook as soon as I post that question. And but first, we're here. We're rocking. We're rolling 30-minute heats. Jason Finlay in red, Ryan Hardy in green, both of them waiting patiently for that good wave to come through.
Well, I just wonder, Manny, maybe their strategy is that they might not think it's contestable. And with that 15-minute grace period, maybe they've said to each other, let's not push it. Let's just see. There's not much water happening on that reef, and no point going out and injuring ourselves. So maybe if we just sit patiently, although as I say that, we see Jace paddling. So he's paddling, and
look at the left.
What's going on? And he's taking off. Manny, call us through this one.
Oh, the first drop right there. Oh,
bouncing.
Little bit too much gurgling on the inside, and Jason Finlay trying to maintain on the big left, but now hopefully he can grab his board and get back out there as soon as possible. This thing is just going to unload right in front of him. And now we're going to see how this turns out. Ryan Hardy, here he is taking a stab at this one.
Orion comes down. Look at the size of that thing. Bouncing down the face.
Look at the line. Look at the line.
Coming up. Taking it easy. He's trying to drive through the first one to test himself out there, and we don't blame him for that. So the boys just testing the waters, so to speak, and those waves are bumpy.
We do have a priority system in place. So after those first two waves, the first one back out into the lineup will have priority. That will probably most likely be Ryan Hardy. I don't have the wide angle shot, but Ryan Hardy is pretty much on the outside. Jason Finlay, unfortunately, couldn't hold on, but you saw Ryan Hardy maintain those skips and bumps throughout.
Well, here's the replay, Manny. This is the first wave from Jason. You'll see him just bounce on this one. Comes down, bounces there, bounces again, and we can't get a good angle on that one. But Jace got caught inside, and we can't quite. Here he comes out the side, so he got pumped on the wave, and then the next one landed on his head, so he'll already be tired.
All right, here's a look at Ryan Hardy. As I mentioned, look at his just rail control, board control, everything. He cleared about 10 feet on that airdrop, and he was midway down the face of the wave. But here he is maintaining that edge, and that, like you said, is just testing out the waters right now.
We'll have to see what they can do in these conditions and see what the waves are going to give them. So, I'm sure their heart rates have just jumped another 20, 30 beats per minute as they paddle back out. And yeah, but those I saw Ryan's wave there. That was like two solid bumps as he came down. He's just set himself in position to hold the edge when he takes the landing, so the whole thing doesn't implode on him. And we'll see it clean up. It'll definitely clean up as more water comes on the reef, and it's going to be amazing.
Your 2006 vice champion out in the water right now in the green jersey, Ryan Hardy, trying to maintain his seed for the 2013 Grand Slam Series. And to do that, he has to beat Jason Finlay in this heat, and as well has to beat Ben Player in his next heat. He's got his work cut out for him. So Ryan Hardy just trying to stay alive to be seeded for next year. Jason Finlay, well, he's just looking for a win here at Fronton.
Here goes Jace again. He's looking at this one, and he pulls off. Yeah, I mean, Jace would love to have back-to-back Fronton, titles to his name. And Ryan would, of course, Ryan wants to compete next year. And it looks like a pretty amazing tour next year, Manny.
Yes,
a few new stops.
Yes, the schedule has been set up for the 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series. Here's another look at what Jason Finlay did on his first wave.
So just look where just bang, he bounces on that one, and he bounces again here. Look at that.
Oh, right there. It's
That's not where you want to bounce.
Oh my, that thing just unloaded on him. He pressed the eject button when it just
look that big, and all of a sudden there's 6 foot of water on your head on dry reef. So Jace, it looks okay, no damage done, and the boys are sitting out there patiently waiting for what is going to come up. So first wave scores are through. Jace Finlay with a 1.88 and Ryan Hardy with a 2.4. So don't read too much into that. That was just the testing waves from the boys, and they're going to reevaluate what can be done out there, and I think they'll probably push the next one a bit harder.
Well, we have over 6 hours of competition to go down today, so to start now was pretty crucial, and I think we may continue to roll on throughout the competition.
With a day like today, man, you don't want to waste it. So
No.
we couldn't start any earlier because of the tide situation. But from here on in, it's going to be non-stop. So it's going to be some amazing stuff going down, and I think we're going to have a new world champion, without a doubt. So.
It's going to be incredible today, so thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. Looked like we could see a set. No, as both of these riders, both of these riders are looking on. We do have the one thing both of these riders want to have in their hands, and it is the 2012 Fronton Pro NMD versus Fronton Pro championship trophy. That is what they're going to take home. Look at this, out the back.
Jace Finlay, another wave, smaller one, sneaks under the barrel there, not too much happening, and throws a spin. So that's probably better as 1.88, but still not a really high scoring wave there from Jace Finlay. Yeah, so we'll crown 2 champions today, the Fronton Pro champion and the world champion, the big one.
Here's another look at Jason Finlay's last ride right here. Again, just a big airdrop. The water is moving so fast up onto the reef that the riders are trying their hardest to get down the face of the wave and maintain and draw a line as soon as they can for that speed.
It's going to be a testing heat, this one. I mean, these guys, the result will stand after this heat. And we have told you guys that the swell is macking out there. And although the conditions you can see on the screen don't really sort of depict what's going to happen later on, but these guys, it's to be a world champion or to be in the top 16 on the IBA GSS, you have to negotiate all conditions.
Look
and
at this.
Here's Ryan looking at this one, having a think, and he thinks no.
I don't know if you saw it, but there's an extra little step right there on the rights that the riders will have to contend with if they want to go right. There's so much water just coming in from the deep ocean and hitting the shallow reef as it just unloads, and the riders have to be able to see. They got to think on their toes that much quicker.
Well, there's virtually no wind out there, and all the chop you can see is not from wind. It's just from the amount of water that's moving around at the moment. It's the whole coast is just exploding onto the beaches and the reefs, and it causes all these little ripples and rips and cross sections you see. So, as more water gets on that will dissipate, and we'll get better conditions. But this is what we're in front of us now, and what the boys have to deal with.
It looks like the judges awarded Jason Finlay's second wave at 3.63. He did get a little bit more of a pocket ride, but see that little ledge right there? That is what the riders have to deal with if they're going to go right. Obviously, on the bigger waves, that ledge would, dissipate just a little, but it is still there, and they still have to get through and over that ledge to maintain and drive through the barrel. Right now, I'm guessing it's all about the barrel ride. If they can just drop in, get under the pocket, get in the barrel, and pull out, that would be a high-scoring wave, but you never know with some of these riders coming up.
Well, that step you're talking about, Manny, is it's like you take the drop, you're going all the way down for your bottom turn, then at the last minute the thing just opens up and you just go smack right into the bottom of the wave without any speed, and that's the problem. You just get left in the worst possible position as that thing just comes through and spews itself on the reef.
Just so the viewers understand what's happening, I mean, it looks so perfect out there, but if you're not getting into it quick enough, here's Jace on the first right of the day. Jason Finlay, nice,
off
clean.
The bottom. Yeah, well, you saw that wave then. I mean, at the bottom of that wave, he had a good 6 to 8 foot of face right above him. It was a risky move taking off on that one, and it didn't, the wave itself didn't actually detonate on the reef. Nothing much happened, but that's sort of the gamble they're taking. Let's go. And it's kind of like, is it going to smash me? Is it going to open up? And then we see it. He look at the size of the face on that one. Controls his rail as he comes down, tries to hook his leg into it, turns off the bottom, then realizes not much is going to happen. Throws a quick spin and kicks out. So he's having a dig, the boy from Wollongong. And here he is here, 26 years old, 5'10", 78 kilos. And he is the wild card and defending champion.
Yes, Jason Finlay, definitely great person to have in this first heat to give us a rough idea on what to expect. These two guys can hold their own, as well as these guys. Jake Stone, unfortunately, got knocked out in the last round. And Dave Winchester, world title contender right there. He essentially has to make it to the final if he wants any chance of becoming the world champion. So he knows what's at stake. he's going to keep an eye on the water, and he's going to get ready. You can see Sam Bennett will probably be a board caddy for him coming up next.
No,
Or actually, I'm sorry.
Sam Bennett's actually in the next round against local legend Yere Martinez. And that'll be another big heat. Yere is a local boy, strong human, and there we see the jet ski. So I'm not sure if that's a support jet ski. Looks like a couple of yo-yos out there. So yeah, we hope they go home if they're not helping us out. But yeah, so Yere, back to him. He is a big unit and an enforcer, and this is his backyard. Sam Bennett, young lion. He's qualified, I believe, or he's right on the bubble of next year's tour. So this result's very important for Sam as he tries to have his maiden year in 2013 on the IBA GSS tour.
Sam Bennett definitely I apologize. I thought he was getting ready for the next heat. All these Australians helping out one another, but in fact, he's going against one of two Canary Island locals still in the event, and that is what a lot of the people wanted to see. These guys, the locals, Yere Martinez and Elliot Morales, these guys come out here and ride this stuff, during their free surf
It's their
session.
home break.
It's their home break, so it's going to be interesting
Jace
how they
Finlay
fare,
again has a
how
look,
they fare
pulls
out
off.
in these conditions. So it's going to be pretty exciting to watch these Canary Island locals.
Yeah, and I wonder if, being locals, if they know this, they think, oh, yeah, I've seen this before, I know what it's going to do, and I'll just sit here. Whereas, Ryan Hardy and Jace Finlay don't get to do that. They come here for a week or 2 weeks, and they deal with what they see. I mean, they're world-class riders, but it's not their backyard. I go like Yere or Elliot, they go, oh, yeah, I'm used to this stuff. I surf it all the time, and it's going to do this and that, and I'll sit here, and that's what they call local knowledge. So we'll see if that comes to the fore in the next heat, with Yere against Sam Bennett.
We've had a couple issues in the past few days about the feed through our IBAWorldTour.com page. If you are having any issues, head over to youtube.com/IBA World Tour. I believe that's where you get a perfect stream, and you don't want to miss any of the action. One more time, youtube.com/IBA World Tour. That's where you're going to see this unreal action going down right here for the NMD versus Fronton Pro.
Well, that wave that just came through there, Manny, was one of the first right hands we've seen that actually had sort of form on it. And that came through the middle, and the boys didn't take off because they're unsure, of what to take. And the heat's nearly like the halfway mark in the heat, 30 minutes. I think the boys are discussing. They're discussing. You can see them. What do we do? What are we going to do here? And you saw JC with the hand movements, maybe explaining what his wave happened to him, what it was like. So, yeah, interesting scenario out here. The guys, like I say, dealing with trying conditions and just trying to make the best of it.
Pierre is tuned in from Indonesia right now. It's 4:35 in Indonesia. Sam is tuned in from Brisbane. As you take a look at the scores right now, this first heat out in the water, again, a very tough heat. It's the first one of the day. And this is pretty much, these are the guinea pigs out there to test the waters and see how
Ryan
they're going
Hardy
to fare.
having a look.
Ryan Hardy taking a look, left or right. He's looking right-hander. He eyes up his section, makes a bottom turn clean. Can he come out of this gutter? Yes, he does. Ryan Hardy with the first in and out of the day. Ryan Hardy with a deep hit on that right, but it wasn't a super clean exit.
I don't know how they're going to judge that because he just got swamped from that. The foam ball came through and just sucked him down into the wave, submerged him. So he pulled up high. You could see him just gunning it, going hard, and then he just got sucked down into it. So it wasn't a clean exit, and but it should be a scoring wave. And as we can see, it's starting to get a little bit better out there in a sense that the waves have a bit more form as we watch the replay. So Ryan kicks very hard into it, anticipates the drop, only a small air drop on that one, sets up for the barrel, guns it through. You look at his body position leaning forward, and you just watch him here get sucked down into it. Right there, sucks him into it. He's just like, ah. Oh.
It almost looked like he went backwards for a second there. So Ryan Hardy, he is on the hunt for another seed on the 2013 GSS IBA World Tour. And he has to battle it out and win against Jason Finlay. And if he does, he has to win against Ben Player, who will face off in the quarterfinals. So Ben Player, he's watching intently in this heat because the winner of this heat, he will face off in the fourth quarterfinal.
Yeah, well, you saw there Ryan Hardy sitting in 18th position currently on the tour. And he needs the result, to get him into next year's tour. So there's a few guys on the bubble there. There's Sam Bennett. I believe that Ed Luciano has won the qualifying series, so he is automatically through, hence why he's not here for the contest. Nick Omerod is also another one who's looking at results to get through, and Alex Leon's just come past with a bizarre-looking contraption. Looks like a helicopter, Manny.
Unreal. I think we're going to get that set up right now so we can get an aerial view from the air, of course, of the competition that's going down right now. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and likebodyboard.com. Look at that score from Ryan Hardy.
Well, that second wave for Ryan was a 5.75, and you might ask yourself, why such a high score on what was an average wave? Well, the judges are judging to the conditions, which are testing. As we see a lump coming up and the boys are paddling. I'm not sure who has position, but it's Jace Finlay.
Oh,
no, they're going to let it go.
That.
Let's watch what this one does.
Oh, it's massive.
That was contestable, Manny.
That looked pretty good. It would have been a short barrel, but it would have been a solid wave right there. Ryan Hardy taking a look.
He's going to have a dig.
Is he going?
Yep,
Yes, he is. Ryan Hardy.
No, it pulls off. That one just had a bit too much on it, and wisely he pulled out because it just closed out on him. So that's the boys are doing a calculated gamble out there to see which way is going to end up, being a scoring wave for them. And we saw there with Ryan with his 5.75. He has now taken the lead, I believe. Yes, Jace needs a 4.53 to get back in there, and we have 12 minutes 8 seconds to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, the man behind NMD and Versus, with a ton of information on all the Australians. He's been around from day one, it seems like, so he knows a lot of facts and figures about all these riders. Jake Stone, looking on, unfortunately, did not advance out of his last round to be out here in this event from the get-go. From now on. Here we go.
No.
Oof. Look how big that is. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that is about 4 feet, maybe 5 feet deep out there. And it's just a flat reef with a bunch of barnacles on it. And it's scary.
Last year we saw Jace Finlay just charging on massive ones. And you're thinking, why is he holding back on these ones? Well, last year he had a lot more water on the reef. These ones, as we keep telling you, is in about 2 foot of water. So, they've got to preserve the body. And there's more than one heat to go for these guys.
Look at this.
Jace is scratching into this one.
I think he might have a go at it. Look at that little ledge he has to get over, and he does. Jason Finlay hard off the bottom, just surging off the shallow reef, and he makes it out of that one. He is stoked.
And I think that claim wasn't so much as, I think it was I survived.
Yeah. Exactly.
He ran the gauntlet, so his heart rate will be through the roof. I know ours is. I know Manny's is. I need Manny to calm down. And here we go again on the replay. Strokes into. Look how this wave just jacks. Look at that. Jacks straight up, turns off the bottom. The reef's boiling right in front of him. Guns it through the pit. Not really inside that one, but hey, it's survival at the moment. Out he comes. He's just like, thank you, God. So, yep. Off we go. Jace Finlay. And it's starting to heat up, Manny.
You saw it on the replay right there. Look at the right in front of the wave. It's just super shallow. The reef is boiling, and it's creating these little just waves in themselves.
I mean, that's a solid 6 to 8 foot wave there, Manny.
Easy.
And he's coming through that. There's the spit, the spewing out there on the shoulder. And here's, like I say, not a claim more so. Yeah.
I survived. Yes.
So,
oh, my.
And we'll see on that one what the score will be, because, like I said, he wasn't in the barrel,
Yeah.
Ryan was in the barrel, came out, got sucked down. He got a 5.75, and big wave. Nice one. Score's dropping now for Jace Finlay.
We're still waiting for that score to drop. You haven't seen it on your screen yet, but Pedro, thank you for tuning in from Portugal. Brennan, you are in South Coast. Aaron tuned in from San Diego. 1:36 a.m. is when he clocked in. He's going to be up all night, that's for sure. David Kelly, Waimanalo, Hawaii, 11:30 p.m. Home runner. Kanu, oh man, you're gonna have to help me with that. Is in Seal Beach. He's gonna pull a
here we have Jace Finlay again having a look on this one. He's taken off, coming down the face again, driving off the bottom right through the barrel thread, and it comes out. Another inside rolls it. And that's dry right there, Manny. That is dry. So Manny's hyped up. He's hyped. So yes, that last scoring wave for Jace Finlay was a 5.33. That put him back in the lead. He backs it up with that wave there, and now Ryan Hardy is looking for what's on the horizon. So this heat is warming up. 10 minutes to go, and the waves are starting to change, as we can see now. They're actually becoming rideable. And here we have Ryan Hardy having a look.
Ryan Hardy, look at the ledge right in front of him. He's got to get over that thing, and he did not have enough juice to paddle over that ledge to get into that barrel. But Jason Finlay's wave, amazing.
A 7.88, Manny.
Oh, my. Definitely worth it. The best wave of the heat by far in this heat. But Ryan Hardy now looking at an uphill battle.
Let's go through this wave again, Manny. So he comes down off the bottom. He's just gunning it straight from there. Pulls up, drives through the pit, comes straight out of it. Here comes the spit. Boom.
That's every
And he
bodyboarder's
keeps going.
dream right
He's like
there.
a nutter that he is. Rolls on the inside as it goes dry and has to deal with the rocky shelf there. So quite lucky there for Jace. It could have been a whole of a lot worse. Was anyone on that wave? No, we're just watching a wave go through. So, yeah, it's coming thick.
Oh, no.
It was. Ryan Hardy was on that wave. So we'll see the replay.
Oh, Ryan
look like
Hardy
he's in-
did not come out of that barrel. Now Ryan Hardy's on the hunt for a 7.47 to get back into the lead from take that lead away from Jason Finlay. But we just saw Ryan Hardy pop up from the whitewash right there. It looked like he did take off on that right-hander, but got stuck
Well,
behind.
here's the replay, man. He comes off the bottom.
Oh,
just-
air dropped.
He's lost all his speed on that drop, and he's gunning through this one. Looked like a good wave, and the whole thing just landed on his head. Pinched on him. So, yeah, that was that critical lip we're talking about. He drives down the bottom. At the last minute, boom, you land flat on the base of the barrel there, and it just loses all that speed, and he can't just get that momentum to drive through. So
Oh, my.
hard break there for Ryan, but there's 7 minutes to go, and with 2 men in the water, there's plenty of waves coming through, so there's no shortage of waves as we watch that one. Oh, it's Jace Finlay this time.
Well, if
from a
we look at
different angle.
Jason Finlay, maintaining that rail all the way to the bottom, maintaining that speed was crucial as he just hit the gas and right there just went full speed ahead, which he needed to come out with the spit. And he's went for a roll at the end of that wave, which is very surprising because it's super shallow on the inside right there. Great wave for Jason Finlay. The question is, would you go on that wave?
Well, I wouldn't at all, mate, but we're old men. But
Oh, my.
Jace Finlay, what Jace did then, it was happening in previous rounds, is Jace got the barrel and he did the roll. And it wasn't the best roll we've seen from Jace, but if you can connect a move on the end section, you're going to get an 8, 7.8, 8s, 9s. And if the more amplitude off that end bowl, the higher the score will be. And we saw Hubby do that in previous heats. Get sick barrels, come out and smack, his ARSs and backflips, land them clean. He was getting 8s and 9s. So that's what's going to take, to dominate your heat. And that will happen as we progress through the day and the waves cooperate a little bit more. But at the moment, these guys are in survival mode. And we've got just on 6 minutes to go.
Look at him talking
We've got
out there.
Jace Finlay in the lead with 13.21, a combined score. And we've got Ryan Hardy, who needs a 7.47 to take the lead, which is not beyond Ryan.
If you're just joining us, welcome everybody. If you are having any issues with your live feed, head on over to youtube.com/IBA World Tour. You're going to see the stream there on our live feed through YouTube. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. That guy right there with the scraggly hair, Dave Winchester. He is one of the 2 contenders for a world title here at the end of the 2012 Grand Slam Series. It is Jeff Hubbard who is his nemesis for that world title. And you can see right now, Dave Winchester will be coming up in the quarterfinals. in the quarterfinals. Later on after round number 6. This is the end of round number 5 out in the water. We didn't finish round number 5 a couple days ago. The tide just got too low, and it was very dangerous for the riders, so we called it. So we're finishing off round number 5 in the water right now with Jason Finlay in red and Ryan Hardy in green.
We've just had the 5-minute warning on that, so 5 minutes to go in this heat. And Ryan's heart will start to, I've been saying heart's been pounding. But
Yes.
it will be going hard because he's got 5 minutes for the make or break for 2013.
Oh, my.
So a tough situation for Ryan that he finds himself in. He's been on the Pro Tour for I don't know how many years, but it's a fair few. And he's been one of the guys that have taken the sport to where it is today. One of the original style masters out of Australia who concentrated on his style and didn't want to do the flicky moves and the small stuff.
Yeah.
And it's influenced, all the riders of today.
For sure.
Comes through, and we'll watch this one and see what it does. And oh my God!
Oh, look at that! Just unloading on the shallow reefs of El Fronton. Again, thank you all for tuning in. We got Hugh in Newcastle, David Kelly again, and we got We Bodyboard crew, Jason Kimball and Ryan Dale watching from the UK. People chaps. Noah's tuned in from Kauai. David, thank you for tuning in. Javier, the Pit Surf Shop, Rise, and Josh all tuned in. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Round number 5. This is the last heat of round number 5. The winner will go into round number 6 and face off against Ben Blair.
Yeah, well, I think, like I said, the first couple of days viewing's been about 45 to 50,000 viewers tuning in to watch the live web feed, and today being the finals day and being close to the weekend, I think we only get a few more than that, Manny. So it does jam up the web feed, and we do apologize for that. But as Manny's pointed out, and you can see on the Facebook website, go over to youtube.com/IBA World Tour, and that will help spread the load.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is it. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, the last stop on an incredible 2012 IBA World Tour, and we are coming down to this. This is the final day, the last day at camp, ladies and gentlemen. We have a world title up for grabs. We got points in the qualifying series and seeds up for grabs as well. And we couldn't ask for any other better conditions.
And we're going to crown the Fronton champ. So
that's right. Yes. Yes.
So getting down to the wire here. It's 2 minutes 36 to go, and not a lot of time. So yeah, someone's going to lose out, and someone's going to go on. At this stage, it's Jace Finlay. Combined score 13.21 with a 5.33 in that second wave of a 7.88, which was a barrel with a roll on the end. So
Ryan Hardy needing a 7.74,
this is the make or break.
7.47. Sorry.
Here comes that wave, Manny. I think if Ryan, I know that Jace has got priority. I don't think he'd pull it on him, but someone, he sort of had to go that wave or kick into it at least.
Oh, my. URiding.com, Alpha Campaign 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboard. Those are the other companies that put in their support for the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Go to their sites, like their Facebook page, and then head on over to the IBA World Tour Facebook page. And we do have a little win button. It's a black and white IBA logo, and it's up. The button is up near the photos, and let's see.
You'll see it. So
yeah.
Time's running out here for Ryan Hardy. 1:30 to go, and it's not looking that good. As we see, I guess that's probably a board caddy paddling past with the hat on, so doesn't get his scone burnt. But we have, just on a minute to go.
Down to the last minute.
And on those websites there, I think go to 662mob.com, and you can buy the contest shirt from the event, and they 20% of the proceeds go back to the IBA. So
epic.
What you're saying there, Manny? Epic, is that what you said?
Epic.
Okay.
so
I believe 662mob.com has that. I think I also saw URiding has the same. If you go to their website, they're also offering a shirt. Probably all these guys are offering the shirts, but in America there, 662mob.com. Pick up a contest shirt, and the money goes back to the tour. And as we get this thing, this tour going, here goes Ryan Hardy. No, not happening for him. So as we try and make this tour, more and more, I guess, better, and it's coming from self-funding. All you guys out there supporting the tour, everyone doing their thing. And as the clock winds down, 25 seconds to go.
25 seconds to go. Can Ryan Hardy find that 7.47 wave to advance on into round number 6? Or is this the end for Ryan Hardy on the 2012 IBA World Tour?
Go.
Is he going to take a look at this?
He
knows time is winding down, and he knows that might be the end of the road for his 2012 Grand Slam Series run. So Jason Finlay, one wave. There's the camaraderie right there. Ryan Hardy, for sure, one of the best bodyboarders in the world. Nick Omerod.
Thinks it's funny.
No, he's
having a chuckle. Oh, no, he must be through. So that means Nick Omerod, you see him there getting high fives from the boys. Nick Omerod is now in the 2013 IBA Grand Slam Series. Young guy from Australia, been around for a while, great surfer, great barrel rider, and he is confirmed now, I believe, for next year's tour. So, Ryan Hardy, is that the end of an era?
No, I can totally see him coming back next year, but look at this.
Straight into the first wave, and we have there in red, or is that orange?
That is the rider in red right off the bat. Yet Martinez showing no fear out there. He is the local rider. He is actually, there's only a handful of real local riders here on this coast, right near Fronton. And Yet Martinez makes a drive during the season to ride this wave. But here's another look at his first wave.
Well, straight into it. Nice roll off the section there, and that's a good starter for him. So we'll see these guys feeling out their first wave just to test the conditions. Before they sort of get a strategy and wait for the bigger sets. They get a score under their belt, and that was Yere's one. And now the pressure's on Sam Bennett to see if he can match him, a little tester there. So, but the big news from that heat is Ryan Hardy has not qualified for 2013. Nick Omerod has.
All right, we're going to give you more information right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. NMD versus Fronton Pro is underway, and look at these waves coming in 6 to 8 foot Fronton. This is what the viewers and most of the riders were asking for when we put this event on the tour. Nick Mesritz, fellow bodyboarder, old schooler, I don't know what you want to call us, but good friends from way back when, giving you the live feed. Here we go.
Well, here goes Sammy Bennett. We're going to split Piquet and Sam Bennett on his first wave, and it's a big one.
Oh,
drops down the face, stalls on that one, pulls in, and it doesn't quite cooperate, but having a dig. Manny's cheering him on. So the young fella, I'm not sure exactly how old Sam is, but he's in his early 20s.
Well, Sam Bennett and Yere Martinez almost have that same kind of build, really big and tall, and can hold their own in this in these conditions. So it's going to be a pretty good fight out there with this guy, Sam Bennett, on his first wave.
You see here, he just disconnects there, and look, there's that airdrop, bang. Bounces into it, loses his speed, pulls up, has a stall, sets himself up, but the wave just doesn't cooperate. Comes out with the spit, and it'll be a scoring wave. The first wave from year A was 4.38, so I'm not sure if Sam's wave will better that score, but both guys have runs on the board. And Sam Bennett, they're the same height maybe, but year A's got a bit more muscle to his frame. And we have Sam Bennett currently ranked, is that correct, number 4?
Sam Bennett is currently on the fourth place position, and he has qualified for the 2013 Grand Slam Series, so he is a happy camper as well as Nick Omerod, so that's going to be a great addition to next year. Taking a look right now, Yere Martinez in the red jersey. He is your local rider. Again, comes over to this part of the island when the waves are pumping, but there's only a handful of real local riders who are not in the hunt as far as that Fronton championship. But you know what? This is pretty much his backyard, so he loves it out here.
We see there the first score through from Sam Bennett's a 3.33. So, like I said, runs on the board, and that'll settle him down. You know, there's still plenty of time to go. 26 minutes to go in the heat, as we see Yere kicking for something here, and yeah, it's starting to happen, Manny.
All right, looks like as the tide keeps coming up, the waves are getting better. Look at this, how deep Yere Martinez is. Is he going to pull in? Finds that section, creeps through it, finds an opening, and pulls a roll at the end of that one. So Yere Martinez's skills are obviously showing through.
Well, that wasn't a set wave, Manny. That was one of the smaller ones that come between the sets, but Yere knows his strategy, and he's going a small one to get some points, as what tends to happen. We saw that before in the previous rounds, where the riders would catch a set wave, then come paddle back out to the lineup, and then take an inside one to get their scores up. And those little ones can produce big scores. So Yere there will just solidify his lead, and the priority now goes to Sam Bennett. So we see that again, a smaller wave, backdoors the section, comes through, stalls, goes to hit it, smacks a small roll on the inside there, clean landing, and that'll be a good scoring wave for Yere.
Oh my, so we are starting the campaign here in some heavy conditions, 6 to 8 foot, unloading on the shallow reef here at Fronton. Manny V here with Mez, giving you the live feed. You can see the scores on your screen right now. That is where we're at with heat number 1 of round number 6. Yere Martinez in red, Sam Bennett, the young Australian, in the green jersey. We are underway here, and we can't thank our supporters enough. Of course, NMD and Versus, YouRiding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboard. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have done the entire 2012 World Tour Grand Slam Series, and it ends today right here in some unreal epic conditions.
Well, that last wave from Yere is a 5.63, so that betters his first one, and it puts him in a commanding lead at this time with a combined score of 10.01. So, Manny, just to go back to that last heat, that was technically Ryan Hardy out of the 2013 GSS World Tour, but speaking to the contest, or the CEO of the IBA, Mr. Greg Taylor, that puts Ryan as the first alternate, and that's the same position Mike Stewart was in last year. So Mike was the first alternate, but he did compete in virtually every contest. So that doesn't mean the end of Ryan Hardy. He's too young to give it up, and we saw last year, he came second, as you say, the vice champion, the runner-up, whatever you want to call it. But I know he has the fire, and he's still ripping out there.
It would be a shame if he didn't come back. That's all I got to say, because he's still. I mean, he's still in top form. I mean, you saw him in that first heat, doing what he did.
Well, there's a big thing out the back here, Manny, as we'll keep talking. But yeah, I mean, he's a quiet guy, an unassuming guy, but he's got a fire that burns down deep inside him. And, he's just going to be going like, bring it on. I'm going back again. Been talking with him and his wife, and they're going to move to Bali for a few months just so Ryan can practice over there. And there we have Ray having a look and pulling it off. There's another one behind that. And Sam's in position for this if he wants it. Looks like he doesn't want it. So, yeah. So, these guys like Mike, I was talking the other day about Mike. His wife, Lisa, said to him, what do you want to do? And you can go one of two ways, like just fall to pieces or get stronger. And Mike, he's changed his diet. He's doing the pull check, core strength, routines, yoga, stretching, core strength, kettlebells. I mean, the guy's pushing 50, and he's fitter than I am, which is embarrassing for Manny and myself. But
you're right.
That's okay. That's the type of guy that Mike is. And we'll see Mike Stewart in Hawaii, dominating as he always does, as we move forward to the 2013 World Tour, and that's the first stop, February sometime, and it's always a great way to start the tour.
We do have the 2013 IBA Grand Slam Series calendar on our Facebook page and also, I believe, on our IBAWorldTour.com website. So go over there, check it out. That is what is in store for next year. Sam Bennett taking a look. Look how big that is right there. Just unloading shallow reef.
Well, you saw Sam trying to peek over the shoulder there, over the wave to see what's going on. So, this is the first, maybe one of the first couple of times that Sam surfed it. I'm not sure, if he surfed it in the big stuff yet, but it's unnerving, for a young guy to come out here. We've seen Sam make the pipeline final a couple of years back, and that's no mean feat getting through those heats against those sort of competitors at arguably one of the world's best waves. So he can do it. We know he can do it. And there's plenty of time to go, 21 minutes, as we see Pierre-Louis Costes, and he was your 2011 world champion.
Yes, it's going to be exciting to watch him. He's going to be coming up in heat number 4 of the quarterfinals, and he's happy, he's hungry, and by the time his heat comes out, the tide will have been pushed in, a lot more water, but what we probably won't see, but what I can tell you is at the high tide with these big waves coming in, getting out and coming out of the water is a challenge in itself. It just bounces off the cliff right there, and it's just pretty gnarly. Look at this, Yadai Martinez taking a look.
Well, off he goes here. He's got on the left hand on this one, sneaks under the lip, comes out, clean exit, and that's just going to add to his score. So, Ray playing it smart here today,
Looks like his fin came off on the inside of that barrel. There's so much power out there that as soon as you make the drop, if your fins are anywhere near the face of the wave or the shock wave, it could just rip your fin right off.
We had that last year with 2 heats, one with Dallas Singer where his flipper actually split.
That's right.
The fin tether, the string, ripped through the strap on his fin and snapped it, and that one was out. And then Ryan Hardy going for the world title, unfortunately losing a flipper and wasting the best part of the heat trying to get that flipper. So a very hard position. If you see that thing buzzing in front of the screen, that is the helicopter. Did you see that, Manny?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but what I have seen is this right here. The last wave of Yadai Martinez. Nice clean turn right there. Perfect left-hander. It's still more shallow on the inside. If you look in front of the wave, you can just see the gurgles and the little miniature waves forming off of the reef right there. But
well, there's the helicopter we're talking about, and that's getting some crazy footage of the guys. I don't think that has a live feed to it, but that'll be in the highlight package. And I don't know how the heck they're using that thing, but
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't put my $3,000 camera on there, that's for sure. But they are. That's insane view right there. And we're going to see that in the highlight reels for sure. I hope they charge their batteries on that thing. You don't want to see it fall down.
No. You want to judge that right. So that last wave from year A was a 6.68. So that'll kick out as 4.38. And now year A is in the lead with 12.31. And that puts Sam Bennett needing an 8.98. So Sam really needs a second wave here as we go into the 20 minutes to go.
If you're just tuning in, we know a lot of you are at work. Some of you are sipping away on some wine or a schooner
Or a coffee.
or a coffee. It could be really early in the morning for some of you, but we can't thank you enough for tuning in. Again, make sure you head over to our Facebook page, like the page on the IBA World Tour, and like all the other supporters, You Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and like Bodyboard, and then enter to win on our IBA Facebook page. There is a win button up top. You can't miss it. It's the black and white IBA logo. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have started the first heat of round number 6 out in the water. It is Yaray Martinez with 2 pretty good scores with a 6.68, 5.63. Sam Bennett, he's totally still in the game with 18 minutes
And
remaining.
he's having a look at this one, Manny. He's going to go. He's kicking into
Here
it.
he
Sam
comes.
Bennett dropping down the face.
Oh, my.
Stalling on his legs. Pulls into the barrel. Can he make it out?
He did.
Yes,
oh,
he does.
He did make it out. I don't
Nice
know
wave
how
there
he
from
maintained
Sam.
his speed through that.
Well, he just drove for you. He saw his body position. He's leaning forward. Full pressure on his front arm there over the elbow. And he drove through that one. So they're trying to stall on it. And you can see the waves stacking up on the horizon. So keep in mind that the 2 scoring waves so far from Euro have not been set waves. So a set wave will score higher. You know, if you can pull get a decent barrel and move off a set wave, you will score very
look at
well.
that.
And these are set waves coming in now. And we see Yere having a dig, setting himself up for it. What's he going to do?
Yaray Martinez in the red jersey. He calls this break pretty much his backyard. He lives a few miles down the road from here, but he always gets out here when the waves are pumping.
Well,
Here's
here's
another
Sam
look
Bennett's
at Sam
wave.
Bennett.
He comes down, spreads his legs, bounces, comes up and stalls. Straight away he's stalling there. He's just looking where the lip's going to come down, pulls up high and comes out. So not a long barrel, but again, we're still waiting for that water to come up on the reef, and that will make the conditions go off. So nice
my.
wave there from Sam Bennett. Score yet to drop, but I think that will be a keeper for him.
Yes, I thought it was a super heavy drop. Look at the little ledges right there. Watch this right-hand wave. You see, you got to take off and then make it over that inside ledge. You can actually see through the wave, see how shallow it is out there. These guys are pretty much putting it all on the line, and you know what? They have to. This is it. This is the best of the best, and if you don't do it, your fellow, I hate to say, your fellow riders will call you a bad name.
Well put, Manny. We can't swear. We're online. But, yeah, I mean, and these guys, it's reputations. You know, if the waves come up, they don't want to be known as a small wave surfer. I mean, these guys want to prove themselves in the best conditions against the best, and the IBA Tour gives them that opportunity. And as we've said, big year next year coming up, some exciting things happening. I know the IBA's partnered up with a new company that I can't mention too much about. I'll leave that for Greg Taylor to talk about. But there's a few things that are looking good. We've got Alex Leon now as the tour manager. Is that the correct term for it? General manager? I'm not sure, but he'll be running the tour next year. He's done a great job here at Fronton, and all systems go for 2013. So, let's worry about that later on. Right now is the Fronton Pro and the World Champion to be named. So halfway through the heat here, Manny, and we have Yaray Martinez in the lead. That last wave of Sam Bennett's a 5.95. A good scoring wave, so he's looking for another big scoring wave to progress through this round.
They're not on our sponsor list, but I got to give a shout out to Tu Mismo Cafe, the only cafe on the coast right here. But they've been taking care of us. Chipi, Carla, Jorge, Danny, and Jenny. Thank you all for taking care of us over at Tu Mismo Cafe.
Is that where you've been having the log on live sort of Google Hangout things?
Yes, we've been doing our Google Hangouts, and we're going to do one tonight again, 7:30. We want to hear from you. Google Plus account, you need that to be a part of our IBA World Tour Google Hangout. So if you have any questions, head over to the IBA Facebook page. Hit me up. I'll give you the lowdown on how to do it.
Well, we'll to be confirmed that one, because if the world champion's named, there could be a few amber ales flowing, and things might be a bit.
You're right.
A bit slow in terms of getting things on the track like that. So, a world champion quite possibly will be named today.
Yes.
It will be either Dave Winchester or Jeff Hubbard, and either way, we will be toasting them, and as worthy champions. So.
Well, both of them are waiting patiently in the quarterfinals coming up after these 4 heats of round number 6. This is the first heat out in the water of round number 6. Jared Houston, Dave Winchester, Jeff Hubbard, and PLC won in round number 4, catapulted them in the quarterfinals. So they're sitting and waiting. We are now underway to see who will take those other 4 spots in the quarterfinals. The winner of this heat, Yare Martinez or Sam Bennett, will face off with Jared Houston in that first quarterfinal. So a ton of incredible matchups today here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And it is pumping out there.
It is pumping, and if we look at the guys already through to the quarterfinals by way of winning their round 4 heat, round 4 I believe. We have Jared Houston, Dave Winchester, Jeff Hubbard, and Ben Player, and all 4 of those riders have been on fire. Especially Jared Houston and Jeff Hubbard. I mean, hubby guys, just every heat. First wave, bang, 8.5. Next wave done. He could paddle in after 10 minutes. He's been,
That's right.
that much on it.
Look at this.
And
Yare trying to
smaller
feed.
wave.
Yeah, Yare Martinez feeding Sam Bennett into this one. But Sam coming around the section. Oh, nothing there for Sam Bennett. You're going to see a couple riders in the channel. Either one, they're just getting the best view on the planet of the rights here at Fronton, or 2, they are board caddies for the riders.
Yeah, well, I mean, last year we saw Ryan Hardy after his heat went out there in the channel and has chaired the boys on, which is amazing to see. Such a great guy, Ryan. And he just sat in the channel for a good 4 hours and yelled his lungs out. By the time he came in, he was hoarse, he was tired, but he had this big smile on his face. I mean, hey, this is a Super Bowl of bodyboarding, and you're sitting there in the channel watching these guys go off in 6 to 8 foot waves. It's just amazing.
Oh,
and
my.
I mean, I'd be out there if I could negotiate that treacherous channel to get out there, but that's not my cup of tea these days, so I'll leave that for the young guys. And yeah, look at these waves coming through now.
Oh, my. Again, the Facebook page, IBA World Tour Facebook page, that's your way to get into the commentator's booth with us. So get over there. I'm going to post something right now. Who you going for the world title, Hub or Winnie? We want to see the supporters throw down your support for either Hub or Winchester for the world title. Both of them in the quarterfinals, both of them coming up next. And it's all going to matter to these next 4 rounds, who they will face off. 11 minutes, 51 seconds remaining right now. It is Sam Bennett who is looking for a 6.37 to get that first place spot away from one of the local riders here, Yare Martinez, Canary Island rider.
Was that strategy before, Manny, where we had Sam Bennett, maybe Sam had priority, I'm not sure, Yere, but Yere had a look and force Sam into it. And that's what goes on, mind games and tactics in these sorts of heats, man-on-man heats.
Well, the priority system can use as a full-on strategy. If you have a good set of scores under your scorecard, you're coming down to the last few minutes of the heat, that priority system that they have in place can work in your favor or it can backfire. And you can see right now it is Yere Martinez in the lead with 10 minutes remaining with priority. So he can pretty much push Sam Bennett into some of these waves, but if Yere paddles for a wave or makes an effort to catch a wave, he loses priority and it switches over to Sam Bennett, and then Sam Bennett will have the upper hand.
Well, I mean, it gives Yere the opportunity just to sit there, the position to sit there and wait for his waves.
Well, check this out. We have the winner of the last heat downstairs with Alex Leone. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Well, he survived to tell another day. Jason Finlay, just getting the victor there over Ryan Hardy. Talk us through those conditions, mate. They must have been tough.
I had flashbacks of last year when me and Dal were the test dummy. It's super, super heavy. Pretty low tide now, but it's coming in quick. Some really, really good waves. You just had to be careful. In an hour, it's going to be best ever Fronton, so we're in for a treat.
And Howard, talk us through that left. We saw you sort of bounce at the bottom, and it looked like you got absolutely flogged. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, first wave, I just needed to get something under my belt to get the nerves out of me. So I went a left that looked easy, but the tide's so low, it ledged out, and before I knew it, I was getting rattled along the bottom and watching the next one land on me too. So lucky I didn't get hurt, and it just gave me a bit more confidence that I didn't get hurt, so I can go a bit harder.
Well, yeah, had the same attitude last year and ended up taking this one out.
Yeah.
Let's see where you go this year. I mean, the conditions are similar to last year, same sort of size. The wind's a bit better. So just talk us through that right-hander you got at sort of spat, and then you came out after spit. Looked incredible.
Yeah, Ryan actually had the priority. I just gave it up a few minutes beforehand, but it was a bit of an insider, but it had a big wall on it. So I knew if I could get the little wedge push, that I could maybe backdoor that section. There was about 10 ledges in it that you might not see from land, but luckily I came out and got a quick roll in as well, so that got the scores up, I think.
Yeah, well, you managed to survive that one, moved into the next round. We're going to see Jace Finlay doing what he did last year, moving all the way to the top, hopefully. We'll see him in the next round. Back to you, Manny.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Jason Finlay. He will face off with Ben Player in quarterfinal number 4. And you know what, Jason Finlay, he's going to be putting in the most time in the water today with that first heat that we finished off with round number 5.
Well, if he makes it through to the final, he will. You know, he'll be on
Yep.
the most amount of heats. But Jace is a young guy, and he's been here for 2 weeks warming up, staying with his good friend and local rider who's also in the running still, Elliot Morales. And as these boys paddle over a few bombs that are coming through here, and things are starting to warm up.
Oh,
Been a bit of a shaky start in terms of the water and the conditions. The swell is here. Don't be fooled. There's plenty of swell. There's plenty of waves. But we're waiting for the water to come and fill up the reef a bit more so the waves start to come more high performance or become more high performance. So Jace Finlay won the first heat of the day, which was a round 5 heat. So it was the last heat remaining from round 5 from Wednesday. Jace Finlay, fortunately for Jace, won the heat. Unfortunately for Ryan Hardy, he was knocked out. So Ryan Hardy is out of the event. But knowing Ryan, he'll be cheering the boys on. And Jace lives to fight another day or another heat.
yes. And Ryan Hardy, he is out of the top seeds for next year, but he is the number 1 alternate. If he shows up at the event, he has a huge chance of being seeded. So Ryan Hardy, we're gonna see more of him for sure. So looks like the riders are waiting out the back, and you know what? We'll be waiting for you to come back right after this.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
I love these ads. They just keep getting better and better. That last ad from 662 Mob was intense. It was massive. Great job from the 662 Mob crew. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome Manny V here with Mez holding it down for the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and likebodyboard.com. So, if you're just tuning in, we have a special treat for you. This is it, the last event of the 2012 IBA World Tour being held in some incredible conditions. 6 to 8 foot Fronton, it is pumping.
Well, these are the best riders, Manny, in the best conditions, and this is the world championship of bodyboarding. You know,
This is a real world champion right
exactly. I mean, like, you know, these are the best riders, and they're bringing it. You know, they're throwing it down, and we've got Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester, the last 2 guys left, and undoubtedly 2 of the best riders in the world, and both deserving champions. Jeff Hubbard, 2 times world champion. Dave Winchester, yet to win a world champion, but definitely worthy of it. So whoever wins the crown will be the 2012 world champion.
Look at this.
As we see a massive set coming through,
Oh.
and does anyone want a part of it?
Oh, my.
Who's that in red? Yere? No, he says no, thank you.
Oh, so we are seeing some sets coming in out the back. So quick shout out to our women's world champion, which was crowned in Puerto Rico, Isabella Sosa. Isabella is one of those riders who, you know what, I wouldn't put it past her to get out here and compete with the men. I don't know if that's allowed, but she can definitely hold her own. Incredible rider, world champion for the women's division, Isabella Sosa. And our 2012 drop knee world champion, Sasha Specker, he is going to be actually competing in the round number 6, heat number 3 against a local legend, Elliot Morales. So Sasha Specker, drop knee world champion 2012, Isabella 2012 women's world champion, Isabella Sosa. Congrats to them too. But now we are on the hunt for a men's world champion here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Dave Winchester or Jeff Hubbard?
Well, 5 minutes to go in this heat, Matty, and it's coming down to the wire.
Oh,
Sam
my.
Bennett needs a second high-scoring wave. Yere Martinez is out in front with a aggregate score of 12.31. I think he still has priority. I don't think he's given that up. So it's unfortunate, a tough position for Sam Bennett right now. But Sam's got through this far. He's a great rider. He's up and coming. He's in the Pro Tour, the GSS series for next year. I believe. We'll wait for that to be confirmed. We know that Nick Omerod is already through. So the new faces next year, there's a heap of them. Johan Florentine from the Reunion Islands. We have Alex Arunga from the Basque Country.
Alan Munoz from Chile, the first Chileno to make it on the World Tour. And also another new face, Brahim Edouche.
Brahim got on there. Wow.
Brahim is also
Morocco.
qualified. Yes, the first Moroccan surfer or bodyboarder to make it and qualify onto a World Tour stage. He and his brother, they are pumped. They're only going to add another little check mark on credentials as they run their Go Surf Morocco camps in Morocco. So gosurfmorocco.com. That is, if you want the full, the best class treatment at a surf camp, go check them out. Gosurfmorocco.com. Brahim, he is a happy camper.
It's amazing to see how far bodyboarding's spread around the world. And I mean, it's not just guys riding bodyboards in these countries, it's guys that can compete on the world stage from these countries, which is incredible. A few years ago, the boys went down to Venezuela for a Pro Tour event, and a young, hyper skinny Sergio Alonso must have been 35 kilos back then because he's only 45 now. But he won. And where'd this kid come from? You know, like he's been watching magazines and watching videos and reading magazines and picked it up from what he thought the sport was. And it's amazing to see. And I know from the areas that we sell the boards into, there's bizarre places that take boards. You've got Holland and you've got Israel and these places that you wouldn't think have waves, but they do. And guys there are riding the boogies, and
it's amazing to see. I see an awesome crew of Israeli bodyboarders that head over to mainland Mexico, pretty much make it a yearly event. And I'm surprised I don't see any of them here, but of course, they probably got other things going on. But Kirill, Gal, Moore, Shai, there's just a whole group of Israeli bodyboarders that can hold their own in some heavy conditions too. So you're right, bodyboarding is alive and well all over the entire world. So if you're a bodyboarder, be proud, brother. This is it right here, holding it down for the bodyboarding flag in some heavy conditions here at Fronton. This is it. Look at this.
2 minutes to go, Manny, and Sam Bennett pretty much has to take off on this thing if he can, because otherwise it's all over. And it doesn't look like it's going to cooperate for him, but he has 1:40 and counting. So you can still see how dry it is there, guys. Look at that. There's the reef, just exposed. So you think we're talking trash? We're not. That thing is dry.
Yes, and when these riders are completing their maneuvers, if they get a chance to do a maneuver on the end of their wave, they're pretty much landing in 1, maybe 2 feet of water. So they have to hold on to their boards and make sure they don't go head first into the reef. But a lot of them are getting hit. Wait a second. Hold that thought. Sam Bennett taking a look.
Now if he goes here, he has to take this wave. He's got no choice. What's he going to do? Stalls for the pit. Inside there on a smaller one. Rolls
and he comes out with a roll.
It was a good wave. It'll be interesting to see what happens there, because his second scoring wave was...
Wait a second.
Okay,
Wave
Yere
exchange.
straight behind him. Pulls in. Goes for the... no, kicks out on that one and sucked over the falls on a smaller one. So...
Less than a minute to go.
Sam Bennett's first scoring wave, or his highest scoring wave, was a 5.98. He needed to get a 6.37 to better Yere. So it's going to be interesting, Manny.
Could have came down to the last minute in this heat. Did Sam Bennett score a 6.37 or better? That is the question, as the last wave exchange has gone down in the last minute. Yere Martinez on the inside, trying to get over to the exit area where that keyhole where they jump in, but opts to go back around this whole section because he would end up on that dry reef right there. So that is smart thinking from one of the local Canarian riders, Yere Martinez in the red jersey.
Well, it wasn't enough, Manny. I believe it was a 4.38.
Oh.
So that means Yere Martinez, unconfirmed as yet, will go through, and Sam Bennett has bowed out.
All right. So if there's any way possible, we need to get the word out to the jet skier to just stay away from the lineup as far as possible. You can see a little bit of their jet ski wakes are making a little extra chop in the wave. So just if Jacob Romero, who's standing on the other side of the wall here, can go over there and tell the riders to tell the jet skiers to stay as far away from the lineup as possible and try to keep those jet ski wakes out of the lineup. Thank you, Jacob.
Well, I think if I can see through the window here, Manny, we have the IBA jet ski down here to the left, waiting patiently in the channel. Then we have a few drongos out the back, joyriding. So maybe we'll send Yere out there to regulate. And but that's not our job. Our job's right here. And now in the next heat we have Yuri Valadeo and Mark McCarthy.
You don't want to miss any of the action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Giving you the live feed. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. This event is brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. As you can see, the peanut gallery there watching on intently. These two guys out in the water. Udi Valadao, the lone Brazilian in this event, holding it down. We've seen some incredible riding from Udi from the previous heats. He is facing off with the South African Mark McCarthy. This is going to be another great heat.
Well, Yuri Valadeo is the 2008 IBA World Champion, and I saw a few guys writing him off, about being a small wave surfer, but he's not a small wave surfer. I mean, he can surf in all conditions, and he was ripping the previous heats, pulled off a sick air forward, and he can take it, bring it as good as anyone. So Ben Player and Jared Houston there, having a bit of a chat. They'll both be in their own quarterfinals. They're not. Sorry, Jared Houston straight through to his quarterfinal, but Ben Player is up against Jace Finlay in the last heat of round 6. So before we saw a shot of Nick Omorod, who is qualified for the 2013 IBA Pro Tour. As
Look
we
at
have the
this.
rider in green here, Mark McCarthy taking off on his first wave.
Oh,
Bottom
my.
turns.
Mark McCarthy comes around that big section. You can see that barrel, just a big old cavern, but wasn't able to get into that pocket. As you can see, he's paddling over to the channel as quickly as possible. Could be a set out the back. Igor Sanchez, I believe, is at the video camera. Oh, my. Can we get a wide shot of that barrel coming in? Oh, my. Mark McCarthy with a first wave. Take another look.
Well, it looks like look how glassy the wave is there. There's no step on that one. Pulls in nicely, sets himself up, hopes for it, and nothing happens. It's going to happen, Manny, but it's just not happening right now.
Well, you said glassy conditions, and that is the new thing that we have this year. It was really windy the last 2 years, but Mark McCarthy handled that wave incredibly, but unfortunately it's just not deep enough. Mark McCarthy, South African, I believe in 2010, won the Confitale Pro just on the other side of the island here, so he knows what it's like to be in a final here in the Gran Canarias.
He does, and then we see Dave Winchester, Ryan Hardy in the back. I don't know how Ryan's feeling, but I'll have a chat to him later on. You see him there having a chat to the boys. He's not too bummed, He'll be back.
Look at this monster.
We can hear the guys beside us just talking about this thing, and that's just scary.
It just covered the entire frame right there. That is just a massive set unloading on the shallow reefs here at Fronton. This competition, I don't think we could have asked for any better conditions to end the 2012 IBA World Tour. Big waves, heavy conditions, and a world title is up for grabs. Dave Winchester and Jeff Hubbard are still in the competition. Dave Winchester essentially has to make it into the final if he wants a shot at that world title.
Yeah, well, he has to make the final, and I believe if Jeff makes the final, he's already won the world title. So if Dave Winchester gets knocked in the semi or the quarter, Jeff Hubbard will be your 2012 world champion.
You want to repeat that one more time just so the viewers don't miss it?
Okay, so if Dave Winchester gets knocked out in his quarterfinal or semi-final heat, Jeff Hubbard will be your world champion.
So there you have it.
We need Dave Winchester to make the final. If Hubby guys gets knocked out in the quarters, Dave just has to make the final to take the crown. If Hubby makes the semis, I believe Dave Winchester has to win. That's unconfirmed, but that's, I believe, how it goes down. And Yeah, so two nervous guys out there. We have Jeff Hubbard right in front of us in the commentator's booth here.
Oh, that's who that is.
Hood down,
Yeah.
sunny's on. He's just watching intently to see what's going to happen.
He's actually been hanging out in this area. This area over here where the webcast booth is located, there's actually an extra room, and I know he's been hanging out there just to get, the first front row view without any disturbance, anybody, bothering him. So this is a great location to just sit and watch and concentrate, focus.
Well, it's worked for him so far. He's just dominated every heat he's been in, and he sits back here. There's a couple of spare chairs. There's no sun, so he can kick back there quietly and watch what's going on, work on his strategy, control his breathing, have a bit of a rest, and then when he goes over there, puts the contest rashi on, it's all business.
That's right.
So Jeff Hubbard, he's been here before, 2 times world champion. His first one was in 2006, and then he backed that up in 2009. So going for 2012, a trifecta. And Dave Winchester going for his first world title. So this heat is now 7 minutes old, 23 minutes to go, and we have Mark McCarthy in the lead with a 3-point score. A smaller wave, and we need Yuri Valadao looking to get on the board.
So we do have plenty of time. Look at this. Looks like they're both scratching for something. Uri Valadao, the lone Brazilian, taking a look, dropping in way behind the section, maintains the speed, drives the line. Can he come out of that? The door was open. Uri Valadao comes out with a deep barrel right there. Uri Valadao with a solid ride for his first wave in the red jersey. Uri Valadao had an interview last night live on the feed, 6 p.m., and it was pretty awesome to watch. Uri Valadao pretty stoked holding it down in these big conditions.
Well, like I said, guys were writing the guy off about being a small wave surfer, and that's not the case. We just saw him there, probably ride arguably through the best barrels so far. We'll watch that on the replay here. Just that one there wasn't a very steep drop, but it just opened up for him.
Oh.
Sitting there just behind the lip, comes out high, and that'll be a good scoring wave for Yuri.
That was incredible wave riding right there. Again, Uri Valadao, the only Brazilian in the competition. He is no stranger at the world title. Unfortunately, he's not in the run for it, but in 2008, he was your world title holder.
He's still young, man. He's 26 years old there, and that score came through 7.25 for Yuri Valadao. So great first scoring wave. And let's repeat, these are not set waves. If these guys can get set waves, it's going to be double the size, as we see Yuri there. Sitting in perfect position, right there, just behind the curtain. Comes up high, you'll see he comes up the top there, rushing out with a spit, and that's the wave over. So Yuri Valadao there takes the lead with a 7.25.
As you can see the wave still coming in. You can see right through the wave right there. Just see how shallow it is and see the reef. It looks nice and beautiful, but you don't want your body to bounce off of that thing. And look at that. Uri Valadao's solid barrel ride, 7.25. And here's another one. Uri Valadao throws a roll right there at the end of that one. So he's just pulling way ahead of Mark McCarthy now in this heat, the second heat of round number 6. The winner will advance on and face off Jeff Hubbard in the quarterfinals. So Jeff Hubbard is watching patiently and seeing who he will face off. And here's another wave, another look at Uri's last wave.
Well, that's an inside wave, Matty, and he takes off on that one to solidify the score. Nice roll there, lands it. Guys aren't going for the ARSs or the backflips because if you don't stick the landing, you're in a world of hurt. So they're playing it safe with the rolls, which they can control better in these conditions. And that was a 6-point ride there for Yuri Valadao. So Yuri Valadao, 2 good scoring waves, and Mark McCarthy still yet to get a good score on this one as we watch the replay.
Here's another angle of Uri's waves. You can see him set his line perfectly inside of that barrel.
That was the first wave, Manny, I believe.
And he ends that wave with a nice roll. That was a good wave nonetheless for Uri Valadao. He's way ahead right now of Mark McCarthy. Pretty much put him in combination land, which means Mark McCarthy's first wave of a 3.0 is not going to mean anything. He's got to reset and now catch 2 solid waves. Look at him.
Well, Mark's having a look at this one. And he decides to let it go through. It's got a bit too much. I don't know if that's west, north, east, or what it is, but whatever it had, he didn't want anything to do with it. As he paddles back out off to his left here. So plenty of time for Mark, 20 minutes to go. And he'll be looking for that right wave. So Yuri's sort of like, or he has sort of said where it's at. He's put the marker down, and it's up to Mark McCarthy now to match it as he starts to scratch. And he looks to be a bit too far over there at the moment, Manny. Like a little bit too.
Wait a
We see
second.
Yuri again on another wave.
Oh my, look at this bomb right there. Oh, he fell down in a deep pit, but gets caught behind the section on that one. That was a great view right there. And there he is just getting out of that whitewash right there. He's got a couple waves that are going to land right in front of him that he's going to have to deal with. And actually, no, he's in the clear right there. But Uri Valadao just picking off the little medium-sized ones, but medium today is that right there. 5 foot, just bombs coming in. And what happened in the barrel?
He was there, and I think the whitewater just rolled him, so he just got smoked on the inside. And he was set up perfectly for that wave, and that's what happened as a result. So he
He's still paddling out, just
kicks
getting
out of it,
cleaned
and
up.
yeah, doing his thing as we watch the replay here. So you watch there, bounces on the takeoff, pulls up, stalls it, and then he's coming out of it. Then next minute, this whole thing just goes, nah, you're staying inside, buddy.
It could have been the shock wave as well. When the lip of the wave lands on the flat part of the water, it actually creates another little wave inside going the opposite direction. And that right there, if you're not careful, can throw your whole line off.
Well, it's like a trench, and if you go into that, like, sometimes you just get sucked straight to the bottom. I know it's happened to me a few times, and it's bizarre. And on these bigger waves, the trench is just that much bigger. So the shocky can push up and hit against you, which will knock you up, or you can actually fall into the trench and go straight down. So we're not quite sure exactly what happened there, but he did not make it out, and that was a 2.48 wave score as a result. So
Steve Action Jackson is tuned in from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So he's sitting in his Speedos with no clothes on, just watching the live feed.
sipping a
and
caipirinha.
sipping on a caipirinha in the early morning. So Steve Action Jackson, welcome, brother, and everybody else tuned in. Again, our Facebook page is where you can come into the commentators booth and give us what your thoughts. I posted something on our Facebook page. Who are you going for, Hub or Winnie? It's pretty much a straight line down the middle for both of these riders. And, of course, there was a few people throwing out who they wanted to win the event as well. Sam Bennett, there's a couple fans for you, but unfortunately he got knocked out in that first heat. Now, currently in the water, heat number 2, Woody Valadao leading that heat with a combined score of a 13.25. Mark McCarthy, unfortunately, he needs 2 whole new waves to start his campaign. That 3-point ride in the beginning is not going to help him in the end. So Mark McCarthy in the green jersey, Uri Valadao, the lone Brazilian out there in the red jersey. Mark McCarthy, one of 3 South Africans still in the competition. We're going to watch Sasha Specker coming up next, face off with the Canary Island rider, Elliot Morales. And then we also have Jared Houston sitting comfortably in the second heat in the quarterfinal. So look at these sets coming in out the back. Mark McCarthy taking a look.
We have Sasha Speck, and here's Yuri Valadao taking off on the inside wave there. Comes off the bottom. Nice roll. I don't think that'll better one of his high-scoring waves, but he's getting some waves there, which just shuts out Mark McCarthy. So we have Sasha Specker in the booth here next to us, putting his wetsuit on, getting ready for his heat against Elliot Morales, the local boy. So that was Yuri Valadao, your 2000 and I cannot see the screen world champion, but he
2008.
We'll watch the replay here. Stalls on the takeoff, spreads the legs, drives off the bottom, bit of chop there, up for the roll. Good extension, lands on the soft white water there, and basic maneuver, but won't better his score.
As you can see, Igor Sanchez out there with the video camera, making sure he gets the shot. I think that's Igor. I may stand corrected, but we do have other riders out there, whether they are board caddies or video camera people. They are way off to the side in the channel. They don't want to get caught by a sneak attack wave. The conditions are amazing right now. The last 2 years at this time, there was a north wind that was just whipping in through here. But today, glassy, 6 to 8 foot, just unloading onto the shallow reef here at Fronton.
Well, it's going to get better, Manny. Like the swell, like we said, the swell is here. The swell is pumping. There's very, very light winds, if any wind at all. And when the water does come up, when the tide comes up, high tide, I'm not sure exactly when that is, but when it does come up, we're going to see better and better wave conditions. And that will work in our favor because we have the quarterfinals coming up. And in those quarterfinal matchups already, we have Jared Houston against Yere Martinez in round 1. Round 2 will be the winner. Quarterfinal number 2 will be the winner of this heat, either Yuri Valadao or Mark McCarthy. And they are up against Jeff Hubbard.
Wow, Mark McCarthy's got to get something going here. We're at the halfway point of this 30-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored, 15-wave maximum, and that is Sasha Specker, the IBA World Tour 2012 drop knee world champion, and as well the IBA World Tour staff photographer. All of the incredible images coming to you from
And I think
Specs
porn
have been
star too.
unreal.
I think part porn star too with that moustache, you know.
We don't know about his
Yeah.
extracurricular
And if he has a
activities.
girlfriend, we do apologise. But a lot of the boys rocking the moustaches hanging over from Movember.
That's right.
So he can grow one, which is more than half the guys on the tour, so he's keeping it. Now, of course, we have J-Rom with the full beard. There we have Root, which is...
How's Root just fully concentrating
Yeah.
and focusing? It looks like she's got a brand new lens, too. I think that's a 100 to 400 lens she's got for her camera. You can see her boyfriend, PLC, on the table right there, watching intently or watching what's going to unfold here in this heat. And watching the waves as well. Perfect
Yeah.
conditions, 6 to 8 foot, just big old bombs unloading.
I'm not sure if that's like one of those 7Ds or the 5Ds where they can actually film on it.
Yeah.
So
guaranteed. That's
maybe
all
it
she
is,
does.
you know, and
Yeah.
then she's filming it for the heat. So maybe they go back home and watch other heats and they analyse that stuff. I'm not sure. I see the Root has a young daughter with her here this trip. Last year we had Pierre winning the world title, and his sister Josephine was there along with Root to cheer him on. His parents were back home watching on the web feed, so different scenario here with Pierre no longer in the running for the world title, but well seeded for next year's world tour. And he wants this event. You know, don't forget, or don't think for 1 minute that Pierre's going to give up. He wants to win. He doesn't care who's in front of him. He wants the crown. He's a competitive little man. Needs a bit of a haircut, but otherwise he's in it to win it. So there's no change as we go into as we count down for 12 minutes. We still have Yuri Veladeo in the lead with 13.25. And Mark McCarthy having a look here on this one. Nice looking wave.
Here we go.
Takes
Oh,
off, big
my.
wave.
Look
Stall
at
at the
that.
bottom. Look at that pit. Just comes
Is
through
he
up
coming?
high.
Oh, he makes it.
And
He's
he
pumped.
claims, he is. Like, that was perfect from
Oh,
Mark McCarthy.
my.
Off the bottom there, and he pulls up high, and that's the difference between making a wave or not here. That last wave from Yuri, he got trenched, and he was down too low. We saw Mark there turn off the bottom, and you see him come up straight through the section, up high on the wave, which is how you do it in these conditions.
That's what he was after for his first or second wave. He is on the hunt for a set of 2 new scores because of Uri Valadeo's 2 high
Here's a
score waves.
replay, man. He comes off the bottom, spreads the legs.
Look at that.
Turns up, stalls right at the bottom there. That thing's a good size wave. Watch where he comes out, Manny, up high. See that? So he's just pulled his line up to come up high. If he stayed down low, that would have landed on his head. Game over.
That was a perfectly ridden wave. Look how massive this thing is. It is unloading on 3 to 4 foot shallow reef, and I can't imagine the view he sees from there, but it is a big cavern. Really out here right now, and I'm sure all of his friends and fans and family in Richards Bay are also tuned in right now watching the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Again, this is it. All right, taking a look. No, obstacle up and over that one.
So,
But
yep.
yes, we have viewers from all over the world. Mexico, I know, is tuned in all the time with the Mazatlán bodyboarders, Manny and freaking Carlos and we have Cesar Pollo and the Cabo San Lucas guys, Puerto Escondido, all the bodyboarders in Mexico are tuned in. But I want to know, are the South Africans tuned in? Are the Brazilians tuned in? Go to our Facebook page right now, and if you're a South African or Brazilian tuned in, tell me where you are coming from and what you have in your drinking hand. Once again, NMD and Versus, this is the Fronton Pro, brought to you by You Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and likebodyboard.com. So our IBA Facebook page, that is where we're going to be in contact with our viewers from all over the world. Manny V here with Mez, throwing it down. Look at this set coming in out the back.
The boys having a look, and they opt to let it pass through. Bit too much hook on the end of that one. And I did sort of call earlier that the local guys were saying that the left-handers were the way to go, but it doesn't look to be the case so far. Left's almost unsurfable, so the right-handers have been the flavour of the day. And we're going to wrap it up for a what? An ad?
Yes, that's right. We got to pay some bills, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to NMD versus Fronton Pro, winding down the 2012 IBA World Tour Grand Slam Series, and we can ask for any better conditions. Glassy, 6 to 8 foot, massive swells unloading on the shallows here at El Fronton, and all the sponsors making it happen. NMD versus U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. And you just saw the U Riding commercial. Each day until the 23rd of December, they're going to put a wave of the day on their site. You play it, you have a chance to win some goodies, some real life goodies. So take a look.
Some paddling action going on here, Manny. It's Mark McCarthy having a look at something. What can we see? He's having a look at this one, and he opts to let it go. Yeah, so the boys over there at U Riding, great company and true bodyboarders. You know, they stepped up to the plate as we see things go dry on the inside there.
That's scary.
We had the campaign earlier in the year to bring Manny back to the World Tour, and these are the guys that have Manny here, I believe, U Riding. They're
Yes,
the guys that
thank
made
you.
sure that Manny was here, and we know that the commentary is not the same without Manny, and I'm sure Manny supports, thanks you for all the support he got, which was unprecedented. I know his Facebook likes went to about 10 gazillion.
Yes, thank you, E-Bodyboarding for the Encanto Pro, and U Riding for bringing me here to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in round number 6. Heat number 2 is out in the water. Uri Valadao has a small margin. Mark McCarthy only needs a 5.25, and he knows that with priority in his hands, but time is winding down with 4 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. The winner of this heat will face off with the world title contender from Hawaii, Jeff Hubbard, in quarterfinal number 2.
And Jeff's still sitting down in front of us here, intently watching the surf and seeing what's happening. And here we go, green, Mark McCarthy up and riding.
Oh my,
Takes
can he
the
come
drop.
out of that?
Oh, what a-
Oh, that was huge. Did the whitewash.
we saw the board, we saw no mark.
My.
We saw the board, no mark.
Oh, that
And
was giant.
He came up high again, and he just got swatted by the foam ball.
That whole wave took the entire screen here in our monitor. And is he okay?
Yeah, I think he's just bummed. He
He may
we're
have
not
hit
sure.
the reef.
I don't know if he could hit the reef. I think he's.
His board caddy right there is asking if he's okay.
Ooh.
Board caddy helping him up. Oh, no. This could be our first casualty right here. First injury. As you can see, no, he doesn't want help, or he just wants to get back out there. He's not going to let the reef have the better of him.
That was potentially a wave winner, and great to see the guys there helping Mark out. We've been talking about it all morning, Manny. It's serious out there, you know. Like we saw in the first heat with Ryan and Jace, and they were taking off on the small ones because of this exact reason. It's dangerous. We saw the dry reef exposed on the set waves, and guys can get hurt. We saw Elliot Butler ripped to shreds previously, and with the jet skis coming in to see how Mark is. And Mark is a warrior. He's going back out there, and we wish him well. But that wave was a 3.4, unfortunately for Mark, so it wasn't enough. And we'll see the replay here again.
Mark McCarthy on a bomb. As you can see right here, that wave is probably one of the biggest waves of the heat. You can see him skipping down as he comes over that ledge. Finally, it looked like he was going to make it out, but there's so much water moving across
There's his
the reef.
board. You can just see his board.
The water's moving not only forward, but across the reef as well. And when it comes across, the water behind you can grab you and just take you for a ride. And you saw the board come out before him, and that was... he's got to take a deep breath right there and now hope that a 5.25 wave will come through. But that was massive. I hope he's okay. But
Well, he's only got 2 minutes to go, but we watch him again
Different
here,
angle.
and this is that bounce. All the speed is gone there. Bang, no speed at all.
But look how
Sets
big
the
this
rail
barrel
up.
is.
He starts to drive up from here, and as he comes up, you can see that. That's just the foam ball just swamps him. And he might not hit the reef. Probably didn't hit the reef on that one, but there's so much power out there. It can twist your legs, twist your hips, twist your neck. And, yeah, it can hurt you. So it's good to see him keep paddling back out there with a minute to go. And that's not in a great position because now Yere has priority, and he will just sit there and wait.
All right, check it out. We do have the interview of the last heat with 1 minute and 24 seconds to go. I'm sure the webcast guys will have that picture-in-picture feature going for the last minute, so don't go anywhere. The winner of the last heat, and Alex Leon, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Down here with that last heat winner, G'day Martinez, the local boy here. He knows Fronton better than anyone. Let's just ask him how the conditions were out there. I'll try my Spanish with him. Doesn't understand too much English, so muy bien, Yere.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, que decir que las condiciones están muy buenas. Lo malo es que todavía la marea sigue un poco vacía, pero a lo largo que va pasando el día va a estar, creo que va a ser uno de los mejores frontones que hemos tenido de campeonato de estos años atrás. Y vamos a ver, disfruten del espectáculo.
Yeah, basically it's saying conditions are getting better, the high tide, it's getting better. It's pretty difficult when he was in his heat with the low tide, but today you're going to see some really good Fronton, and we're going to see Yere move forward into the next round, advancing into the round 6, so congratulations, and we'll see you later on, Yere. Have a shout out to anyone.
Muchas gracias a todos y espero que se diviertan hoy con un buen frontón que vamos a tener.
Yere Martinez, a local boy. Back to you, Manny.
Did he do it? Did he do it?
He's claiming it.
Oh my, did he do it? Did Mark McCarthy do it? He's pounding his board. All he was on the hunt for was a 5.25. Was that enough?
I'm not
Sorry,
sure.
Yere Martinez. I know you're in the middle of your interview, but we're going to see Yere going into the quarterfinals, but Mark McCarthy from Richards Bay, South Africa, was on the hunt for a 5.25. Did he do it on the last wave of the heat with only 5 seconds remaining? Oh, my.
Well, Manny's right in my face and my grill there, but watch this. Yuri took off on this to shut out Mark McCarthy. So we see him here, not much of a wave, then bang, whoops, an ARS into it. Nice landing, nice extension comes through. But behind that, Mark takes off on the next wave, which we don't quite see. And hopefully we'll see on this replay exactly what happens. But that'll be a good scoring wave for Yuri on that one. Where's Mark's wave?
We're going to try to G that up right now from the hard drives, but Mark McCarthy, did he do it? Did he pull off a 5.25 on that last wave with that giant
here we go, Manny.
backflip?
This is it. So he takes off here, sets up. Does he go into the barrel? He must go in the barrel, I think, to get the wave. That's a nice move, but he wasn't in the barrel.
But you know what? It was you're right. It was this medium-sized wave. He didn't have that barrel ride. Will that one maneuver wave be enough? He thought it was. He was throwing his hands up in the air. A 5.25. Is that enough? Is that enough? And ladies and gentlemen, a 5.93 on Mark McCarthy's last wave of the heat is enough to knock Udi Valadao down to second. Oh my, that came down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
where's my coffee?
Well, it must have been 3 seconds to go, Matty. And I mean, we couldn't quite see it then because of the interview. But, you know, that's the way it is, mate. It comes right down to the wire in these heats. 30 minutes. And the 2 waves come down. 1, 2, bang, bang, Mark wins. So the South Africans will be going nuts back home there in Richardtown, wherever he's from. And he's through. He's through to the quarterfinals.
I didn't see that wave coming into the 6th range at all. That was incredible. We have Ardiel Jimenez from the Canary Islands for this next heat. Elliot Morales, fellow Canary Island rider, is facing off with Sasha Specker. Mez is going to take a short break and hunt down some coffee for both of us for the next rounds. Don't go anywhere. Live action. Look at this out the back. Elliot Morales on a giant left. Makes it to the bottom, but look at all that whitewash. Did it take it over Elliot Morales? Oh, my. Ardiel Jimenez, get in here quickly.
God, man. Today's pumping, man. This is Fronton, bro. This is Fronton.
This is what the local riders, Elliot Morales and Yere Martinez, wanted for this event, and here it is delivering in the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Once again, Manny V here with Canary Island rider Ardiel Jimenez. Ardiel, we saw your drop knee massive barrel this morning at Tubaria or
Agujero?
Agujero Peak, and so you got your juices flowing. Look at this.
Oh, my God, man. This is my friend Elio Morales dropping this massive wave, getting into the barrel. Pete, this is what for me is a real Fronton. You know, this is what we really want to show here to everyone.
Give us the conditions right now, what we have at this minute for the Fronton Pro.
Okay, I'm going to explain in Spanish and then in English, okay?
Go for it.
Okay, hoy tenemos un clásico frontón gordo, digamos. Seguro que las grandes son 2 metros canarios fácil. En la península serían como 3, 4 metros por ahí. Está súper gordo, fuerte, potente, difícil y bueno a la vez. Es como todo en una. Es un día de esos de adrenalina que sabes que cuando viene la buena es la gloria o la muerte. Y es esos días que todos queremos estar en el agua y que te cuadre esa ola que siempre deseas, esos días grandes y realmente lo tienes ahí. Solo tienes que esperar, ser paciente y cuando viene esa grande con decisión, y para abajo.
I know, it's massive out there. We got big wave rider Elliot Morales. I'm so happy to see him right now in these conditions. Sasha Specker is out
Yeah.
there, the South Africans. I want to know if all the Canary Island riders are watching, and if any South Africans are watching, go over to our Facebook page. I'm going to post something right now. We'll be back right after this. Woo! You. Oh my. Welcome back, everybody. Look at Jason Finlay. He is focused. He's coming up next in the fourth heat of the quarterfinals against Ben Player. That is an incredible heat. Stay tuned. All these heats are going to be incredible. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, likebodyboard.com. Manny V here holding it down in the hot seat. Local Gran Canaria rider, Ardiel Jimenez. Ardiel, Ben Player, Jason Finlay coming up next.
Yeah, all these guys been coming to the Canary Islands a couple of years ago, like Ben Player. I think like maybe Ben came like the first time, maybe 2000 or 2002, something like that. He's a rider who used to come here every year. He loves Canary Islands. He loves to be here. He loves surf Agujero and Fronton every time. And he knows the waves here pretty good. So he know what he have to do exactly. And here we go. We have here Elliot looking for
Morales.
this amazing right-hander. Going deep in amazing barrels. Really deep. Spit it out.
Is he coming
and-
out? No.
Oh, my God.
What happened inside of that barrel? Looked like everything was perfect. The bottom turn, his line, his
Okay.
speed, everything looked perfect.
I'm going to try to explain to you. Today is really west, and it's really big conditions. And now we have really big tides. So when it's mid-tide, like right now, this time is mid-tide, it's not too much water. So for this high, it's not too many water. So that's the reason that the second part, he's dropping here, going to the barrel. He's perfect position, perfect speed. But now it's coming to another section which is more shallow, and there, maybe from the water you can see perfectly. It's a little step there, and then becoming really shallow. And there's no water. That's the reason that the second part of the way to close it.
Okay, so there you have it. You have to be on your game. Not only, I
Yeah.
mean, if Elliot Morales had a little trouble coming out of that wave, you know, a lot of other riders will have a little trouble in coming up heats. So it's all going to be wave selection. Dave Winchester, talking it up. He is one of your world title contenders. He will be coming up next in quarterfinal number 3. So don't go anywhere. Let's take another look at Elliot Morales' wave. Once again, tell us what happened.
Yeah, ahí va Elliot Morales bajando esa ola. La verdad que era una ola que se veía en un primer comienzo muy buena,
Perfecto.
con una salida buenísima, pero lo que mucha gente a lo mejor no sabe es que la marea ahora mismo está media. La primera parte del frontón abre muchísimo, pero la segunda sección, los días como hoy de oeste, cierra bastante. Necesita que todavía coja un poco más de agua para que las dos secciones empaten y te puedas hacer el doble tubo de la primera y la segunda sección. Eso es lo que básicamente le ha pasado a Elliot y por eso no ha salido. Él es un rider de la nueva generación aquí que está dando mucho que hablar, está teniendo un soporte increíble que yo nunca había visto antes con nadie de todos los medios de comunicación. Todas las revistas de fuera lo están poniendo, Movement, Riptide, todas, vamos.
Sí.
Y lo están haciendo muy bien.
Look at this, out the back. Sorry, Adiel. Sorry to cut you off, but there is a set coming in. Sasha Specker out there in the green jersey holding it down for the South Africans. Elliot Morales, the local rider, has 2 waves under his belt. We do have 30-minute heats. top 2 waves are scored, 15 wave maximum, and the winner will advance on and face off Dave Winchester in quarterfinal number 3. Elliot Morales has 2 waves, a 2.95 and a 2.7. Sasha Specker, with 8 minutes or 7 minutes have passed, has yet to catch a wave. So Sasha Specker waiting patiently with priority out in the water.
Okay, for me, in these conditions, you have 2 options to do it in the heat. You can go big and try to score the biggest one, the most difficult. Maybe you're not gonna make it, but if you make it, for sure it's gonna be at least 8 to 10 points. Or you can go to the medium ones, to the perfect ones, which are easier and easier to do big moves and maybe longer barrels. So depend on what you decide to do, it is what is gonna happen to make the hit or not.
You can see Elliot Morales paddling around out there.
Perfect peak, man. I love home, man. I'm sorry that I can't be here before for the Yarai hit, but Agujero this morning was amazing.
You know what? Let's talk about that. I mean, we're only on 1 of 7 islands.
Yeah.
There's a ton of perfect breaks
Yeah.
all over the island, south, north, east, west. Also, you got 6 more islands with waves. What is it about Fronton?
You know, we have many good waves. Fronton is the most powerful. For me, it's the wave who represent more the Canary Islands and what Body 1 is all about, you know? But I love Fronton. It's one of my favorite waves. But for me, the best one is El Agujero, because even bigger days than today, you can still surf in there when it's massive. Sometimes when it's massive, you can drop the Fronton wave because it's too much. All the waves are gonna be too fast. You're gonna make airdrops, and then you pull in, but it's gonna go. Okay, let's go. We have Sasha
Specker on his first wave. The South African comes off the bottom, finds himself getting caught up in that whitewash that is coming across the reef right there, but he's able to maintain and get out of there. So he's got a wave under his belt now. So now he can start to play ball, because Elliot Morales' 2 first waves, they're not really high scoring waves, a 2.95 and a 2.7. But now Sasha can relax just a little bit and maintain his mental stability out there. But he has 1 wave under his belt. Let's take another look.
Yeah, maybe from the TV it looks really big, but this is like one of the medium ones. That's not the biggest sets.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. If you decide to go to the medium ones, it's easier to drop and to make the wave. So Elliot is trying to go for the big ones because he really wants to represent what the Canarian riders can do it here, because we love to go big here.
Yeah.
So I think maybe if he got a medium one, perfect and easier, he's gonna have something, and then he can wait to do the same in a big one. But we will see what's gonna happen.
This is it, people. Coming down to the wire on the 2012 IBA World Tour, and it ends in beautiful fashion. 6 to 8 foot glassy conditions here at Fronton, and it's just unloading its raw power on these shallow reefs here on the northwest side of Gran Canaria. Sasha Specker has now 1 wave. Look at this. Elliot taking a look. Sasha taking a look. Sasha taking a look. Oh, you can see from that other angle how massive it is and how shallow it is.
It's really shallow, man. It's really shallow. This is still mid-tide, you know. Voy a hablar un poquito español porque sé que hay mucha gente viendo esta manga ahora de Elliot. Y
vámonos.
La marea está todavía media, por eso esas grandes no están abriendo toda la sección. Están abriendo la primera parte, pero la segunda cierra porque están muy secos al estar tan del oeste. Lo que estaba yo hablando antes con Manny es que estas mangas, tú tienes 2 opciones para pasar. O vas por las grandes y vas a por la gloria de hacer esas olas, que son bastante complicadas, ya que al estar la marea tan baja es muy difícil hacer la segunda sección. O tienes una segunda opción, que es ir a esas medianas, que son más fáciles de bajar, de meterte en el tubo y de realizar maniobras aéreas para ya por lo menos tener 2 buenas puntuaciones. Y ahí, al tener un poquito más de tiempo, decidir si vas en una grande para diferenciarte del otro rider. Elliot ha tratado de coger 2 olas grandes, difíciles, complicadas. Las ha bajado con una línea perfecta, se ha metido en el tubo súper profundo, pero al estar tan vacía, esa segunda sección lo ha barrido, lo ha cerrado. En cambio, Sasha ha decidido ir por una mediana grande, perfecta, fácil de bajar, se ha metido en el tubo con mucho control, mucha fluidez y lo ha sacado perfectamente y ahora ya tiene por lo menos una ola media que le va contando. Entonces, vamos a ver qué pasa en las siguientes olas. Hoy las condiciones no están nada fáciles, es un día grande del frontón, entonces hay que ser muy inteligente con la selección de las olas. Mira, aquí tenemos a Sasha bajando.
Oh
en esta
my,
ola.
Sasha dropping in. Nice clean bottom turn, maintains, comes off the section, comes off the bottom, rolls it at the end of that section. Now he's got 2 scores under his card. Now we're pretty much even, Steven, out in this heat with about 17 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Elliot has 2 low-scoring waves. Sasha, that's not going to be a really high-scoring wave, but now they both have 2 waves under their belt. Let's go through this one more time.
Lo que les explicaba antes, Sasha está siendo muy inteligente bajando estas medianas grandes, digamos. Las olas de la serie son un cacho más grande que estas, digamos, como decimos los canarios. Pero está surfeando muy inteligentemente, sacando ya puntuaciones, tratando de hacer alguna maniobra como este rolo, que no ha sido tan bestial para cómo están las condiciones, pero ha asegurado ya una maniobra decente, con lo cual va a hacer que se ponga en primera posición en esta manga, casi seguro.
Here's a look at
Mira, ahí
Sasha's
tenemos a
wait a
Elliot
sec,
en esa
wait a
ola,
second, live action.
dentro del tubo, muy
Oh.
profundo,
Oh,
sácalo, no.
You can see Elliot Morales right there in the live action, pulling in again, super deep, but cannot come out of that. Elliot Morales, here's another look.
Ok, aquí tenemos a Elliot bajando súper profundo a contrapico, metiéndose en este tubo que se veía que era muy largo, muy difícil de sacar y, como les digo, la segunda sección está la marea muy vacía y está cerrando mucho y esas olas que vas muy a contrapico es bastante difícil de finalizarlas.
You were talking about that inside section. With the tide coming up, will that remain open?
Yeah, man. When the tide will be high tide, like maybe 1 hour and a half more, it's gonna be insane.
The right is
Yeah,
going to
you're
stay
gonna have
open.
the
Oh.
first back part of the way from the peak is gonna be a massive barrel, and then become to another more shallow, cleaner, but smaller, but so beautiful and perfect.
So this is the pinnacle of bodyboarding, and what a better way to end the 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series. Oh my, this is insane. So we have the scores dropping in. Sasha Specker's second wave at 4.13, so right now he's in that first place position.
Yeah.
But again, all these scores are in the low range, so Elliot Morales right now is looking for a 3.87. Totally doable for Elliot, but he's got to find those waves that are staying open at the end of the tunnel, and that's where the big scores are going to be coming in. Again, Manny V here with Ardiel Jimenez from the Gran Canaria. He knows this wave like the back of his hand, so he's going to give us that little, a lot of inside information on what's happening here at Fronton. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by our friends over at U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. Thank you all for tuning in. Our Facebook page is wide open. Let me know where you're tuning in from. In fact, I'm going to put something on the Facebook page right now. If you have any questions about Fronton, which we haven't answered, throw them down now. Questions about Fronton.
Ok, bueno, para esa gente que se acaba de incorporar, que hablan en español, pues aquí me tienen a mí retransmitiendo una vez más, invitado por Manny. Hoy tenemos un clásico frontón grande de oeste, bastante difícil porque mucha gente a lo mejor no lo sabe, pero son mareas muy largas, con lo cual la marea sube mucho y baja mucho también. ¿Esto qué significa? Que ahora, al estar la marea media, todavía las olas les falta por llenar más. Y esa segunda sección que vemos que a Elliot le está cerrando es porque todavía la ola no tiene mucha agua en esa segunda parte. Abre esa primera, que es más adentro con los tubos muy grandes, pero esa segunda es bien difícil de que se abra para poder finalizar esos tubos tan buenos que él está diciendo, porque a pesar de que está bajando con mucha fluidez, mucho control, los tubos muy abiertos y con mucha velocidad, vemos que le es prácticamente difícil finalizar esos tubos y no es porque él no surfea increíble, es que básicamente es porque es imposible al la ola cerrar por estar tan seco esa segunda parte de la ola, vamos. Manny,
Yes.
te toca.
You're running out of breath, aren't you? Again, this is Manny V and Ardiel Jimenez holding it down in the commentator's booth. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. We are coming down to the 13-minute and 20-second mark in this heat. Sasha Specker with that 4.13, holding that lead, and the 2.78. But Elliot Morales, he only needs a 3.97, totally doable. Elliot Morales has the priority, I believe, out in the water right now, so he can choose any wave he wants without without Sasha Specker getting in the wave whatsoever. That is the beauty of the priority system. But we are coming down to the last 12 minutes. But check it out. Elliot Morales taking a
va a
look.
ser la estrategia que yo te dije. Creo que está ahora buscando esas pequeñas para buscar una buena rampa, tener una buena puntuación y asegurar ya unos buenos puntos. Ahí está cogiendo velocidad. Va a impactar esa ola. ¡Pum! Un buen rolito y un reverse para seguir haciendo algo más de puntuación.
So Elliot choosing one of those two options, either go big or come into that inside and do a maneuver on the end of that. But check it out one more time. This is what he did as the section came right at him. Big roll right here. I mean, we're going to see bigger rolls as the tide starts pushing in, but that was a good maneuver for that wave right there. So Elliot Morales playing it caution, but getting a good score under his belt. We do have the winner of the last heat with Alex Leon. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Well, what a close one there. Mark McCarthy, very, very close. The last 5 seconds, Yuri had you on the ropes. You got some smokers in the start of that heat. Then you managed to get that one back and then came right down to the wire there. Talk us through that.
I mean, so I needed a 5 something and that big set came through and I was in position. I skipped so hard to get into it and everything was going according to plan until it was so heavy out there and it blew me straight off my board and bent me in half and I had no wind. I was able to get back out there and went down to the last exchange there with 30 seconds left and got the better of it. So it's pretty lucky and pretty excited for this next heat.
Yeah, what were you thinking that last 10 seconds going through your mind just when you knew there was a set coming? What were you thinking?
I knew I needed to get him on a wave before I could get a wave. So like that was my first little thing I wanted to do is get him on a wave before I got a wave. So luckily enough, he got that first one. If he didn't want to go on that first one, I would have gone in it. Luck just played to my side in that little exchange, and I was able to get a bowl, and I knew I had to do something more than a roll, so went up and over for a flip and got me the score.
Yeah, well done, congratulations. And this next heat, quarterfinal, you're taking on Jeff Hubbard. This is you're going to either crush his dream or make his dream.
Yeah, it's just I'm not here to crush any dreams, just here to have fun, and
Yes, you are.
I'm just. I just want to get good waves out there. It's pumping. Another session out there with Jeff. I'm sure it'll be pretty damn exciting.
Do you think you might have the advantage over Jeff in this one because you've surfed a heat already out here in these conditions?
I think it's about selecting those waves that hold up longer. So maybe some kind of advantage. But Jeff's just he was born in these kind of conditions, so he can pick out the good ones just as well as I can. So we'll just see how it goes out there.
Well, the whole world will be watching, so no pressure there, buddy. But quick shout out to anyone, South Africa.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's at home watching. Thanks so much for the support this morning. I got messages from all over the world. There's you guys in Australia, South Africa, all around the world. Thanks so much, and so stoked like I made it to that one and for the next heat.
Yeah, congratulations. Well, it's going to be a really tough one this next heat, and everyone's going to be watching. Mark McCarthy taking that one out, moving into the quarterfinal up against Jeff Hubbard, coming up very soon. Back to you, Manny.
Wow, congratulations to Mark McCarthy, even after getting worked right there at his last heat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Currently out in the water, we do have round number 6, heat number 3. The Canary Island rider in red, Elliot Morales, calls this place his backyard. He's no stranger to these conditions. He's out there with South African Sasha Specker, and Sasha Specker is leading the charge right now by only a .33 score, which means Elliot Morales needs a 3.29 to get back into that first place spot. So we're using our Facebook page and asking our viewers some questions. Ardiel, you can answer a couple of these, I'm sure. From Zav, he wants to know, what was the worst injury that's ever gone down here at Fronton that you know about?
Okay, the like couple of months ago, an all bodyboarder here. It wasn't a big day, but it was a really shallow. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
We'll come back to that.
Elliot Morales bajando hacia izquierda, frenándose perfectamente con ese tubo perfecto y saliendo ola que le va a dar una puntuación suficiente para ponerse en primer lugar. Él ahora está utilizando esa estrategia que yo hablaba antes de no ir a la grande, difícil porque está cegando la segunda sección. Ha decidido ir por esta mediana muy buena, bajando perfectamente, utilizando las piernas para frenarse en ese tubo limpio, perfecto y saliendo muy suavemente cosa que los jueces van a saber apreciar mucho y seguro que le van a dar una puntuación mayor de un 5, creo que yo.
That was a solid wave right there from Elliot Morales. As I'll translate. Sorry, guys. Translate for
Are you okay?
for RDL. Yeah. I'm still fighting this jet lag cough, but yes, solid score right there will most likely come down for Elliot Morales, even though it wasn't a long barrel. Look at this, Sasha on the inside. He's opting for that second mission right here. Sees a section, punches through a lip. Nice roll. Is he gonna? What's gonna happen on this inside? Is he gonna hold on? No, he gets out of there just in time before it comes over to the shallow reef. Sasha Specker, again, there's two options that the riders are going for. Either go big or come into the inside for these medium-sized waves and do a maneuver on the sections that are coming up at you. So good wave exchange right there between Elliot and this wave right here from Sasha Specker. As you can see, the wave is forming up down the reef, and he just a little bit too late, but still is able to pull off a clean roll, even though it was a very heavy section right there. So Sasha and Elliot, a good wave exchange going down between them two. So back to Liz, here's a different angle of Sasha's wave.
Sí, aquí tenemos a Sasha usando esa estrategia de coger la medianita buena, haciendo un rolo bastante difícil en esa sección que parecía que le iba a comer, pero controló muy bien, estiró los brazos perfectamente y esta ola yo creo que va a ser una de sus mejores por ahora. Elliot, a su vez, pues utilizó la misma estrategia, como que parece que se ha dado cuenta de que la opción ahora mismo es bajarte esas medianas para conseguir 2 puntuaciones aceptables, como lo ha hecho ahora. Creo que sus 2 mejores olas son un 3,63 y 4,05. Y me imagino que va a optar ahora por bajarse una de esas grandes y hacer la diferencia con Sasha, ya que a los dos tener 2 olas medianas aceptables, la diferencia la va a marcar quien se baje esa grande y haga algo completamente diferente. Elliot es una persona que conoce esta ola muy, muy, muy bien. Es uno de los riders que está más en forma aquí. De los jóvenes que están ahora sobresaliendo, pues es uno de mis favoritos, seguro. Tenemos ahí viene detrás esa serie grande de las que hablábamos. Vamos a ver si opta por ir en esta o no. Parece que no. La verdad que viéndolo aquí desde la pantalla no se ve tan fácil. A mí me gusta cuando estoy fuera porque veo mejor el ángulo de cómo vienen las olas, y cuando vienen esas olas de oeste son realmente las buenas que abren la primera sección y la segunda. Hoy creo que el mar ha cambiado un poquito menos oeste, está noroeste, y la dirección es un poquito más cerrada. Cuando tenemos las condiciones más de oeste, se abre mucho más y toda la primera y segunda sección abren y es perfecta.
All right, so Ardiel Jimenez in here with Manny V. Ardiel giving the Spanish feed for our fellow Spanish speaker, Elliot Morales, out there in the red jersey. And it looks like a set is rolling through, but if this thing doesn't get caught, we are going to go to an ad. But you know what? They are paddling out. They know what's coming down the pipe. They were sitting inside to catch these little inside wave. Well, I can't say little because they're still big on anybody's standard. But the sets are rolling in. And here's a couple big bombs on the horizon. Sasha Specker, Elliot Morales, Sasha in green, Elliot in red. There they are paddling, trying to get in position. Elliot, he calls this place his backyard.
I think he's going to go. I think he's going to go, man.
Sasha Specker.
Elliot, he's going to go.
Sasha,
he's gonna go.
Elliot.
Go, Elliot.
Oh. Sasha Specker now has priority, I believe.
That's
Elliot,
why I think Elliot didn't go.
Sasha Specker, Elliot Morales trying to get in position for these big sets. And even though they look perfect from our angle, if you're not in the right spot, you will get cleaned up if you try to drop into these things. So looks like the sets have finally gone through.
I think he's going.
Elliot Morales taking a look. Here he is, deciding to go. Elliot Morales dropping in. Nice, clear.
Yeah.
Oh, looking at the catches. Looking at the cliff as a little showboat right there from Elliot Morales. Not a very deep barrel, but a nice pocket ride for Elliot Morales on that one. He was looking for a 5.41. Sasha Specker now has priority.
Eso es lo que yo llamo, Manny, estar completamente seguro de lo que uno está haciendo y conocer la ola. Elliot bajó esa ola ahí completamente tranquilo, se frena y mira para un lado, como diciendo, señores, aquí estoy, denme la puntuación que quiero, que necesito, porque esta ola se lo merece. Qué buena, sí señor. Eso es conocer la ola, lo demás bobería.
Wow, that was very calm, tranquil. Elliot Morales out there. Here's another look from the front ankle.
Oh, mira, ahí tenemos a Elliot bajando esa bola, frenándose, mirando hacia la cámara, diciendo, señores, aquí estoy yo, denme la puntuación, yo necesito pasar como sea aquí, seguir representando a todos los canarios que me están apoyando y lo va a hacer, lo va a conseguir porque él lo está deseando realmente.
Well, there you have it. Another solid score coming in. Actually, not a very deep barrel, not one of the bigger waves, and the waves are still dropping for this.
Sasha.
This is what happened with Sasha's last wave just now as we were watching the replay. Sasha, again, finds the section, finds a roll section right there as he comes out of the barrel. Probably will score higher than Elliot's last wave because of that maneuver at the end of that wave. So the scores are going to be dropping right now. So stay tuned. That was a great wave exchange right there between Elliot Morales and Sasha Specker.
La verdad que ha sido una pasada estas dos últimas olas de estos dos competidores, tanto de Elliot bajando muy cómodo, muy seguro, frenándose perfectamente, mirando incluso para la cama como diciendo, señores, aquí estoy yo, siguiendo perfectamente, muy fluido, con un tubo perfectísimo. Atrás venía Sasha Specker diciendo, ok, yo también estoy aquí, señores, sé surfear, estoy entre los mejores del mundo y se lo voy a demostrar. Bajó esa ola con mucha fluidez.
Oh, Elliot paddles over this one. Look at the bombs out the back. Oh, my. I got to reposition on my seat because it's going to be insane. Elliot Morales is not afraid of Fronton and what she has to offer. He's turning around.
Oh, my God. Mira, ahí tenemos a Elliot bajando metiéndose en el tubo. Oh, qué pena. Ha sido una ola muy grande. El drop ha sido muy difícil, pero no le ha abierto tanto como todos hubiéramos deseado. Pero vamos a ver qué los jueces opinan de esto. El control y la dificultad de esta ola ha sido muy grande. Esa ola les puedo asegurar que no la baja cualquiera. Era una ola ya de tamaño en frontón. Ha bajado con mucha seguridad, mucho control, abriendo las piernas, frenándose, metiéndose. Mira, aquí lo tenemos.
You can hear the whole crowd on the beach cheering as he drops in on this one. Amazing.
Qué bueno, Dios mío. Es que las condiciones están brutales hoy. Qué pena que esa ola no abrió como realmente él hubiera deseado, como todos los canarios hubiéramos deseado, pero se ha visto perfectamente el control que este chaval tiene. Está ahí porque se lo merece, no es que se lo haya regalado a nadie, y está representando como lo tiene que ser, y todos los canarios nos sentimos orgullosos de que esté surfeando de esta manera y lo está haciendo tan bien y dejándonos tan bien en el resto del mundo, digamos.
All right, so Ardiel Jimenez, the little stand right on the other side of our commentator's booth took away all the food, took away all the beer and coffee, but check this out. We got the super hottie from Red Bull. She's going to give us a Red Bull. Come in. You can come in. Thank you very much. You can say hi to everybody if you want. I'll take a couple of these. Can you leave like 10 of these? Thank you very much. So I got the Red Bull over here, and now we are ready to rock, people. Ow! Thank you very much again to everybody for tuning in. This is Manny V and Ardiel Jimenez. Ardiel obviously will not take the Red Bull because he's sponsored by a different energy drink.
Shark energy drink.
That's right.
So that's my main sponsor, so
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's
sorry,
fine.
Guys.
Actually, later on, when you come back in, bring the shark.
Yeah, sure.
All right, brother, so here we go. That is the end of the heat.
Yeah,
oh,
what
my.
happened at the end?
We are waiting for the final results. Did Sasha Specker take out one of the Canary Island locals here right off in round number 6? Oh, my. Sasha Specker, Elliot Morales, putting together a beautiful show out there. It was amazing. Oh, my. Sorry.
No pasa nada, Manny. Eso es así, es competición.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to talk more about that last heat right after this. Let's talk about that really quick. Elliot Morales, you saw him out there. Really quick wrap up. Sasha Specker advancing on, facing off Dave Winchester in quarterfinal number 3. But Elliot Morales, unfortunately, he had 2 incredible waves, but the end of the barrel did not stay open, and he could not make it out of that.
Sí, es lo que hablábamos antes. La verdad que estaban esas dos opciones de ir a por la grande y difícil o por esas medianas perfectas. Ahí tenemos a Benny, ¿no? Haciéndose el tubo perfecto, muy largo, muy abierto. Mira, ya ha cogido un poco más de agua y se nota que esa segunda parte ya está comenzando a abrir. Seguro que ya los siguientes hits que vengan, las siguientes mangas, van a abrir perfectamente.
Here's another look at Ben Player's wave. As you can see, his is his first wave of the heat. Incredible deep pit comes out. And as Ardiel Jimenez said in Spanish, now as the tide and water's starting to fill in here at Fronton, that end section on the right is going to stay open. And I'm going to tell you something, we're going to see more incredible barrel. Oh my, Jason Finlay taking a look. Did he get sucked over the falls? That is the big question. A lot of water pushing forward and sideways. Did Jason Finlay hold on and not get sucked over the falls? Oh, that could have been a dangerous move. But there he is making it safely. Out in the water right now. 30-minute heats, top 2 waves scored, 15 wave maximum in the water. Ben Players clocking in that first awesome wave, 7.38. Jason Finlay in the green jersey, still with no wave, 30-minute heats, 27 minutes remaining. Ben Player.
¿Sabes qué pasa, Manny? Que Jason Finlay no ha bajado esa ola porque, aunque de fuera parezca que es muy fácil de bajar, les quiero recordar que hoy es un día ya serio en el frontón, un día grande, fuerte, difícil, y todavía no hay tanta agua. Entonces, para esas tan grandes de la serie, si no estás en el momento exacto, en el sitio exacto, es muy difícil de bajar la ola y controlarla. Creo que Jason ha hecho la decisión correcta no bajando esa ola, porque si hubiera bajado en el aire y hubiera caído sin velocidad y la ola hubiera sido muy rápida e imposible de hacer. Todavía queda muchísimo tiempo. En estas condiciones hay que esperar esas olas grandes, buenas, perfectas. Ben ha tenido mucha suerte. La ola de él no era de las grandes del set, pero era una mediana grande que con el agua que ya estamos teniendo, pues ya está empezando a abrir esa segunda sección. Cosa que yo creo que en breve, como media hora, una hora, las más grandes van a hacer lo mismo. Y quien se zumbe en esas grandes es el que va a pasar todas las mangas y va a hacernos gozar con estas condiciones que tenemos.
All right, so there you have it, Ardiel Jimenez. Thank you for coming in. We're going to see you in quarterfinal number 1 when we see Yaray Martinez and Jared Houston go head-to-head. But we're going to get Ryan Hardy in here. So thank you for tuning in. We'll see you in a heat or 2.
Okay, nos vemos, Manny.
Okay, gracias, hermano.
De nada, amigo.
Ardiel Jimenez, old school friend of mine. I don't even know how many years I've known this guy, but great friend and very informative information on Fronton and the Canary Islands. Coming into the hot seat right now, we have Ryan Hardy. He's going to step in and talk us through this heat right here, Ben Player versus Jason Finlay. This is an incredible heat. Again, Jason Finlay out to win the Fronton Pro. Ben Player, what's at stake for him?
What's up, Manny?
Oh, there you are.
So rankings-wise, stats-wise, there's nothing really at stake, but I mean, lives are at stake. The waves are that heavy out here. I know with both of these guys that charge really hard. Look at this thing coming in. This is huge.
Ben
Benny,
Player.
nice positioning, but it's just sort of come up short on the reef and it's kind of lipped him there. Definitely nothing like that first wave he got in this heat. That was a phenomenal barrel.
Oh, man, we got your questions about Fronton. Look at Ben Player on the inside. He's not even going to get on his board. He's going to just start swimming because he knows he's in that impact zone, somewhere you do not want to be, especially here at Fronton. So maybe you can answer this question. We threw out questions about Fronton when Ardiel was here, but somebody asked, how shallow does it get during high tide here at Fronton?
Yeah, okay. We'll just have a look at Finlay's wave here first.
Oh, my. Finlay dropping in. Nice, clean line off the bottom. Oh, the first big invert right there of the event. Jason Finlay straight off the bottom, straight off the top. Big, clean invert from Jason Finlay. He's looking comfortable.
I think the judges are going to like that, Manny. No one's really come off hard off the bottom on a set wave and hit their lips, so that's going to be rewarded pretty highly for sure. Here he is, net. So he's dropping straight down, straight into that bottom turn, just eyes for the lip. Boom, just floating it up there for a while, trying to make that landing as flat as he can. A little celebration sprint out of it.
Yeah. So there is still, I mean, there's so much power and shallowness still at high tide. Here's another look at Jason Finlay's wave from a different angle, straight off the bottom, big invert, perfect timing. I mean, you couldn't hit it any better than that. Lands on the foam ball, rides it out. So great wave for Jason Finlay. But when the tide starts filling in, we're going to see a lot more bigger moves from all the riders, especially this guy, Jason Finlay, your 2011 Fronton Pro winner. Can he go 2 for 2 here at Fronton?
I think he's definitely got it in. I mean, he took me out in the last round.
Oh, that's right. You know what? Well,
moved on past me, but I mean, he's just the most ballsiest guy. I mean, he wasn't phased at all out there that it was nearly dry reef, and he's competitive, and he's going to be going all out here at Fronton. So as for 2 times Fronton champion, definitely not out of the question.
So the question is, are we going to see you next year on some of the events or all the events? What's in store for you for 2013 now that you're not in the top 24 seed?
Yeah, well, I'll definitely still be making my way to most of the events, especially the events in good waves.
Yep.
And being in the 17th position, hopefully I'll get a seeding into most of the events. But even if I don't, I'll still be doing the trials.
Here we go, Ben Player right off the bat.
Really clean, really getting clean out there now with that tide. Before everyone would have seen that there was a lot of ledges popping up in the middle of the wave, which just makes it really gnarly, like you're free falling every wave. But now you can see the guys getting just a nice vert drop. I mean, the bigger the waves are, the steeper and the more they're going to suck out. I think we've got Finlay looking at one out the back.
Here's another look at Ben Player's wave before we get to the live action. We'll cut to the live action if we need to, but Ben Player, nice clean barrel ride right off the bat right there for his 3rd wave. And that's not going to be a high-scoring wave. He wasn't really deep in the barrel, but look at that, unloading on the inside. Oh, my. So these waves, let's talk about this wave right now that Jason Finlay is going over. How deep is it right there?
Probably where that lip's landing, I'd imagine it'd be shoulder deep. So it'd maybe be 5 foot max deep. Yeah.
So I wasn't able to hear the interview from Mark McCarthy, but did he actually hit the reef?
No, he didn't. No, he rode the barrel. He was nearly coming out, and the actual explosion from the foam ball coming out twisted his body. It picked his legs up and threw him over his head, so to speak. You know, he said he felt a bit of a tightness in his back where it didn't want to fold, and then he said it just gave way, and so he kind of just had a real heavy crunch. But he seems all right. I'm sure he'll be sore tonight and tomorrow, but he seems all right to compete and fit for his next heat.
Well, he's going to face off with Jeff Hubbard in quarterfinal number 2. That's coming up shortly. So, Ben Player, Jason Finlay currently out in the water, round number 6. Welcome again, Manny V here with the legend himself, Ryan Hardy. We are going to see him in 2013. He's not going anywhere. He shouldn't go anywhere. He's still at the top of his game, so you better not go anywhere.
Nah, not Manny. You got waves like this on the world tour.
Oh,
mate,
exactly.
I'm not going anywhere. I really kind of wish I was out there right now, Manny.
With the tide coming up.
It's sick fun watching as a title race, and it's great fun commentating. But the ultimate place that I'd like to be right now is in the water, because it's really getting perfect out there. It's amazing to watch.
This is I mean, we couldn't ask for any better conditions to finish off this 2012 IBA World Tour Grand Slam Series. 6 to 8 foot. Glassy is the key component here, because the last 2 years we've had winds coming in from the northwest and just pretty much blowing out the entire area. But glass conditions making it fun for this.
That is a big wave. That's over 8 foot. That's pushing up to the 10-foot mark.
Look at that.
Gone a little wide on the reef. So, I mean, Benny could have scooped up into the barrel, but it kind of pinched. So it's just a bit wide on the reef. If that had hit more the center of the reef, it would have given that kind of A-frame cobra shape, and it would have been really hard to ride.
Well, Ben Player is no stranger to a world title. In fact, he won the world title back in 2007. Jason Finlay, he's no stranger to the winner's circle, winning last year here. So we got some pretty fierce competitors out there. Very exciting to watch. In my opinion, there's a few people that are on the top of my list. Jeff Hubbard, Ben Player, Mitch Rollins, and of course yourself. Those are some of my favorite bodyboarders in the world. And to see Ben Player out here with Jason Finlay, who unfortunately took you out in the last heat, pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see Jace have a look at those waves there. They were set waves, and they had the barrel there, but he would have only dropped in and just ridden out on the foam ball, and it'd be a maximum 4-point score. So what you're looking at out there is trying to get a set wave with a bit of a wedge on it, and to run down the reef more, so you get a bit of a deep barrel or maybe an air section. So You know, you're going to see guys letting these big foam ball exploding waves go just because they're not going to get that length of ride.
It's only going to get better from this point on. I mean, we got the quarterfinals coming up. The first one is Jared Houston and Yadai Martinez. Alex Leon is going to come in for that quarterfinal and give me a half-hour break, and then I'll jump right back in. And but this is it. 20 minutes remaining, 19 minutes remaining. And another question about Fronton. The first question about the shallowness. James, thank you. Eric Hughesman wants to know, is the drop kneeable right now? There's your answer. There's your answer. That just a straight up laugh from Ryan Hardy, who does drop knee. So yeah, if you think you can drop knee out here, good on you. But the chances of you actually making it to the bottom are pretty much 0-0.
We got some action here, Manny. The boys are paddling
rational?
out, which means the big set approaching. Finlay's turning around late. Head down. Look at that commitment.
Oh my!
This is
look
a
at
big
this
wave.
bomb.
10-footer. Come
He
off the
pulls
bottom.
in. Is he gonna come out? Can he come out of the whitewater foam?
he
Jason Finlay pulls up. I thought he was going to go straight, but at the last second pulls up on his board.
We got Benny out the back. No, that was. I'd like to see a replay and see. You check the commitment of him when he's paddling underneath that 10-footer. His head's down. He's not even looking at the wave. He knows he's going. This guy is one of the biggest chargers I've met.
Yeah, take another look.
He's at the top of the thing, both arms, and his head goes. I think he's already had the head down there, and he's just dropping in full commitment.
Right here. This is a make or break decision, and he pulls in hard as the wave just comes right over him. I thought he was clear, home free right there, but he just got clipped by that lip at the very end of that. But, oh my, that what you said, commitment, 100%. Jason Finlay is right up there on the top of my list now. That was incredible.
For sure. He's just demonstrating his potential out here today. I mean, we saw him get some crazy rides out here last year, but you know, if he keeps going through this contest today, you're going to see him just going some really, really nuts waves.
Well, so you didn't get knocked out of this event in vain. That wave right there proves that Jason Finlay is definitely a contender in some heavy conditions here at the Fronton Pro. This is Manny V and Ryan Hardy holding it down at the NMD versus Fronton Pro out in the water. Round number 6, the last heat of round number 6. The winner of this heat will go into the quarterfinals and face off with Pierre-Louis Costa, your 2011 world champion. So 16 minutes remaining, 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, 15 wave maximum. Nobody's going to come close to that wave max. So it's all about those 2 high-scoring waves. Where are we right now?
Oh, right now it's super tight out there. I believe Jace is just in front with a 10-6-5 combo. Benny's in second, 10-2-6 he's paddling into a nice one here. Classy, nice scoop, bit of length to the barrel.
Is he going to come out?
With a
roll.
That's a good score. That's definitely the highest score of the heat so far, Manny. Now Finlay's going to be chasing a second score.
Well, Ben Player was after a 3.275. Most definitely that will take care of that. But will it be better than his high scoring wave of 7.38? And his second highest scoring wave of 2.88, that's pretty much gone. This wave alone will probably be his best wave so far, but that was incredible. Ben Player.
That was amazing. This situation we got now, Manny, excites me because Finlay needs a big score, and there's big waves coming in here, and he's definitely not going to hold back if he needs to score. He's going to be going big. Here's Benny on that last one. See, it's just a perfect scoop now, Manny. There's no free falls, or not on this one anyway.
They make it look so easy, but what they're doing out there is pretty much going against Mother Nature's will, and that is getting ahead of the speed that this wave unloads on the reef. And Ben Player, textbook wave riding. I'm gonna say in the 7, maybe even 8 point range. That wave was incredible.
Yeah, I think so, Manny. Yeah, that came in locked in at an 8.75.
Oh my!
One of the highest scores of today. That was a perfectly ridden wave. You could not have ridden that wave any better.
Let's take another look. Talk us through it.
So he drops down lows to kind of slow himself down a bit. Perfectly slotted. You can see that bowl there as he's just before it spits, and he turns up into the lip, rolls out clean.
He did that roll blindfolded. There was spit all around him. It was all instinct on that one for Ben Player.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So Finlay now needs a 9.93 to be first.
Oh man.
Which is nearly a perfect score.
Well, he's sitting on 2 pretty, medium-sized scores, a 6.2 and a 4.45, and there's about 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so he can probably get 2 whole new waves.
Totally, yeah. I mean, nearly 15 minutes. That's plenty. It's only a smallish reef. If he rides a really good one and comes out clean, doesn't wipe out, that's plenty of time to get back out for a second wave. And but I'm sure Benny's feeling pretty comfortable right now. 16.13 total. He can just sit there now and just wait for just try and pick off a really perfect one. I think we've got a lump coming here, Manny. What's this thing doing?
All right, looks like both of the riders are going over that in red. Ben Player in green, Jason Finlay. Just making sure there's nobody out there. But if we do have any action, we're going to have that picture-in-picture feature as we go to Alex Leone and the winner of the last heat, Sasha Specker. Where you at, brothers?
Spexy.
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Well, if anyone's wondering who this bloke is next to me, he has qualified for next year on the World Tour, and it's from performances like that. Sasha Specker, sensational, buddy.
Thanks, Alex. The waves are really good out there. It's actually the first time I got to surf Fronton this good and big, so it's an experience on its own. Never mind making a heat, so I'm just super stoked and pumped.
Yeah. Well, mate, it looked like it sort of slowed up a little bit just for that heat there, sort of over wedge. A lot of sets are sort of over wedging themselves. Just describe the conditions out there.
There's crazy big west ones coming through, and you kind of just have to dodge those bombs, and then everything in between, you're just looking for something that's going to hit the reef. There's really good waves out there. They're kind of difficult to find. There's a lot more space when it's bigger, I guess, but it's pumping.
Yeah, it's pumping, and the crowd down here is going ecstatic, and you're the second South African to make it through today. Waiting on Jared Houston, he's coming up next. The boys are going good for South Africa.
We're just pumped. You know, McCarthy had a nail bar to finish in that heat. I was actually in the water getting ready for my heat, and I saw him. He had 30 seconds left or something, and he got the score. And I can see Jerry just getting his vest on there. So it's a big day for us. We're pumped, you know, and it's so good to have guys together here supporting, and all the people at home supporting us. You know, it's awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, good luck for the rest of the event. Sasha Specker there, taking that one out. Moving into the quarterfinal. Back to you, Manny.
Wow, Sasha Specker marching his way one step closer to the final. Congratulations to Sasha. He's going to face off with Dave Winchester in the quarterfinal, but Ben Player on the left.
Looking for a nice ramp on the left there.
Nice.
No, that won't score too well. So Finlay now still sitting in the priority position. 12 minutes left. Still needing that 9.93 or a combination of perhaps 2 8-point rides. So pressure's on.
The pressure is on, and again, our IBA World Tour Facebook page, that is your portal, your gateway to get in here and throw out your comments. I put something on there without Ryan Hardy knowing, but I'll get back to it in a second. Here's another look at Ben Player.
Coming clean off the bottom, perfect little section. The section's just kind of died off a bit as he's hit it, so kind of drifted off the back a bit.
All right, so our Facebook page, IBA World Tour, I posted, do you want to see Hardy back in 2013? The first person, James Norton, pretty much spoke for everybody when he said, F yeah. So, Hardy, don't go anywhere. We want to see you back in 2013 for sure. So, this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign 662 Mob, likebodyboard.com. And we are in the last heat of round number 6. The winner of this heat will go head-to-head in quarterfinal number 4 with PLC. Ben Player currently leading the charge. Now it's up to Jason Finlay looking for a 9.93 to get back into that first place spot. Here we go, out in the water. Could be some action.
Ooh. Looks like Finlay's going to let this one go. Benny's probably going to have a little, maybe try and get an air move off this one. Looks like a bit of a short one. It's dropping in.
Oh, another little barrel right there. Oh, little backflip on the exit on that one. Ben Player looking pretty much in command right now in that heat. He didn't have priority, so he saw a medium-sized wave on the inside, and look at that.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to, you know, a solid score. But he's sitting on 2 high-score waves right there. That's not going to better any one of those. A 7.38 and an 8.75. But let's take another look.
Yeah, I think Ben likes to do this if he's got a good 2-wave combination. He just likes to get busy and just get some fun waves while there's no sets coming. Yeah, and he's looking pretty nice at the moment. Between that wave and his last wave, definitely good form and on track to be taking this heat out. But let's see what Finlay's got to say about it with this thing approaching
Look
Manny.
at this. Finlay taking a little stab at that. You can see how big this is now with that perspective right there. And it's only 4 feet deep. And these big bombs are unloading. Jason Finlay, no fear.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's
not
ready.
scared.
If whatever size sets come in, Manny, he's not going to go, oh, this one looks a bit big. He's going. He's going.
It's more
He's
like,
not
is
holding
it
back.
going to be
What can I
good?
do with this wave? Not am I going, what can I do with this wave?
Exactly. He's crazy.
He's an animal.
Oh my! Look at that. So this is a perfect perspective on how shallow it is and how quick the wave unloads on the inside shallow.
What do we got
reef.
here, Manny?
Oh my! Any new takers on this one? It is in green. Jason Finlay has priority. Ben Player, look at that. Amazing. The water is super clear. You can see the reef right through the wave. Oh, glassy conditions is what's making it today.
For sure, Manny. Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal scenario up front on is just dead winds. You can't really get an offshore wind here because there's such a big mountain behind us. So you don't want any sort of cross-shore wind putting chop into the lineup. So just a dead wind with a nice biggish period swell to make it for nice even lines and clean water over the reef. Nothing too washy or bumpy, and that's exactly what we got today for the final day, the big finale, Manny, the title race.
I think you can't ask for any better conditions. I mean, the world title race is up for grabs. Pretty much everybody who had a chance to qualify for next year is now situated. That has been taken care of, and we'll have that on the IBAWorldTour.com website. But it now comes down to the winner of the Fronton Pro, and more importantly, who will be your 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series World Champion. Is it Dave Winchester or Jeff Hubbard? We will find out at the end of the day today.
Maybe if we could get on Facebook, see who do you think is going to win? Who's got it today?
Let's post that up there right now. I'm just going to write Dave or Jeff.
Dave or Jeff.
Who do you think will take it? Who do you want to take it? Put it on our IBA World Tour Facebook page right now. And while you're at it, if you look right under the cover photo of the IBA World Tour Facebook page, there is a win button right up there. If you click on that, fill it out, you will have a chance to be chosen to win anything from you riding Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboard, as well as NMD and Versus. So get up there, put your name in, and get in there for a chance to win some prizes. Oh my! So hardballs, we put it up there. Let's see what the people have said.
That's right, Manny. Yeah, Dave or Jeff, the big title showdown. It's all happening today. It's finishing today, 100%.
Yep.
And for sure, the best waves and the best riding you're going to see over the next 3 hours. These guys have got so much on the line.
Well, what time is high tide?
The high time's at 2 o'clock. Right now, it's 12:20 p.m. So in an hour and 40, it's dead high. And it's going to finish about 2 hours after high. So it's basically going to be what you've seen in this heat and the heat before, which is amazing tide. Like guys not free falling too hard, just dropping nicely into the waves and just getting deep pits and possibly big air moves. And I'm sure with David and Jeff out there, both of those are very, very, very likely to be seen. Look at this thing that Finlay's paddling into, Manny. What do we got here?
Look at this bomb just ready to unleash. What is Jason Finlay doing? He's going big. Pulls in. Nice clean line. Can he maintain? Can he avoid that whitewash behind him? He does. That was a solid wave right there for Jason Finlay, just avoiding everything and drawing the clean line. But Ben Player answering back.
He's looking like he's on the wedge. He's coming off the bottom, looking for an air move.
Oh!
Beautiful air forward.
Oh, my.
Really nice air forward. Cleanly landed.
That was incredible.
That was
Two perfect, incredible waves out the back. Wave exchange. This is.
Do we have a paddle battle
here?
here?
We do have a paddle battle going on right now. The paddle battle. It's all about who will have priority for the next wave. The first person to get out to the outside will have the priority and will be able to choose the next wave, the next best wave. Who is it? Jason Finlay in green, Ben Player in red. Look at that. Both of their heads are down, and they're going at it. Who is going to get to the outside first? Oh, that little wave may have pushed Ben Player just ahead of Jason Finlay. Is that so? Yes, but they're not stopping yet. Look at him.
No, still going at it. I think Ben's got a little bit of an edge. But, I mean, after just coming off those two waves where their bodies would have been in full muscle tension, full
anaerobic,
using all their energy. Yeah, that'd be exhausting doing that right now.
I got tired just looking at them, both paddling at full
Well, what's
strength.
going on here? It almost, I guess Benny must assume that he's got priority.
Mez and Alex to stand by to give us the confirmation of who has priority, who made it out there first. Was it Ben Player or was it Jason Finlay? Look at this.
Tell me that's not one of the biggest waves ridden today, Manny. That looks giant. That would look.
Remember, it's only 4 feet deep right here, people.
Wow.
My. So
we've just got confirmation, Manny, that Finlay has actually got priority. So
Ben
I don't know
Player-
whether Benny's actually just sacrificed that for his mate, or he thought he had priority and then gave it away. But that's
look
very
at this
interesting.
move. How difficult is this maneuver right here?
Well, I mean, Ben makes it look easy enough. That just looks easy
Oh,
coming out of the bowl. Perfect
my.
rotation. But that's just years and years of practice and
Oh.
perfect timing in the moment.
So as we saw the paddle battle, that was an incredible wave exchange. One of the best ones we've seen all morning. But you saw the paddle battle, and it looked like Ben Player hit the brakes when he thought he was on the outside. And oh my, look at that! The scores have dropped for both of these waves. Ben Player, the judges loved it 100%. His riding and his technique, the judges scored it a perfect 10. That is one of the most difficult maneuvers to pull off cleanly, and especially here at Fronton. 10-point ride, the first 10-point ride from Ben Player. We saw Uri Valadao get as close as possible with his air forward the last day, but here he is, Jason Finlay, not holding back.
Ooh, not a nice position to be. He's going to want to hope there's nothing too big out the back. Nah, he'll be right, I'd say. Yeah, he pulled through the back. But yeah, the judges love that, the commitment and the technique, the height, the how smooth he landed the score. And so here it is, another look. So it's a big set wave. So, I mean, judges are really looking at that.
Yeah, it's massive.
That's a solid wave. Full
Look
commitment.
how big this was. He's easily about 12 feet above the flats right there, but lands perfectly on the foam ball. So I think the judges may have nailed it on that. That was a pretty good size wave and a big move.
So I'm sure that Dave Winchester and Jeff Hubbard are going to note that score right now, Manny. And if that's going to encourage some massive air moves, then so be it. I'm ready to witness it and cheer him on. And look, we got Finlay looking at a big ramp possibly on the inside. Coming out of it.
Oh, for a reverse. Can he pull it off? Can he come out in front of the whitewash? No.
No. Throws the hand up in despair.
Oh my, that was one of the most incredible. You're watching history here, people. The 2012 IBA World Tour is coming down to an end, and we are ending in incredible fashion with some perfect 6-8 foot Ben Player making his way, trying to get in a situation or trying to get in position for this next set. Here he is, Ben Player lining it up.
Perfectly positioned.
Oh!
Drops down clean. He might be looking for another air move here. No, it's just a bit wide. You can see how smooth it is on the face now, Manny. With this tide and still being glassy conditions, the waves are just pumping out there.
Oh, my.
It's just amazing action. Those guys in the water there are going to have just such a good show in front of them. You can see Jacob Romero there, Nick Ormerod.
That's the best seat in the house.
Yeah,
You're out. Are you going to head out there?
I'm 100% heading out there later on. I'm hoping my good friend Dave Winchester will be out there going for his title campaign, and I'm hoping to be in the channel, hoping that my voice will be sore later on today because I'll be yelling so much.
I might hand you my GoPro to put in your wetsuit and take a couple clips if you don't mind.
That'd be not a bad idea.
But you have to get in the pit.
Oh, yeah?
It's a wide angle. I'm just joking. I think Sacha has my GoPro anyways. But check it out, people. Here is the situation currently out in the water with 1 minute remaining in heat number 4 of round number 6. Ryan Hardy, give it to us.
Well, we got Ben Player in a heat total of 18.75, which is definitely one of the highest, possibly the highest, I'd say, in this event so far. And Finlay with a 6.9 and a 6.2, definitely commendable waves. He's been charging all heat. But, Benny's just been on fire. And so Finlay's in a combo situation now, 45 seconds. He's drop-kneeing. He's drop-kneeing on the end there, Manny. I think he knows it's over.
he knows.
So there you have it. Ben Player into the quarterfinals. And next heat, Manny, what are we going to be looking at? Now, this one's still 30 seconds to go, but, you got Finlay drop-kneeing on the end. It's over.
Well, I mean, we got the quarter. That was the last heat in round number 6, which was an incredible. I mean, that's just the preview of what's to come. I mean, we have the quarterfinals, one step closer to the finals, and the quarterfinals are stacked up as well. The first heat, we're going to see the South African Ripper, Jared Houston. He'll be out there wearing the red jersey. He's going to go head-to-head with a Canary Island local, Yere Martinez. Yere loves to ride this wave. Yere's hometown is a few miles down the road, but whenever he knows it's pumping, he is here, and he is one of those guys that regulates out here at Fronton. So Jared Houston versus Yere Martinez. Quarterfinal number 1 is coming up, but there is your final scores for that last heat. Ben Player with a perfect 10.
Amazing heat there by Ben Player, and definitely a great heat by Jace Finlay, 6.9 to 6.2. Some big waves caught by both guys and some really good riding. So that was Definitely a great heat for me to step into this commentary booth and witness, Manny.
Oh, that was
that was good
amazing.
fun.
That was amazing.
And yeah, with Jerry now coming up against Ure, yeah, this is going to be a great heat as well, I'd imagine.
Don't go in, road people. We are getting quarterfinal number 1 underway. Another 30-minute heat, top 2 waves. 15-wave maximum. I'll be right back. Ryan Hardy and I are going to step out, and we will come back to you with the quarterfinals.
Okay. Yep. I think I'll stay in with Alex Leon for this one, Manny. So, looks like some possible... This heat has started, I believe. Jared Houston from South Africa and Ure Martinez, the local reef chief, El Jefe. We got a set wave approaching here. Jared Houston's looking big drop. Comes smooth off the bottom. He did right out of that one. So that's a nice start for Jared. Won't be a huge score because he wasn't too deep, but definitely a big, nice drop and leaves Ure in priority at the back now. So, Leo, you were outside with the crowd for that last heat. How did it look, mate? How's the atmosphere back up there in the Peanut Gallery?
Oh, it's going crazy out there. It's just a perfect day, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
it's exactly what we tried to plan all week, and we managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
And just look at the conditions. Look at this replay here, Jared Houston. I mean, some of the best waves in the world right now.
Yeah. As far as bodyboarding goes, and waves of allowing high performance and guys to go for it as hard as they can. It doesn't get much better than Fronton 6 to 8 feet.
This is the epicenter of it right now.
Yeah. And a world title race. All happening, Leo.
Oh,
have you seen Hub and Winnie out there in the competitors area? What's the vibe out there?
Yeah, people are eating air cakes. It's pretty.
So
how
do you mean? Could you explain your phrase there? Eating air cakes.
Well, you cut the air with a knife.
Oh.
So you cut the cake with a knife. It's an air cake, and people just having slices of air cakes.
So there's a lot of tension out there with the world title on the line.
A lot of tension. There's a lot of cameras on Winnie and Hub.
A lot of nerves.
Hub's sort of disguised himself, and he's in behind the tent with his iPod on, just sort of psyching up. You know what? It's going to be a really good, It's going to be a really good watch on Hub, because besides Ben's there forward, there hasn't been that many ramps today.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was saying when Manny was in here. When Ben got that 10, I thought for sure Hub and Winnie have noted that. And they're definitely going to be looking for the airways. I mean, if one move can get a 10,
that's right.
Well, why would you not look for the, especially if you're Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester with the air manoeuvre repertoire that they've got.
That's right, and it's going to come down to combinations too. Like whoever's going to get those big barrels and manoeuvre out.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's what's going to score high there. I mean, look at first air forward that we've seen. I mean, Yuri did a big one yesterday, but he only got a 9.2, and Ben Player's just thrown a 10 out, which is the first 10 of the event. You probably just talked about it before, but that's innovative sort of stuff we want to see, and bring that show to everyone around the world.
For sure.
Hope everyone's watching and excited.
For sure, because there's such big, heavy pits out there. So to be able to catch a set wave and just look straight at the lip, that's just ballsy, and that's and obviously the judges have rewarded that, just going straight for the air move and a big, technically difficult move, perfectly executed.
Clean landing too is incredible.
Yep.
Incredible to watch. The crowd are on their feet. Like there's so many seats and stuff out there, but everyone's standing up. It's an incredible day, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Gran Canaria. You can't see it just looking at the waves. I mean, the waves are beautiful enough, but it's a really sunny day. Temperature's probably around 24 degrees. There's a lot of people up here on the headland,
and it's winter here.
And it is actually winter.
Yeah, it's winter here, and it feels like summer back home. It's perfect.
And we've got a bit of a wave approaching now. Urae's positioning himself pretty well here under the lip.
Yeah.
Scooping in late, dropping down. Is he coming out, Leo?
Yeah, he's coming out of this one for sure. Forward spin off the top. Ure Martinez, he knows this wave better than anyone.
I'll back that, Leo. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the longest standing locals for sure. Here he is here, perfectly positioned, stalling to get deep in the barrel, and comes out with a little finishing spin. Just a little bit of icing on the cake.
On the air cake?
Yeah, on the air cake.
Yeah, and there's Jerry. He's having a look here. Paul's in the pit. Oh, he's nice and deep in this one. Comes out clean. Not much on offer after that. But Jared Houston performed well this whole event.
along with Euro as well.
So just
The talent of riding that's left in this event is phenomenal, and that's what we've seen all year. We've seen the top 10 sort of guys have just been placed in this top 10 every event this year, and that's what we've just noticed. We numbed that out after the first event. Pipe was hard because we had a lot of people, and we had Sam Bennett and stuff going really well and performed well at Pipe. Then as we got sort of towards that half a year, Chile, Brazil, it sort of really showed who were the top riders of the tour at the moment, and those guys have been the top 10. Besides Amori at this event, they've all been placed really well in this event and the previous event, so it's really shown the top 10 guys are just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at your top 10 rankings and who's still going in from this sixth round into the quarters.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, I mean, it's the top 10 current best guys in the world. So
yeah,
if there's any conditions to test these guys with their abilities,
well, it's a perfect showdown, isn't it? It's just I couldn't have asked for a better year, really. I mean, we've blessed with waves all year. At every event we've had incredible conditions, and it's been probably the best year the tour's ever had.
Oh, amazing waves! Just as Jerry's showing here, dropping into a nice glassy one, kind of looking for some air, maybe on the second section. No, just jams a little cuddy.
Yeah, as we were saying, this year, I mean, it's just been incredible for waves. Every event we've scored, and the level of riding's just jumped up a notch this year, I think.
Oh, yeah,
especially with innovative new moves. We've got inverted air reversers coming out, and now the backflip is just so synonymous with everyone's just throwing them so easy, and guys are pushing at the next level, especially looking at your heat with you and Finlay. I mean, body was on the line.
Yeah. I was just happy to come in with no blood dripping off me. It was so shallow in that first heat. Yeah. But I mean, there was a couple of pits, and I mean, look at it now. It's just incredible. Here's Uray looking to position himself right in the middle of the peak.
Look at this He's going to scoop in under here. He's got that beautiful scoop, sits up in there. Oh, beautiful barrel for Uray and comes out cleanly. And
I can hear the locals yelling from here, Leo.
Yeah, you can hear the
winner. They're loving the local boy out there.
Well, Elliot's been knocked out now, so Uray's the last local left in the event.
He is, yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
Sasha Specker got the victor over Elliot in that last one. Here we see Uray. Beautiful scoop there. Sets up perfectly in the barrel. Disappears for a while there and comes out cleanly. A little nice forward spin to finish off the top. Just kicks out. Not much on offer. You can see it over wedging a lot too with these sets. As I interviewed Sasha before, and his heat was sort of slow and there was a lot of over wedges. Not too many in his heat, but like I said, look at this heat now. It's just starting to turn on again.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, in the last heat especially, here's another look at your race one. Really nice angle.
Oh, he's
perfect
deep
positioning. Putting the legs in, total control. And he's a big unit, but he doesn't really show it because he looks so technical.
That's right.
He's got a really good controlled style, and he's over 6 feet tall, and you wouldn't want to cross him the wrong way, Leo.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. He's actually training to be a fireman or a policeman. Mm-hmm. I think you sit for both. It's one exam, so he's actually still training and doing all the tests to try. And he actually quit the tour this year. He's come in. He qualified this year for the tour, but he opted not to go to most of the events to try and be a policeman and a fireman. But with his ranking still in the top 24, he was able to get a straight entry into this event. And it's shown. Look where he's sitting now. You know, he's sitting into the first quarter final.
Yeah, and we've got a pretty interesting situation now, Leo. I think Uray's jumped to the lead with that last one, the 6.93 and a 6. So he's got a total of 12.93 against Jerry's 10.38. So with 21 minutes remaining, Jerry needs a 7.18. Plenty of time. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the best waves are yet to come through for this heat. So stay tuned. Keep glued to your chair. You don't want to miss these sets as it comes in live. We've got Jared maybe looking at this one now. Sort of just having a scope. Is it going to be just a short A-frame, or has it got enough wall for him? I think he's going, Leo, no, he's just opted to not go. Possibly a touch. Yeah, it's just pushing towards the left.
Oh, look at the end of that thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's paddling at this, having a look at this one maybe.
Yeah, there he's having a look. This thing's starting to wedge up on the reef here. Oh, he's deep here. This is nice.
Oh my God.
Let's see what he can do here. Jared Houston, Big bottom turn there. Scoops in the barrel. He's super deep in this. He comes out. Oh, my goodness, he's come out of that.
Oh, and a little
Jared
comment.
Houston, the South African,
right.
spat out of that thing. That was incredible. I've just blown the microphone up, if you can still hear me. That was
Well-worthy.
incredible. Wow.
Best barrel of the morning, hands down.
I have to say
Phenomenal,
that's the
so
best barrel.
deep.
I can't wait to see the replay of this. You seen that thing wedging up on the reef? You know he was going to be deep because you see the one before he
Here
let
goes.
go.
So steep. Just a little free fall. Perfectly comes off the bottom with speed.
Oh, he's right on the shockwave there, and he just has managed to
looks
just
like
get
Shaka
ahead.
Leo, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? What? Look at that.
A little, just throwing the question up. How was that?
Yeah.
What do you think?
What are
was
you going to
going
give me
through?
for that? Yeah. What are you going to score me for that? Let's have another look
Well
at
and
this.
truly worthy.
This
Best
is what we
barrel
all
of the
saw.
morning.
This is
8
what we
foot.
all saw. Unbelievable. Just managed
Flat
to scoop
bottom.
in. Look at that shockwave bouncing through. It just must have been the perfect position to give him that push.
Phenomenal barrel. And then here comes the question.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Yeah. There's more to come.
Let's see the
Yeah.
score. 9.5, Leo. Jared Houston locks it in.
9.5. Well, that's the highest scoring barrel ever given in this event.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Not-
I
I
think
mean,
that's
this
now the
year.
second highest score of the event, is it, after Benny's 10?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Yuri
Ure got a 9.2 for that fall there.
Yeah, yeah. Oof, that would have looked incredible.
So Jared
from the
Houston,
water.
well, he's back in the lead. Ure now has to dig deep. He's got to basically improve on. He needs another 2 good scoring waves. He doesn't want to get 1 good scoring wave and then just be down to the wire there. You know, like with a point difference.
Mate,
Jared
that was
Houston, wow.
Such a sick barrel.
He's been surfing so good all year, and you know it just shows. Look at that, incredible.
9.5. I'm sure Ure would have heard the whole ambience of the cliff then after Jerry's wave. Just, hoots, screams, whistles. He knows the pressure's on now. So he needs Ure now.
Let's have another look. Look at this angle. Look at this. Boom! You can just see that. Oh, it's so intense and so quick. Comes out, puts his hand out for a coffee, and then just pulls through the back.
Now,
Well surfed.
I'm sure some viewers might have thought, now how come he didn't pull into that second section? But with that angle, it's just so fast through that inside bit, and it's only probably 10 metres away from dry rock, which is going to eat your skin. So sure, he could have had a go of it. Maybe made that barrel. Maybe got himself an extra 0.5. But would it really have been worth breaking a leg or an arm for an extra 0.5? I don't think so.
Nah, it's actually a clean position what he did there. Clean manoeuvre, getting that nice barrel, come out, pull through. That's the potential. That's the biggest potential scoring of the wave, that first bit out the back.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, if you can link it up with that barrel, I mean, if he'd stayed in the barrel and came through that extra bit as well in the end, it would have been a 10 for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been a 12.
As we see another one approaching, Ure has priority. He's sitting out in position there, waiting to eye off a good set that comes through. And I think you're going to step out, Ryan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Back out to the peanut gallery, get amongst the support. I think Dave Winchester's coming up in 2 heats time, so I'm definitely going to be on the edge of my seat for that one. And Hub's in the next heat, of course. So 2 big heats coming up, Alex.
This is huge. Jeff Hubbard and Mark McCarthy coming up in the next heat. Jeff, world title, is on the line here. We have Winnie in the one after. This is going to be probably the most intense hour that we've seen all year of competition.
That's right. This is a really big moment because
we'll give you the scenario again.
Our situation we've got is, so we're in the quarterfinals now. Jeff Hubbard's in the next heat, and if he doesn't pass through this heat, it means that Winchester will have to reach the final to win the title, so
That's
to get
right.
a second place. But if Hub does get through to this heat into the semis, it means that Winnie then has to go on and win the grand final.
Has to win the grand final.
Huge,
And if
huge
Winchester
moments.
doesn't make it through against Sasha Specker in his quarterfinal after Jeff will win the...
That's right.
Because Winnie's lowest score this year is a third, so he has to improve on a third, which means he has to get a second.
Yeah.
So if he bombs out in this quarterfinal, that's a fifth. He won't improve his score, and Jeff Hubbard will go away with a victory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So all eyes on these next 2 heats. And let's see what Ure and Jared can do for the remainder of this. They've still got half a heat left, so with some big scores dropping already.
That's right. We see Ure here scraping in this one. He's scratching. Let's see what he can do here.
No,
the boys are whistling on the cliff. There could be one after. Let's see what this one did here. Well, nice, pretty good pit actually.
It was a
bit foamy though.
Situation
Ooh.
to Jerry's last one. He let that first one go, and we were kind of like thinking, well, maybe he blew it a bit, but then he got the 9.5 straight after, and
Yeah.
what can you say? Perfect strategy. All right, Leo. So I'm stepping out. Jake Stone's going to come in and talk up these next two incredibly crucial heats.
That's it.
And I'm going to be out in the water soon, I hope. So everyone enjoy the rest of the comp and stay glued to your seats because it's going to be an incredible show this next hour or two. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Well said. Thanks, Ryan. You know what? We'll just go to a quick advert back after this. Well, welcome back. While that advert was going down, Uri Martinez got an incredible barrel there with a score of 7.68. We'll try and bring you a replay of it in a quick moment. Still in second position, though. Jared Houston is still up in first. 9.5 and a 5.75. With me now in the booth, Jake Stone.
Hey, mate. How you going?
Good, mate. What's happening?
Not too much, mate. Just, watching the comp. The waves are pumping. It's good to watch. That last one at Uri's is pretty sick.
Look at that. Big spit. Comes out after spit. Incredible for Uri. Look at him. Another forward spin off the top there.
And Jerry's one earlier was just incredible.
How good is this heat? This is phenomenal surfing, isn't it? Phenomenal waves, phenomenal performance.
Yeah, it's like this nice bottom.
Here's another look at it there. He's had a bit of a wonk and he done well, didn't he? He did really well.
The tide's coming in, so it's getting easier to ride. It's getting it's getting more perfect, and that's when you can see riders doing their best shit. So.
Yeah, incredible. Just mind your language there, Jake. So moving on, we have 12 and a half minutes remaining. Jared Houston from South Africa in the red, in the lead, currently with a combined score 15.25. Just behind him, on his tail, Uri Martinez, a local Canarian boy. Total combined score 14.61. Jake, give us a rundown on your surf this morning. Did you surf?
Oh, yeah, I went out. Ben woke me up. He's like, get up. It's pumping. You got to go out Tuberia. So I went out Tubies and got a couple of sick pits pretty early this morning, and it was pretty big. It was probably 6 to 8 foot, and there wasn't too many people out for a while, and it was just pumping, and I just knew that Fronton today is just going to be incredible.
How good is this place?
Yeah, it's pretty paradise.
It's pretty special too, Fronton.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. It's just built for bodyboarding. It's just
It's built for bodyboarding, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's incredible. And just to let you know, Tuberia is just another little reef, just in this same area here, just around the corner where all the houses are in front of. Incredible wave, right and left-hander. It's only good on the low tide, but it's
it's pretty big today, so it'll probably be good all day, even with the high tide.
Even with the high, possibly, yeah. That's
Hello.
right.
Here goes Jerry taking off on a nice wide one.
Oh, nice pit there. Let's see, he's going to come out. He's going for something big.
Nice
beautiful invert. Jared Houston.
Beautiful.
It's hard to hit, isn't it, this wave today?
Oh, it depends. Yeah, it depends.
I mean, you look at Ben's one. That was just perfectly timed, incredible.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Going off the recent days, it's a lot harder to hit, would you say?
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's really hard to time, and there's a couple of big sets coming through.
Yeah, it's just steamrolling through, isn't it? Look at that
dropping their
thing.
undies on the reef.
Suds galore.
Yeah, that's heavy. Oh, it's a nice front view.
Let's see what we saw here. Jared Houston pulling in there. Not too deep, just sort of getting covered up there and comes out. Throws that invert. Look how much. Look at the projection he had crossways.
Yeah. It's good. Time that really well because just to get enough in front of it.
That's what we talked about before. It's
really
hard to time these air manoeuvres here. Let's look at this. This angle's nice.
It's just so perfect, isn't it?
Look at that.
I think just does a little sneeze behind him. Off the tail invert. And
There
the
we
land.
go.
Oh, just textbook.
Textbook, yeah. Just get
Oh,
caught
he
landing
went-
at the top there.
He went, yeah, he was loving that. You could tell.
He's having a ball out there.
He's loving it.
9.5 for that barrel he got earlier in the heat.
Yeah, that was worthy.
Now a 7.5 or something. Looks like it's getting dropped at the moment. Looks like it's going to be around the 7.5 to 8 mark. We'll just wait for the score to come in. It's going to increase his lead over Ray Martinez.
What do you get? 7.68.
Yeah, that's right. 7.68 for Jared Houston. Edging his lead a little further now. 17.18. That's one of the biggest scores we've seen in this event, definitely. And Ray Martinez in 14.61 total there, just behind him. Ray needs to improve on his 6.93. He's got an equal 7.68 with him. They've both got a 7.68. Yaday's 6.93, his second scoring wave, and Jared Well, he's got the 9.5.
So Ray needs something pretty substantial. He needs to wait for a bomb and he needs to hit it, or he needs just to get just something silly and just paddle into it. So
yeah, he needs a high 9. He needs a 9.5 to go into first.
Yeah. So tell us about who's coming up in the next heat.
We just spoke on that before. It's basically one of the it'll be the most watched heat in the whole tournament. Hubbard taking on McCarthy. World titles on the line.
World titles are on the line.
Winchester and
Let's
Sasha
see who can
Specker in the
crack.
one after that. And then followed by PLC and Ben Player. Incredible names there.
Yeah, for sure.
These guys have been at the top all year.
Yeah, it's going to be far out, man.
You know what? We've got a beach interview down there with Greg, that last heat winner of that one. So, Greg, if you're online, mate, what do you got to say?
Okay, thank you. Here I am with the last heat winner and the first rider of the competition to throw a perfect 10, Ben Player. Ben, tell us a little bit about this. You were hesitating whether to come to Fronton. Do you think you made the right decision?
I think you know the answer to that, mate. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I definitely made the right decision coming. Yeah, the funny thing is, like, I was so ill prepared for this competition. Like, I actually didn't really surf for a month and was doing other stuff like exercise and training and stuff, but just not specifically surfing. So, I don't know. My girlfriend kind of said, oh, yeah, you're going to go into it and you'll probably be nice and relaxed and stuff like that. And I was kind of blowing it off, but maybe it's true. Because that is my first 10 I had all year, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, talk us through that 10, Ben. It was the crowd here were going wild. The Facebook lit up. Perfectly executed. Did you see the ramp as soon as you took off? And that was always the intention. Talk us through it, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Well, first, I saw Jace taking off on the wave before, and Jason's a very capable surfer. He rips, basically, and won this event last year. So that wave looked really good. And the second one came in, I saw like a bit of a hook coming into it and kind of thought, well, you know, he might have perhaps got a 10 on that wave, so I'm going to have to go for it on this one. Something amazing just happened by the sounds of it. But so I was, I just went straight full speed into the double up and hit a forward air. And managed to push back down afterwards, so I was stoked.
No, excellent, mate. And so you move into the quarterfinal now against Pierre. Doesn't get any easier, does it?
No, actually, our side of the draw is really, really tough. Because if I make that hit with Pierre and Winnie makes his heat, I'll get him in the semis. And Winnie's like my best mate on tour, and he's in contention for the world title this year. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. But, you know, you just got to play these heats as it kind of comes and just surf it, you know, as you want to surf it. And try and have fun too. Like, not take it too seriously and try and do what you want to do. Like in the last and the heat before that, like I've just been trying to have fun and do manoeuvres and stuff like that I want to do.
Well, that seems to be the secret. It said you go in, you've got nothing to lose, no pressure. Again, I guess Pierre's in the same boat, but then when it said when you get to the semis and finals, it could be deciding world titles. So, mate, we wish you all the best. Any final words to family, friends or sponsors?
G'day Tobes, g'day Inga, g'day Chloe, g'day Mum, g'day Dad, g'day everyone. Good to see you all and keep watching.
Thank you. Okay, back to you boys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Greg, for that. And Ben Player there, 18.75 total for his score before in that heat. That was one incredible heat to watch. Nice air forward there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like, you know, he was just free surfing that air forward. Like, you do that in a free surf and you're stoked. And you get that on footage and you're stoked. But he you know, that's the ultimate when you're in a comp and you do something that feels good. And it's, you know, it's a maneuver that you'd be happy with just free surfing. Like, you could just tell the stokedness, man. And I reckon it deserved a 10 because it's a risky move. Like, an air forward in a competition is just, it's intense.
That's right. Here's the replay while that interview was going on. Ray Martinez sitting super deep in this barrel. comes out and then does a nice roll off the end here. And you know what?
That was sick.
7.95. So not enough to get into first, but now he's increased his score to 15.63. So now he's only chasing a 9.24 to go to first. And like I said before, Ben just got a 10 before.
Yeah.
Anything can happen in these conditions.
Yeah, he's just got to try and bang an air forward like Benny.
It's not over till that hooter
Benny
goes.
boy. It ain't over till the fat lady sinks, people.
Yeah, that's right. And I want to thank all the sponsors too that have supported this event this year. NMD and Versus especially. They've been massive supporters of this event last year, and this year they've really come on board, and we want to thank them. And also 662 Bodyboard Shop and Alpha Campaign Clothing. Just without these sort of companies, mate, we wouldn't have these events in these incredible waves.
Yeah, that's it.
And also like bodyboarding down in Brazil too, our Portuguese partners over there in Brazil. Thanks, guys. And sorry Uri bombed out, the last Brazilian.
Yeah.
But let's hope
Man, he had a dig though, didn't he?
He had a dig.
Man, that's the thing. Everyone's having a dig today. It's like they're all surfing good. They're all going for it. And
Elliot had a dig. And
oh, man, how's Elliot's left? The thing was intense.
Incredible. Imagine the highlights package from this event, especially today.
It's going to be
incredible.
good.
If you miss anything, if you have to go to work or anything and you miss some heats, it's going to be on YouTube later tonight. The highlights clip from today and the wrap-up of the whole event. We're going to be going straight into a presentation here live after the final today, where we'll be crowning either Winchester or Hubbard, the world champion for 2012, and also whoever comes up the victor here, Fronton champion.
That's it, mate. It's just, you know, it's competitions like this when the waves are big and heavy that you can really like showcase the sport and how good bodyboarding actually is, you know.
Here we go, Uri Martinez. Let's see what he can. Needs a 9.24. He's eyeing this one off.
Oh, that's
it's not enough.
Close though. Come on, Uri.
He knows he needs something big. He saw that heat before.
Yeah.
He knows Ben got a 10 for that forward air.
Yeah. He had a good sniff, but the wave just didn't cooperate then.
Jerry, I spoke to Jerry just before this heat, and he said that he was so nervous to go up against Uri out of anyone in this competition, just because he knows this wave so well, and he doesn't understand English either very well, so there wouldn't be much communication out there, I can guarantee that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, they're both good guys. I'm sure they both know what's up.
Yeah, definitely. And at the moment, Jerry's in the lead.
That thing was just wrapping.
The timing is so hard to hit, isn't it? Especially that, you've got to get around that bowl.
Whoa.
So what is the situation? 2.5 minutes remaining. Jared Houston in the lead in the red. Uri Martinez needs a 9.24 to catch him. He's got 2.5 minutes to see if he can do this. The local boy. I call him the local Spartan.
Yeah. Oh, man, he's cut. I swear he chisels himself before he comes out in the open.
He's one of the most fittest blokes I've ever seen on the tour.
Yeah. Is he a fireman?
We spoke about that before. We touched on that. He is training and going through all the exams and tests at the moment to become one. That's the reason why, obviously, he wasn't on the tour this year.
He's gonna be on one of those fireman calendars, eh? And
if I was caught in a house fire, I'd want him to save me.
Yeah.
He'll be on one of those calendars.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right, and the overalls just around the waist.
Oh, yeah.
The Spartan.
Oh, geez, stop it. You're getting me heated.
Okay, time is ticking down. 1.5 minutes remaining. Is this the end of the road for Ray Martinez? And will the journey continue for Jared Houston?
The next heat coming up is just going to be a banger.
It is going to be a banger.
Ooh, there's a bit of movement in the water right now, though.
Let's see. Jared has priority.
Ooh.
You can't let one go if he knows it's going to give a good score.
Come on.
And Duray's looking at the left here. What's he going to do?
Scoops
in on the barrel. Can he come out of this thing? Comes out of that one nicely, but you know what? They're not scoring these lefts as well as they are on the rights. We've seen that through the whole event.
Must be the view of the judges, but yeah, they don't score the lefts too well.
It was a very good pit. He knows it's not enough.
Oh, see, if you had seen that thing from the water, it would have been intense.
Yeah, that's right. And he's going to have to get out there and try and get another one. 50 seconds remaining. Let's see this pit here. Scoops in under that. Incredible barrel. Would have looked so nice looking into that from the channel.
Couple of sets coming in at the moment. What's Jerry? Is Jerry going to have a little sniff?
Well, Jerry is in priority here.
He's got two good scores. He can really just relax, can't he? Just really relax.
He can relax. 10 seconds, I think. 20 seconds to go. Look at this thing coming through. Oh, my goodness. That is Fronton, ladies and gentlemen. That is Fronton. Wherever you are around the world tuning in, all hours of the night, you knocked off work or you haven't gone to work today or it's a weekend or you're at the pub watching on your iPhone.
Yep, all the boys.
We thank you all for tuning in.
All the boys are up and back in Australia supporting the Aussie crew here. Come on, Winnie.
Yes, well, we see the Hawaiian take on the South African now. It's the end of the heat. Jared Houston moving in to the semi-final, and he'll be taking on the winner of this heat now, Jeff Hubbard or Mark McCarthy. Who's it going to be, Jake?
Oh, man, it's a hard one, you know.
Does Mark have an advantage having surfed already?
I think so. I think he does because he understands the way the waves break, and especially today when it's a bit bigger. But in saying that, Jeff, man, he's a freak in the water. So that's what he.
That's right. You know what? We'll find out straight after this.
And we're back. Hub's having a little. Oh man, I'm heated. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Stoney.
Yeah, man, he just hopped in the booth.
Here we go. I'm trying to get situated here. So what I miss?
Oh man, I don't know, I'm guessing you would have seen it all. But man, it's been a heated last. Well, there's the competitors there. We've got Jeff Hubbard, Mark McCarthy, rank 1, rank 9. It's a good matchup. Mark's been surfing good this whole contest. As you can see from his last heat, he just, he's having a real solid dig out there. There's a couple of big pits coming through, and just to paddle into him alone is pretty hard. And, I don't know if you can tell on the webcast. Ooh, there's that. Oh, that's intense, man.
Wait, player's still in the game. He's going to face off PLC in quarterfinal number 3 or 4. But Dave Winchester, he's on a world title hunt right now.
Yeah,
he essentially has to make it to the final.
Yeah, he does. He needs to make it to the final, and Hub can't progress through to the final as well, or he wins. So, and I've been speaking to Dave, and it doesn't seem, I don't know if he's hiding it or what, but he's just having fun. He's not too caught up in all the hype about it, and he's just he's surfing, and that's what he said to me this morning. Actually, he's like, I'm just psyched to go out there and get a good barrel and try and get some ramps, So it's going to be interesting, but man, come on, Winnie.
So that last heat, Jared Houston's deep barrel 9.5. That is, I'm taking out there, talking to people, taking photos, and just trying to get a different perspective. And let me tell you something. If there's any way you can get down here next year to watch this event,
Jeff.
do it. Here we go, Jeff Hubbard.
Oh, nice little ramp. He's going to do a nice flip here.
Oh,
that was big. That was big.
He's going to be flying pretty much all heat long, so it's going to be pretty fun to watch. Yeah. Are we getting Jason Finlay in here?
Yeah. So I'm going to leave you, everybody, and Kate, I'll sort that money out for you.
I don't know what deals he had going on, but I'm sure. All right, as
nice.
Stoney steps out, Jason Finlay comes in. We're going to talk you through what is going on out in the water. Thanks, Stoney. Jeff Hubbard putting together a nice piece of work right there on that medium-sized wave, but medium today is 4 to 5 foot unloading on the shallow reefs. Jason Finlay getting situated right now into the hot seat. If you can tighten that up. Here we go, out the back. Mark McCarthy, nice little board stall right there. Can he come out? Yes, he comes out high on top of the wave, still on the foam ball. Nice clean barrel right there for Mark McCarthy. Wow, Jeff Hubbard has his work cut out for him in this heat. Mark McCarthy is looking good. through the entire contest. Now Jeff Hubbard, Mark McCarthy, Jeff Hubbard has the priority out in the water. Finlay, how you feeling, brother?
Ooh. Oh, here's a replay of Mark's quickly. Oh, you can see him pull it up. That's a nice stall. That'll get a good shot from the side. Just squeezes out the top, which was lucky. And I'm not sure what he got for that score, but it was definitely could be one of his countable ones for the heat.
Oh, man, I was just down in the peanut gallery and watching everybody and watching the waves, and it is absolutely beautiful out there. Sunny skies, glassy conditions, and Mark McCarthy's last wave. Watch his board stall right here.
Oh, so nice. You can see he needs to get a little deeper, and that's a beautiful stall. That would look really good for water. Man, the guys are just having a good time out there. It's pumping. It's almost as good as Fronton gets.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Amaury Laverne, and he said this is some of the best waves he's seen. And you know what? Everybody is out there. If you're still in the competition and you're in the competitors area, you try to just stay away from them because they're focusing. But if they come to you, you'll talk to them. But a lot of the guys are tuning in on Mother Nature and seeing what she's going to deliver. So here's a look at what's going on. Quarterfinal number 2. We just got this underway. 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves scored. 1 rider will advance on to the semifinals. This is a big heat for Jeff Hubbard.
Yeah, for sure. I think he 100% needs to get through this one to almost secure his world title. It depends on how Winnie goes as well, but if he can get to the final, then he's got the victory of the whole championship.
Oh, a lot of things are at stake right now. The point situation for the qualifying series have finished off, but now it's about winning the Fronton Pro and winning the world title. Jeff Hubbard and Dave Winchester still up for grabs is the world title. What's up, everybody? Manny V here with Jason Finlay, one of my favorite riders on the planet, just charging in that first heat with Ryan Hardy. Being the guinea pigs out there must have been insane. What was that like, being out there first with Ryan Hardy? You were pretty much gonna set the standard.
To have a heat with Ryan last night, I was just thinking, my gosh, this is my childhood hero. And we're going to be the guinea pigs on big pumping Fronton again. Oh, the boys are just duck diving. That's easy 10 foot. Holy.
Oh, my. So the conditions compared to when you went out, lower tide, very scary. Luckily, none of you got hurt.
Yep.
But what are we seeing now?
Next one, they're going to have to duck dive that too.
Are they caught inside, or is this a freak set?
That's definitely one of the biggest sets of the day, and when you duck dive that first one, it sucks you onto the inside a little. Like there's a lot of water moving out there, so you got to be onto it.
Oh.
So it's changed. It's changed a lot since this morning. It was really sketchy this morning, but now the tide's pushing in and it's looking really perfect. I just had a heat with Ben Player, and he did one of the nicest air forwards I've ever seen and got a 10-point ride.
Yeah, well deserved.
So you know it's pumping when guys are getting 10-foot rides. There's Winnie shaping up.
Here he comes. He's your world title contender, Dave Winchester. Essentially has to make it out of this heat.
Yep. All the Aussies at home would be going mental right now.
You know what? We got our Facebook page wide open right now. If you're in Australia right at this moment and you're watching, I know it's like a perfect dinner time or drinking time. I don't know if you're drinking your Bundy and rum or your schooner or whatever you guys have down there, VB or Tui's. Let me know if you're tuning in and watching, if you're going to watch your boy Dave Winchester go at it. So right now, Aussies, where you at is what I'm posting at on our Facebook page. And so go on there right now. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what do you have in your drinking hand. Right now, quarterfinal number 2 out in the water. Mark McCarthy, solid first wave. Jeff Hubbard, medium-sized wave, but a solid score. These two guys are going to go head-to-head. Perfect conditions right now.
It's to look out and see these 10-foot lines coming in and know that this reef will just hold it perfectly. Here's a little paddle battle. Some guys are looking towards this one. Jeff, just pull back. You got to get under that ledge, otherwise you're going over the falls. So he might have lost his priority then.
Oh no! Just paddling for that wave.
Yep.
Jeff, who had priority, loses it. Now it is Mark McCarthy who has that priority in his hand, which essentially means he can catch any wave he wants without interference from Jeff Hubbard.
And that can be the difference between a win or loss, because the next 10 minutes might be slow, and the only one good one that comes through is the next one, and Mark will have that now. So it can go either way, but it's definitely an advantage if you've got priority.
Oh, this whole event is coming down to the wire. The whole tour is coming down to these last few heats here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro, and it has been exciting from the get-go. Manny V here with Jason Finlay, the NMD versus Fronton Pro, giving you the live feed. Thank you, You Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. You Riding, a huge shout out for bringing me back on board. Look at this, Jeff Hubbard on the inside.
Jeff stroking onto a wedgie one. He can see a bowl coming up. Is it going to happen? No, just faded away.
Well, he didn't have priority, so now he's opting to go for these medium-sized inside waves that could shape up to a 5 or 6 point ride.
Airs are scoring well, so if he can just sniff around the inside and get a good wedgie one, he can pick up 2 decent scores before Mark's even got his bomb. So Jeff is a seasoned veteran. He's 2 times world champion already, so he knows exactly what to do. I think we just sit back and watch the show, I guess.
Yo, Jason, check this out. We posted the question on our Facebook page just about a minute ago, and we already have 140 comments on there. And there's just so many. I'm going to read the first few just to see who is tuning in. But if you have any questions for Jason Finlay about the conditions, what he's going to be up to next year, whatever, give me a second. I'll post that question on the site in just a second. But the IBA World Tour Facebook page is your portal to coming into the commentator's booth.
So we got Russ Quinn, actually, a good friend from home. He says he's at Husky Pub with his brother and Morgan Brown. I bet they're going ballistic. Good on you, boys.
Yes, so we got a bunch of other comments on here. You can see Jeff Hubbard and Mark McCarthy out there waiting for that other wave. We got about 20 minutes remaining. And shout out to Jesse in Queensland, Hein in Warrnambool,
that's right.
Oh, those are tough. James is in Perth, WA. We got Peter in Perth as well. Tom in Curl, Hugh in Newcastle, Johnny in Hong Kong, watching from Hong Kong. So thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to put something else up here on our Facebook page, but that is where we're going to throw down the latest and greatest information during today. Manny V, Jason Finlay out in the water, quarterfinal number 2. Jeff Hubbard, Mark McCarthy. Where are we at?
All right, Jeff's ahead now, but only just. He's got 2 wave scores, which is pushing him ahead. He's sitting on a 5.63. Wait, here he goes. He might get a second one here.
He's looking for that section. Oh!
Massive air reverse.
You know, as they to get a different perspective, I was sitting over there in the peanut gallery with everybody, but where he's at right now, he is essentially on the shelf right now. He's going to do everything he can to get off of that shelf and get back into the deeper waters. That was crazy.
Here's a replay. You can see him holding back, waiting to draw that speed line. Man, he's one of the only guys in the world who can do a reverse off that section. That was incredible.
And pull it all the way around. That was incredible.
And to hold on through that whitewash, you're risking a bit because it's getting real shallow.
Here's another angle. Talk us through it one more time.
Okay, Jeff, he just knows from the start he's got to wait to maximize his speed. It's so loopy. And he just whips that light frame around. It's really incredible to watch. This is how this guy has won world titles in the past. And who knows, this could be his 3rd today.
Yeah, that's right. Dave Winchester on the hunt for his first world title. Jeff Hubbard already has 2 titles under his belt. Who is going to walk away with a world title today? You're going to see that happen. This is history in the making, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We know it's bright. It's like super early in the morning in California. We're coming up to, the mid or the late hours of the night in Australia and Europe. You're about in the same time zone as us. So thank you all for tuning in. Manny V and Jason Finlay bringing you the live feed.
That's right. So as we were talking before, Jeff was just sneaking on the inside for a smaller one to get an air, and he got a 7.38 for it. So you don't need a set to get high scores. And if you're in second priority, it's a smart thing to go on the inside and get a few air bowls.
7.38, incredible.
Yeah.
But then again, that was a perfect textbook reverse air that Jeff Hubbard did on the inside.
I think the first landed air reverse of the day.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
We've seen that. We've seen the first 10 go down for the biggest air forward of the day. That was from Ben Player in an earlier round. That was absolutely incredible. And a lot of things are going down. A lot of firsts are going down today. Are we going to see the first Dave Winchester world title come to you as well? We're going to see that coming down to the wire. We're in the quarterfinals. We're going to do the semifinals and finals all today, so don't go anywhere. So we have a couple questions from our Facebook fans for Jason Finlay. It looks like in green, taking a look, maybe getting in position. Mark McCarthy, is he going to go?
See, it has a little wedge. Opts not for this one. Keeps his priority, and so next set that comes through, he's still got priority.
Here's a great question from Matthew Silva. Jason, what motivates you to go big?
Matthew, tough question. I guess all the other guys that are surfing today. I mean, everyone is pushing the limits harder than you could have ever imagined 10 years ago. So surfing every day, I just want to be like these guys and push myself to be better than these guys. So that's my main motivation, seeing how hard everyone goes. And in these waves, you got to go big.
Yeah, well, we know you warmed up. You got here about 3 weeks before the event, and what was that experience like?
Yeah, the Canaries as a place is perfection, and the waves are incredible. And I was lucky enough to get a whole week of pumping waves before everyone arrived, so I was feeling comfortable.
Oh, wow, Jeff taking a look on the left, but opts to pull back. Again, these guys are making everything look way easy. In fact, it is the toughest wave you can ride right now on a bodyboard in these conditions, and these guys are making it look easy, and they're competing in it. That's the craziest part about this whole shebang, is that they're all out there trying to get the best wave and get the most points, and some riders are going all for broke, just going big.
Yeah, it's really a lot more technical than you can tell from the webcast, because there's many hidden steps on the waves, and you've really got to navigate them before you're even into the wave. Jeff,
look at
stroking
this.
into a wide one. That's going to have a really nice barrel of it. Beautiful work, Jeff.
Wow.
He got that on the back of Mark's priority as well, so that's smart play. Mark just wanted the bigger one, I guess, but
Mark let that one go by too. I don't think Mark was in position to catch it, but you know what? We're going to probably say that a few times. Why didn't he go? But there's so many factors in play when you're out here at Fronton. It's not your everyday, playground. This is serious business. Jeff Hubbard.
Here's Jeff tucking in almost straight away. He saw it was a wide one that has a wrap. That means it's going to barrel for a little longer than usual. And beautiful to watch. He's got to be amped now. He's got 2 good scoring waves.
Here's another look, a different angle from Jeff Hubbard. As you can see, he just slides right into the pocket. He knows probably there's not going to be much at the end bowl, so it's all about that barrel ride for Jeff Hubbard, and he sneaks out of there perfectly. So here's another question for you, Finlay, as Mark McCarthy waits for that perfect wave to come through. It's perfect. Why don't you run for the World Tour? You are one of the best guys out there. So that's a question to Jason Finlay, who's holding down the hot seat in this quarterfinal.
That's too nice. I don't know. Free surfing is my pure passion and love. And if every event was like Fronton in the comp, I probably would do it. But for now, I don't have the hunger for a world title. But I really, really want to push myself in the big waves and in the aerial scene of bodyboarding. So I think if I can dedicate my time to free surfing right now, I'm going to enjoy it more, and hopefully the sport of bodyboarding will get more, because I'll push that side of it as well as the comp side.
All right, we got a couple more questions for you, but don't go anywhere. We have the winner of the last heat with Alex. Alex, where you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks, Manny, for that. Well, mate, I'll tell you what, if you can hear me, it's very loud down here. Everyone's going crazy, but Jared Houston, well done.
Thanks, mate.
Victory over Ray Martinez, a local boy.
Yeah, super stoked. Just got some good waves in that heat, and I was pretty nervous going up against Ray because he's got so much local knowledge and just such a badass guy, and so I'm just happy to come out on top of that one and get a good barrel on the way, and keep going.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was one of the best barrels we've seen this whole event. Definitely the highest scoring barrel too, a 9.5 for that. What were you thinking inside that thing? I mean, I was commentating that heat before, and I saw how deep you were, and that shock wave hit you and just hit you in the right way, didn't it?
Yeah, it was pretty kind of nervous paddling into it. I wasn't sure it was going to be too deep, and I just had to try and get the rail in, and there were so many steps inside, like it might look like the tide's pulling in, but the period's so big, it's drawing so much water off the reef, so it's so shallow. And I was just stoked that it just blew me out, and I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe I came out.
Well, you've, in my eyes, you're surfing probably one of the best out of all the boys here, and I wouldn't be surprised if you went on to win this event. You are coming up against either Jeff Hubbard or Mark McCarthy in the semi-final. They're in the water now. What do you think about the pressure on that one?
Yeah, I guess Jeff's got a lot to lose in this event, and so I'm hoping I can kind of use that to my advantage. But like I was saying before, that's their battle, and my battle is just to try and win the event. So that's my goal from here on out.
Yeah. Well, good luck for the rest. Congratulations on that one then, and good luck for the rest of the event. Quick shout out to anyone.
Yeah, obviously just Natasha. I know she's watching. I love you and see you real soon. And obviously my family, all my friends at home, my little brother and sisters. Yeah, I'm really excited you guys are behind me in this one, and keep going.
That's right. South Africa's going strong here in this event. Jared Houston, we'll see him in the semi-final later on today. Back to you, Manny.
Congratulations to Jared Houston for winning that heat. He's the first person to make it into the semifinals. Now we're waiting to see who's going to join him in those 4 very crucial spots in the semifinals. Welcome, everybody. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and bodyboard.com. Manny V here, holding it down in the hot seat. Jason Finlay, brother, you did a good run, and let me tell you something. That was one of the toughest heats to make it out of. Ben Player was doing a great job. You were going big on some of those sections, but you know what? Don't hold your head down at all. People recognize. No,
definitely stoked to get as far as I did. Ben Player just really blew my mind in that heat. He used his experience and his skill. He's so talented. That air forward, the first 10 of the comp was
Were you on the outside or were you on the inside?
I got the wave before, got an alright barrel.
Oh, so you saw the whole thing.
Came off and Ben just did that in my face.
Oh, no.
I was cheering him while swearing under my breath.
Well, that was the only 10-point ride so far in the event. And you know what? That was pretty much the only thing that could knock you out of this event is a 10-point ride from Ben Player. So, you know what? You did a great job, and we thank you for taking the time to get out here. If we had King in here after losing a heat, it's a whole different story.
Yeah. He's an animal, that guy.
Yeah, we love him. We love him, though, the Joker. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we are in quarterfinal number 2 out in the water. Jeff Hubbard and Mark McCarthy, give us a heads up where we're at.
Okay, so Jeff's in front. He's sitting on 2 7s, a 7.83 and a 7.38. Now, Mark's got a good first score. It's a 6.75, but he needs to back it up, and you can tell he's waiting for the best one possible. He needs an 8.46, which is, it has to be at least a really good tube with an air move at the end or something massive. And Mark's been ripping the whole comp, so he could easily bust out one of his air revs on these rights.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't texted, Facebook message, tweeted, anything to your friends right now who are sleeping or not watching, do it now, because we're coming down to the wire here at the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro. They have to be watching. Some of the most incredible waves of the year are thrown out from Mother Nature right now. We're coming down to the wire here, so get on the horn, call them, tell them to keep watching. We are winding down the quarterfinals the quarterfinal number 2 out in the water with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
And it's not just bodyboarders who'd be impressed by this. I mean, these waves are out of control. Ben was telling me that a lot of the pro surfers follow all the bodyboarding events, especially they were psyched for this Fronton comp because the class of wave is just second to none.
I mean, this wave right here is essentially unloading on 4, maybe 5 feet of water. Between the top of the water to the reef is about, I don't know, how many meters is that?
Less. My first wave of the whole comp actually got flogged, came up, and I was literally laying on rocks when the next one cleaned me up. So I'm glad there's more water now because these guys can really go for it.
We'll give everybody, the viewers who are just tuning in right now, the conditions on what we're seeing out here from very detailed. What do we got?
Okay, so it's a northwest swell coming in. Perfect Fronton is from the west, and there are a lot of west ones. It's easily 6 foot. I'd say the biggest sets are maybe 10 foot, and the tide's almost at perfect distance right now from high tide, so it's actually pumping. More rights at the moment, but there's definitely some huge freight train lefts as well.
All right, we asked our viewers and put the question on our Facebook page, IBAWorldTour.com. Questions for Jason Finlay, and here's a good one right here as the riders pop over that one. Where are you at? There it is. Okay, question, the box or Fronton?
Fronton, hands down.
Hands down, okay.
Yeah.
So that question obviously wasn't even worth our time.
It could be the best bodyboarding wave in the world, Fronton.
So Esther, thank you very much for that question. You
Thank
just
you,
wasted
Esther.
about 2 seconds of our time.
Easy.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Thank you for all the questions, everybody. Look at this. Out the back is Mark McCarthy.
Goodness.
Going for this one.
Oh!
Look at the ledge.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my. That is insane. I can't believe he went for it. Oh, the whole cliff is on their feet cheering. Here he is coming in and the whitewash. Look where he's at. That was just pretty much, he's touching his head.
That
is he
was
okay?
the biggest wave of the event. That was
looks
over
like
10 foot.
Oh, my. He's holding his head. He's trying to see if his head is bleeding. I mean,
it took every ounce of my strength not to swear then, 'cause that just blew my mind.
Oh, my. I can't believe he went for that wave. There was no way. He's okay. He just waved right now. He's just checking to see. Obviously, he hit his head on something, whether it's his board, his leash. It could have been his ankle, too, because there's so much power out there.
Yeah.
But that was insane. There's no way in the world anybody else on the planet would even turn around on that wave, let alone go for it and airdrop about 15 feet to the bottom. And when he landed, he didn't even land on the bottom. He landed on that second section that the whole barrel threw over. Ali Barbosa in the blue jersey. He's a big wave rider, legendary rider here at Fronton. He's going to take a look at Mark McCarthy right now. Mark says, you know what, I'm good. Ali Barbosa says, all right, do your thing.
Shake it off.
But that was insane. I can't believe Mark McCarthy went balls out on that one.
That's one of the biggest waves I've seen caught all year. That was he dropped top to bottom. There's another set coming in. I don't know if Jeff's going to look at it after seeing Mark.
Look at that thing. We're competing in this, people. This is 10-foot unloading on 5 foot of water and no mercy from the reef. Jeff Hubbard, is he going to turn around and go? No. He's not going to succumb to the cheers and whistles from the crowd on the cliff, which a lot of riders are doing. I don't know if that happened to Mark McCarthy, but the South African, he is crazy.
What a hell, man. I don't know if there's any other sport in the world where you have this much risk for a competition. I mean, it's 10 foot breaking onto one of the heaviest waves in the world. Here we go. I can't speak.
Okay, so look
Easy
at the
10
wave.
foot.
The wave is taking up the entire monitor.
Oh, my
He
God.
free falls from this location all the way to the bottom. Look where he lands. I mean, there's no trail. He lands on the little second section there, and then there's another little wave that he just got annihilated on. That was massive. You can't compare that to anything, ladies and gentlemen.
His fellow South African Andre Botha would be so proud right now.
Yes, he would. Andre Botha would say, that's my boy.
Andre is the man out front. We'll take on anything, and Mark is following in his footsteps right now.
That was incredible. And the rest of the South Africans were probably saying, Yassas, brew.
Yeah.
That was intense. Yassas.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my. Incredible.
What's going to happen the next few heats? I mean, to push yourself that far, someone's going to hit a section that big next heat.
Oh, my. You know what? Let me ask a question and see if you guys will tell the truth or if you are lying. Would you have gone on that wave? That was incredible. Mark McCarthy laying it down on the line. Unfortunately, that wasn't what he was after, but the judges are going to give him a 3.25 anyways. That was insane. So we're seeing a lot of crazy things go down. A perfect 10, a massive drop right there from Mark McCarthy. And that takes some serious balls. Oh, doctor.
So he hasn't got left now to try and catch up. He's got about 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and he needs a big score. So he is getting hungry. You can see him paddling away from Jeff, because Jeff's most likely going to sit near him, which is a bit of a strategy that if you have priority, you hold near the guy to either pressure them into an average wave or take the best wave that comes through so they don't get it.
Oh, that was massive. Here's the peanut gallery, the competitors area, and look at the whole cliff is lined up. Jeff Hubbard up and riding.
Here goes Jeff, scooping in a little barrel at the start. Oh, he's going to milk that tube for a while.
Oh, camera guy got a little nervous.
He's got a section 2. Big roll. Jeff, too easy for him.
Oh, my.
He's so light yet so strong that he flies at any opportunity with complete control. He really is a freak.
Jeff Hubbard is trying to build on his score, and his lower score of his top 2 waves is a 7.38. That is what he's trying to better, and that could probably be one of those waves. But Mark McCarthy now on the hunt for an 8.46. Let's take another look.
Here's the replay. Scoops in straight away, and he knows that he's got a second section coming at him after he comes out of that barrel. Sits back, waits for it. Full body air rolo. Puts the legs out for control. That was awesome.
That your staple maneuver right there from Jeff Hubbard, throwing the legs out for that. You know, that is the reason. One of the reasons why he's able to pull off air after air after air is his landings are perfect.
Yep.
And that right there, when he spreads his legs, it helps distribute the weight and the pressure
the
from
impact.
Yeah, from the impact. So a great solid wave right there for Jeff Hubbard. What did he get?
He got a 7.55, so he did improve on that 7.38. Now it's going to be really tough for Mark. He needs an 8.63 to jump in the lead, and he's got 55 seconds to do it. It's going to take a miracle, but it has happened before, so don't count it out.
No, that was incredible. So, you know what? There's.
I'm giddy from watching Mark's drop.
I can't. I put the question out. Would you have gone on that wave that Mark McCarthy dropped in on? And pretty much Christian, who said it first, not the F. And pretty much that says it all for everybody else under him on that post. But that was another insane wave that we've seen today's live action. If you haven't called your friends or got them online, do it now. Send them a message, call them, wake them up, send a text, do whatever you got to do. But you have to watch some incredible bodyboarding going down.
10 seconds left, and Mark is scraping for a West one. He's
He
going to
is.
get on it before the Hooter. It's shaping up too.
Here he goes. 8.63. Is he
Oh
going to get it? Is he going to get it? He comes
Oh my goodness!
Ready?
Oh my goodness! The last few seconds.
That was insane. The South African Mark McCarthy, did he pull off an 8.63 on that last wave?
Is that possible?
He has. Did he knock out Jeff Hubbard? Did he help Dave Winchester? Look at him. He's still pumped.
Oh
Dave
my
Winchester,
goodness.
if we can get a camera on him, he is going to
He'll
be
ready
the
for
one.
his next heat when
he's
out
already
there.
out there. He's already coming up next. Look at
this
replay.
replay.
Mark McCarthy.
This is a 10-point tube.
Oh
just
my!
draining.
Look at he's behind the section. He's still driving full speed ahead.
Look at this spin.
He knows he has to do something else, so he goes for an invert, pulls it back around, and loses his grip. But he pulls it off. He is pumped right there. Mark McCarthy. Everybody in Richards Bay is out of their seat right now. Oh my
goodness.
That was incredible. Did he just help Dave Winchester in his run for the world title and knock out Jeff Hubbard, the other contender for the world title? The scores are dropping. What do we got?
Oh my God, he got a 9.83. He is beaten in the last few seconds.
Oh, the Australians are jumping up and down right now. The door is wide open for Dave Winchester. Dave Winchester is now has the keys to the world title. What is he going to do with them now? Sasha Specker is in the way. That is what is going down. Will fellow South African Sasha Specker knock out Dave Winchester? Well, this is going down to the wire. We need to get Craig Haddon in here ASAP to give us the final confirmation on the scenario. Oh, Doctor, that was incredible.
You couldn't script a movie better than how that just played out. I'm sure he was ready to give up. He was starting to paddle in, and then he saw this incredible west peak coming that is long, and he knew he had to get that, and he had to ride it perfect to get the score.
Oh, my
goodness.
I heard everybody in South Africa at one time say, "Yassus, brew." So Mark McCarthy taking out Jeff Hubbard in quarterfinal number 2. Now the keys to the world title are in the hands of Dave Winchester. We're going to get somebody to hunt down Craig Haddon in the judges area to bring us the scenario. But now, out on the water, quarterfinal number 3, it is the other world title contender, the Australian in the red jersey, Dave Winchester, facing off with another fierce competitor, Sasha Specker from South Africa. This is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen.
It has really just opened up from that heat result. I cannot.
Oh my!
The chances of in the last 10 seconds for an absolute perfect wave to come through and for Mark to ride it perfectly is beyond belief.
That happened in the last, I don't even know, 2 seconds?
Yeah. Man, the pressure that Winnie must have now. I mean, he's one cool, collected guy, but surely he's feeling it.
Look, look at these guys.
Nico and Hardy still just freaking out about that performance. Oh, jeez. My mind is blown. You can see Kevin in the background, a big local charger as well. I'm sure Mark's performance then would have blown his mind as well.
Whew. Oh, my. We're going to catch our breath. I'm going to put something on our Facebook page right now. But, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another exciting day, the final day of the 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series. This is it, people. Sean Tuttle, your trophy did make it. We had a little a scare right there that this trophy right here from our boy on the East Coast, Sean Tuttle, created, put some serious time into it. This is the world title trophy right here. You can see the wave right up top. You can see that this is what Dave Winchester has the keys to. The only thing he has to do,
basically, he's got to get through the next two. If he gets in the final, he's world champion. Here goes Dave on his first wave, straight into a really nice tube.
Oh, and he comes
sneaks out the doggy door.
So this is quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Dave Winchester versus Sasha Specker. Dave Winchester in the red jersey, Sasha Specker in the green jersey. So you got it right there. Dave Winchester has to make it out of this heat. He has to make it out of the semifinal, and he will be crowned the world champion. Here's his campaign for that road.
Not a bad start either. Tucks into a quick barrel, but a good one, and he slipped out the cat flap, as Winnie would call it, not the doggy door. But that's a good score to start off with. That'll boost his confidence because it's his first wave of the day.
Oh, my. So my internet connection is just got lost right here in the commentator's booth. They are going to get that up and rocking. I want to make sure that we give them shout-outs to our Facebook, all of our viewers. The Facebook page is what our portal is. Here we go.
Winnie on his second little inside one. As he was paddling out, he must have got a quick tube. So that's two scores straight away to put the pressure on Mark. He's got put the pressure on Sasha, sorry.
That wave right there was what happened during the advertisement. So yes, Dave Winchester has 2 waves under his score. We're getting our internet situated right here for the commentators booth. It's actually down right now. So you know what? Keep feeding on the Facebook page. That'll be there. This is
Sasha replay as well. Big bowl, goes for the air reverse. Oh my goodness. Lands in front but can't hold.
So Sasha not holding back either. That was another wave that went down in the advert. So the advertisement, unfortunately, broke the live feed, but we do have those replays that our webcast crew is throwing out. So those 2 waves did go down, and Sasha knows what he has to do here.
That's what happens at Fronton, though. It doesn't have to be the biggest wave. If it's a nice insider with good shape, you can get a high-scoring wave, and that can happen in between sets. A scoring wave can happen. So now because that was incomplete, Sasha only received a 2.45 for that, and he's chasing Winnie, who's on 2 4s. A 4.5, 4.45, and a 4.95. So the pressure's on early. They're both going for it.
That is in. I mean, it's down to the wire, people. PLC, you can see him right there. He is your 2011 IBA World Champion, and he's pretty much out of the run for the World Championship here. But he will face off with Ben Player in quarterfinal number 4. That's coming up next. The backflip master.
Yep.
Everything is shaping up. Can we see a double backflip from PLC? The first one ever in competition and first one. This is the perfect arena for him to do that.
It's the biggest bowl in the world. So if you're going to do it, it's going to be here. And I don't know. I'd say he'd go for it only if he's in a really comfortable position or if he needs a 10.
You know what? I asked PLC. We see everybody, you know, throughout the whole duration of the contest window, and I asked him straight, dead in the eyes. I'm like, so would you go for a double backflip? And he says, if it's there, yes.
Yeah.
And Fronton will deliver. So you guys don't go anywhere. We're just getting started here. We've been getting started from the first heat of the day.
Yeah.
So this is it. The NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. We have a lot of giveaways for our viewers. Go to each one of those Facebook pages for U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboard. Go ahead and like those pages. Go to our IBAWorldTour.com Facebook page. Click on the win button. It's a black and white logo up top near the big photo. So that's how you're going to enter to win and win some prizes, as well as you riding the wave of the day. They've been putting up waves of the day. Get on there, compete. You win. You will walk away with some real real life goods on you riding as well. So Manny V here, Jason Finlay. I'm running out of breath here.
Yeah, I'm still all shaken up from the end of that last heat. I can't believe the ending of that. It's really opened it up for Winnie here, and pressure's on him. Hopefully he can keep cool, calm, and collected. 2 more heats to go, Winnie, then you're in the final and you're world champion. First time world champion ever.
Oh my. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. This is Manny V and Jason Finlay tuning in, giving you the live feed at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And if you have been watching from the get-go, you are watching history in the making.
This is history. I mean, the barrels and airs that are attempted right now in the last few hours are out of control, and guys are pushing each other so hard. It's incredible no one's hurt. I'm glad we've got a few lifeguards out there on the ski to look after the boys so they can just go for it. I mean, Mark got that final score and his head was bleeding.
Oh, that's right. On one of the big bombs of the heat of the whole contest, he airdropped to the bottom, got pounded, and then was able to get back out there. And we're going to see that in the highlight reels. For that whole heat could be a highlight reel in itself.
Yep.
Oh, but now out in the water, facing his either one step closer to a world title or the end of his world title campaign, the rider in red, the Australian Dave Winchester. We haven't seen an Australian take home a world title since 2007, where Ben Player took home that first place trophy. Can Dave Winchester do it? The door is wide open. Jeff Hubbard getting knocked out by South African Mark McCarthy in that last heat. Who are you going for the world title?
Winnie.
Was that a dumb question? Sorry.
All the way. But I do really feel for Jeff. There he is. You can tell he's bummed. He surfed his ass off then. He was absolutely ripping. Winnie taking off. It's a tall one. He's tucking into a barrel, but it looks like a pinchy one. He's not going to squeeze out of that.
We're looking at some slow scores right now as we come down to the 10-minute mark out of this 30-minute heat. I mean, 10 minutes have passed, and we're looking at some low scores from compared to that last heat. And no matter how small or how big the waves are, we always tend to have that pattern of waves consistently coming in one heat, maybe another heat, and then all of a sudden Mother Nature will take a step back, take a breather, and not send any really quality waves in a heat. But what we've seen is they will come, and they're going to come towards the end of the heat. So it could happen.
This could be a quality one here. Sasha Specker, a small one, flipping beautiful.
Oh, nice ARS, Sasha Specker.
Too easy for Sash. He knew it was a quick one, but he can get a good first score for that, a good quality first score, and he's going to possibly beat Winnie out into the lineup and have priority still. So he's got a good score there. Yeah, back to Jeff. You really got a feel for him. Oh, one last replay of Sasha's. Just waits for that bowl. Beautiful ARS. Textbook, really.
Sasha Specker has been on a very comfortable, just steamroller through the entire event. Here's a different angle of Sasha's ARS one more time. As you can see, his timing is perfect. Projection is there. Lands on the foamy and rides off. That will be, in the 4, maybe 5-point range just because it was a nice, clean ARS out the back on a medium-sized wave.
Yep. There you can see Winnie with his lovely ponytail popping out the back.
Yes.
Don't know what's going through his head, but I'm sure he wants something big, and he wants to be consistent to get a few scores because he's still got 2 heats to go before he's champion. You don't want to be peaking right now and just throwing yourself into anything when you know you've got to pace it and get the scores you need.
Oh, man, we're almost back to normal heart rate level after that last heat. That was an incredible heat. You're going to definitely see quarterfinal heat number 2 in the highlight reels, Jeff Hubbard and Mark McCarthy. But now it is up to this heat. Right now, we slowed down just a little bit, and scores are still dropping. Do we have an update?
Yes, Mark for that last ARS has got a 5, so he's already beaten Winnie's 2 highest scores, and it was only on an inside wave, but with a beautiful ARS. So it's good he got hungry, and he still got out the back before Winnie's even in priority. So that was smart surfing by Sasha.
All right, we're back in the Matrix over here in the commentators booth. We do have our internet feed coming straight to our commentators booth. So our IBA Facebook page, that is your portal, your gateway to get in here with Jason Finlay and myself, Manny V, giving you the live feed from the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And it's been amazing from the get-go. Jason Finlay and Ryan Hardy were the first ones to go out there and test the waters in some very scary low tide 6 to 8 foot Fronton, but you're healthy, you're still in one piece, but unfortunately you got knocked out in your last heat.
Yeah, knocked in my last heat with Ben Player. He just really put a show on for me, and he's surfing incredible. So anyone can take this comp out, and Ben showed he could easily do it in my heat. Mark showed he could easily do it in that heat with the best wave of the day. Another 10, didn't he? Did he got another 10? It's the second 10 of... No, he got a 9.83. Close
That was Jared
enough.
Houston.
Yep, that's right.
Look at this. Right here is what most of the riders are going for. This is your 2012 Fronton Pro Championship Trophy. The winner of the event will walk away with this thing. This thing is absolutely beautiful. So that is what is up for grabs for everybody else, including Dave Winchester. If he wins the event, he'll not only get that, but also that beautiful trophy from metalocean.com. Sean Tuttle, beautiful aluminum work, metal work. So look at this. Out the back, we may have some waves coming in.
Yeah, we have some lines coming through. They're looking a little north, which means they won't be as long on the rights, but they can still provide a really high-scoring wave. It really doesn't matter which direction the swell is from at Fronton. You're always going to find some sort of bowl and barrel. But, yep, Sasha taking off behind.
Oh,
another quick one.
You called it right there. Not much going to happen on the right. But wait a second. He jumps on this other little section. Oh, I thought it was Mace form up for something, but nothing there for Sasha Specker. Now he has 3 waves on his scorecard. So does Dave Winchester. Again, these are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored, and they have a 15-wave maximum. Nobody's ever going to come close to that because there's, it's all about getting that right wave.
So you can see Sasha was probably holding off for another little ARS section. Winnie's
on a bomb. Winnie pulls into this little big cover up right there. Sorry. But yeah, it comes out right there with a quick barrel, but it was a big wave.
Yeah, really nice tube. And he took off really well in that. He got into it so he didn't have to drop late at all. That's going to be a reasonable score. And at this point, he's still beating Sasha. So that's going to boost himself a little bit. But you never know what can happen. So Winnie strokes in early, scoops up.
Oh, look at that cave.
Sits in it too comfortable. All right, he's racing out there, but Winnie can do better than that. That was a beautiful wave, but there's more to offer, I'm sure.
Oh, my. So another angle of Dave Winchester's wave. You can see him taking off perfectly, sets his rail right when he gets down to the bottom, and he slides in, comes out perfectly. And he almost, when the west swell comes in, it comes across the reef. And if you're not careful, this whitewash will grab your feet inside of the barrel and just pull you back. And we saw Elliot Morales, unfortunately, succumb to that exact scenario in his heat. But Sasha Specker took advantage and advanced on. And here he is facing off Dave Winchester. So the scenario, once again, for the world title race, Jeff Hubbard, the only thing he can do now is sit back and watch.
Yeah, he's got to pray. Jeff Hubbard, I'm sure, is in a quiet spot by himself, just like looking to the gods, hoping they'll provide him the goods. It's all up to Winnie now, and Winnie's sitting comfortable now, but he hasn't secured anything. He needs to get through this heat, and if he gets through the semi-final, which is his next one, he is world champion.
Oh, that last second wave from Mark McCarthy pretty much opened the door for Dave Winchester to walk away with the 2012 World Championship trophy. And because he knocked out Jeff Hubbard in that last heat, Dave Winchester, all he has to do is make it to the final.
I don't know how I would handle that pressure.
Oh, my.
That is huge, that pressure. And
Wow.
you can see Winnie is being casual and he is relaxed, and that's his whole persona, and that's how he's so good, because he does stay cool, calm, and collected, and he doesn't rush anything. But when he needs to strike, he will. So I'm sure we'll see that either this heat or the next one if he gets through.
I just got my lunch handed to me. It's a nice long ham sandwich, but you know what? I'm going to let that thing rot away. I'm going to hold off until the end of this event before I bite into that thing, whether I get E. coli or not. It doesn't matter. You know what? Maybe this is a good time to take a break and regain our thoughts. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here, holding it down in the hot seat. Jason Finlay. And Jason Finlay, last year's Fronton Pro champion. Look at this. Sasha Specker taking a look at this one. Air drops to the bottom. Holds his rail. He opens his mouth. One last gasp of air. Nice big barrel. Oh, nice carve on the inside. So will another South African make a decision for the world title? If he knocks Winnie out of this, Jeff Hubbard will be the world champion.
Sasha could easily do this too. He's got the skill. He's got the hunger. He's a machine. And that was a really nice tube. I mean, if this was a free surfing trip and you're getting barrels like Sasha is here, you're getting shots that are going to fill the magazine.
Exactly.
And this is in a competition.
That's the beauty of it. I mean, the last 2 years on the IBA World Tour has pretty much defined bodyboarding as far as bringing the best bodyboarders and the best waves, bodyboarding waves in the world. Sasha Specker could be the deal breaker right now and knock out Dave Winchester and give the world title to Jeff Hubbard. So that is what is in the way right here. Sasha Specker, the South African, can he define the world title this year?
And Sasha has gone through the trials to get into this event. So he's surfed about at least 10 heats to get to where he is. So you know a guy deserves it when he works that hard, that he can get all the way through the trials, all the way up to round 6. Are we in now?
We're in the quarters.
We're in quarters. Jeez. All the way to the quarters from the trials. That's incredible.
That's huge. And Sasha Specker's pretty much been doing that from the beginning of the 2012 Grand Slam Series. And guess what? Because of his hard work, he earned a spot in the 2013 Grand Slam Series. So you're going to see Sasha Specker in the hunt for a world title next year.
You can see him waving his arm now. He's just looking to hear the scores from the judges to see where he's positioned. And that can dictate how hard he'll go on his next wave. He might risk it all, or he might play it safe just to get enough. And it looks like he scored a 4.33 for that last barrel. He wasn't overly deep, so it was still a nice tube, but the quality out here is so high that you need to be backdooring those tubes and boosting off the end.
We saw 2 10-point rides already. Ben Player's big forward air in an earlier heat, and also Jared Houston's 10-point ride where he was in the barrel for, I have no idea, more than 5 seconds for sure, as the Mother Nature unloaded on the shallow reefs here at Fronton. Definitely a bodyboarding wave today. I'm sure there's a handful of surfers out there that can make the drop, but it's all about the bigger, deeper barrels. And let me tell you something, some serious bodyboarding going down today here for the NMD versus Fronton Pro.
That's right. I mean, like the surfers have the Chopes comp, or the pipe, I guess, but I'd say Chopes is the heaviest wave on their tour, and they really push it in that stuff. And this is probably our heaviest wave on tour.
For sure.
And everyone is pushing it as hard as you can. So it's making a great name for bodyboarding, and we're really rising up in the ranks of the surfing community.
It's all about wave riding. And I mean, if you're a wave rider and you know what it's all about, it doesn't matter what machine you're on when you're riding waves. It's all a matter of how you ride the wave. And right here in this event, you're seeing the best of the best throwing it down in one of the best bodyboarding waves in the world. It is Dave Winchester right now who can hold that 2012 IBA World Tour World Championship trophy up high. If he can sneak past Sasha Specker and Jared Houston, or actually, no, the winner of PLC and Ben Player. So he has his work cut out for him. So Dave Winchester, it's not over yet, buddy. You still have a shot at it.
And this heat has been relatively slow compared to the event. It's a low-scoring heat. The highest combined total is only a 10.58. I mean, there's still eight minutes left, and as Mark showed us in the last heat, you only need the last 10 seconds.
Exactly.
But hopefully we get a little pulse for the end of this. I could see a big lump coming through now. It might be too west.
Sasha Specker currently in that second place position in the green jersey, only looking for a 5.59 wave to get back into that first place spot. Again, a very low scoring heat right here, and it would be anticlimactic if there isn't any higher scoring waves, but Sasha Specker can make the difference right now on who can and will be the world champion here in 2012. Last year, Jeff Hubbard, same scenario.
Yep.
He got knocked out in the early rounds, by the infamous one and only Jason Finlay. And this time around, it was Mark McCarthy who knocked out Jeff Hubbard. So Jeff Hubbard last year got knocked out in the early rounds and sat back and saw his hopes dwindle away as PLC made that last second charge. Now, will he have to sit back and see Dave Winchester do the same thing? There's only one person that can determine that at this moment, and that is Sasha Specker. Can he knock him out of this heat?
It really couldn't happen to a nicer guy, Jeff Hubbard. I mean, this guy's been at the top of the sport for 15 years, and he's incredibly humble, and he can boost higher than anyone in the world. It was really heartbreaking, bittersweet, my victory last year, because I did kind of shatter his world title dreams for that year, and I definitely had some guilt. But
at the same time, you're competing.
It's the name of the game, and he hadn't secured it before this event, so it was up for grabs, and that's exactly what's happening in this event too.
Oh no, I don't know if we can sneak a camera to his location. Just look at him as this heat winds down to the last few minutes, because Sasha Specker could put a wrench in the world title race for Dave Winchester if he beats him in this heat.
Yep.
So if we can get a camera on Jeff Hubbard, that would be a huge history in the making.
If I remember from last year, Jeff will probably be hiding somewhere by himself, just keeping calm and not letting his nerves get the better of him. I mean,
and you know what? You're right. I did just get word from our webcast and camera people. Jeff is nowhere to be found on site. So if we did see him, we would have a camera on him. But Jeff Hubbard doesn't want to be seen emotionally to what is going to happen in this heat.
We just got a quick flicker of Mark McCarthy, last heat's winner. I'm sure they're going to talk to him a sec, and he was absolutely shredding. But here comes a wave for Dave Winchester.
Dave Winchester
pushes in nicely, tucks into a beautiful tube.
My.
Oh, the shock he blasted him.
Oh, no.
Winnie. He was sitting comfortable, but the strength of Fronton can easily take you down. You can't be complacent.
Oh, broken leash. A broken leash from Dave Winchester.
Shit.
Look at Sasha Specker pulling into this. He is deep. He will come out of that. And not really, really deep. Oh!
And an invert on the end. Dave Winchester lost his board.
Did he grab it? Oh, he lost his board. That wave Sasha was on takes it all the way to the inside. So Dave Winchester will take full advantage right now of that board caddy, which is sitting in the channel. Sasha Specker, he knows what is at stake. He's paddling right now. He's digging deep. Can he get priority back? Priority is in the hands of who gets out there first, Dave Winchester or Sasha Specker.
And that's Jake Stone, who was Winnie's board caddy, so lucky you had him on the side.
Yes.
That's the exact reason he's there. Basically, Winnie lost out nothing there. He got a new board straight away, and now he will still have first priority.
Oh, my. So the scores are coming down for both Sasha Specker and Dave Winchester. Dave Winchester's wave, as you can see, take us through it.
Here's a repeat. Tucks in the tube. He's looking comfortable, but look at that shock he just blast up.
Oh, my.
It's really hard to push over those shockies, and it's really unfortunate he didn't then. Sasha Specker with that nice tube, and
look
he
at
gets
this.
an invert at the end of it.
Oh, he was deep. Oh, my. He's not done yet. He comes out with a big maneuver right here. A nice, clean invert, but lands perfect on the top of the foam ball right there.
And that is the reason why he just scored a 6.45, and he's now in the lead.
Oh, my. 4 minutes to go. Oh, Jeff Hubbard. Let's find Jeff Hubbard. Let's get a camera on him. We need to get his reaction if Sasha Specker does what he is doing right now in these last 4 minutes. Is the hunt for the world title
5.83.
just going away, going into the dust for Dave Winchester as Sasha Specker competing for a shot at a win at the Fronton Pro. It is going down to the last 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, I seriously need to get a heart rate monitor on me right now.
There's
So,
Jeff Hubbard
oh
watching,
my.
incredibly nervous,
Oh
rubbing his head.
my.
What can he do? He can sit there and wait, and Winnie's got about 3 minutes to score over a 5.83.
Oh,
which
doctor.
isn't easy, but can he? Oh, it's too much to handle right now.
Oh my. Don't look down.
Too much to handle. So Jeff, the intensity on his face, you can tell it really comes up to this last 3 minutes whether he's going to be world champion or not.
Oh my God.
Winnie-
Keep your eyes on the screen. If you're just tuning in, if people are sleeping, your friends are sleeping, call them up right
Here's
now.
a wave for Winnie.
Winnie up and running.
Takes off. Big roll.
Oh!
Big roll. Keeps going. Oh my God, he's going to milk this. That was a really big roll. That's going to be so close. I think he should paddle his ass off and get out the back to try and secure another one, but that is going to be close.
Oh my Lord. Jeff Hubbard, only thing he can do is sit and wait for this heat to finish. Oh!
He needs a 5.83. Let's see him take off here. It's a bigger size wave. That's at least 6 foot. And he gets thrown out of this lip. Look at him fall top to bottom.
My.
Oh, this is too intense to call. You can see on his face that he liked that one. Has he got the scores? Oh, it's not enough. It's a 5.4. He's 0.4 off. Winnie needs to get another wave in the last 2 minutes.
2 minute warning.
He's
2 minute warning. Here we come down to the wire.
Hub's got to be stressing out. He just got beaten in the last 10 seconds of his heat, and Winnie's still got 2 minutes to maybe pull it off. There's Hardy giving him some support. It's got to be a tough time for him. His fellow Hawaiian, Jacob Romero, there too. Winnie, sure.
Oh my, look at that. You can feel the anxiety from Jeff Hubbard. Will Jeff Hubbard win his third world title here at the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro? Or will Dave Winchester have another chance? It all comes down to the last 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Winnie's inside. That little one's not going to give him what he needs. He's got a minute 30 to ruin Jeff's dreams.
Sasha Specker has been on an incredible campaign throughout the early rounds, and here he is. Will he totally be the wall for Dave Winchester's first world title? It looks like it may go down. The South Africans pretty much determining who your world title winner will be. Look at Sasha Specker. Oh my, 1 minute, 1 minute to go.
remaining.
Did Sasha Specker just hook up Jeff Hubbard and knock out Dave Winchester? Look at
I can
Dave.
see some lumps coming out the
Look
back.
at that, look at
Jeff
that.
can't even watch. This is too intense. He's got 46 seconds to steal this.
Oh my. Jacob Romero, move your head
Winnie,
out of.
he's looking at the left.
Winnie, a
Big tube.
A 5.83.
Big tube.
A 5.83.
Oh my goodness, he went for it.
A
Is that gonna
5.83.
count?
A 5.83.
Oh
That
my
is what
goodness.
Dave Winchester is after.
That
Is
was
that going to be it? Oh my.
That
The
was
whole-
a big barrel and a big section. He didn't hold the section.
The whole country of Australia are holding their breath right now.
Oh my goodness.
They are waiting. Winchester,
tube-
Winnie is waiting.
The tube alone should give him a decent score.
5.83. 5.83. Is that enough? We're
There's
taking
5 seconds left.
Oh,
Look at that tube.
That was a deep pit.
Big
Comes out.
goal.
Look where he lands. In
Oh.
the craziest section you can land right there.
The heat's over. It's up to this score.
The
to
last
drop.
score to drop. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on
Oh
the screen.
my God, he's
What?
got a 6.7.
Oh!
Dave Winchester.
6.7 for Dave Winchester in the last second of that heat. Oh my
This is
Lord.
Crazy. Can you believe how this is playing down? Jeff, this has got to be killing him.
Oh my, it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. The world title race is not over yet. Jeff Hubbard still has to wait for the semifinal. Dave Winchester now is situated in semifinal number 2. He will face off the winner of PLC and Ben Player. And if he beats that person in the semifinal number 2, then Dave Winchester will bring home the world title back to Australia since 2007. Ben Player taking it home. So, back in 2007. Oh, my.
Every Australian must just be going berserk right now.
My.
This is intense.
Sasha Specker has succumbed to Jeff Hubbard's same scenario in the last second of that heat. That was incredible. We're going to take our breath, take a quick breather. We'll be back right after this. Oh, my. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, we're live. Oh, man. I love the action that we're seeing here. Ladies and gentlemen, Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. Jason Finlays, he's going to go down and get front row seat center, and he's going to watch what's going down from the competitors area. But, Mez, how intense is this competition?
Well, I'm hoarse from yelling my nuts off. Oh, my lungs off. Holy dooly, as
yeah.
you say. And
so
here's the first wave from PLC, spreading the legs.
Oh, my. Look at that.
The long mane is flowing. Comes out with a spit. Nice starter there from Pierre. And, yeah, the talk at the moment is Dave Winchester through to the semi-final with a last 10-second point ride. And as we watch PLC, driving through that pit, coming up high, out with a spit. Nice starter for Pierre.
Wow, I can't believe what just happened in that last heat. We've seen it already a few times today. The last minute.
Well, the last 20 seconds, Manny.
The last 20 seconds of that heat, the winner was determined, and it was Dave Winchester against Sasha Specker. But Sasha Specker, you can't take any away from Sasha. Put on an incredible show. The South Africans should be proud of Sasha Specker. Now, out in the water, the final, quarterfinal. This is PLC, your 2011 world champion in the red versus the one and only Ben Player in the green jersey. This heat is, oh my, I don't know what it is. It's going to be crazy.
It's crazy, mate. It is crazy. And we've got Ben and Pierre. Ben's got the first wave. He got a 5.5. Amazing things here at the Fronton Pro. Jeff sits out the front here with us. He's on edge. You know, it's not over yet. When he's got to get through one more, he's got to get through these two riders here. There's 3 world titles between these two riders, and it's not done and dusted as yet.
Oh,
so
no.
Jeff Hubbard is still in this, ladies and gentlemen. He's still there. He's still going for it, and amazing scenes. So I got to settle down a bit, Manny. So you take it through, and I'll get my tongue untied.
You're shaking. Why are you shaking?
No idea, mate. Wouldn't have a clue.
Well, I'm shaking too, but you know what? This is probably a good reason. We're seeing world titles up for grabs. We're seeing some insane bodyboarding action here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro, and we're just seeing some just incredible storytelling being untold right now. We're watching history in the making. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crown a 2012 IBA World Tour champion here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. It wouldn't all be possible if it wasn't for NMD versus our friends at U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, Like Bodyboard. They have been a big influence on this event, so we thank you all for your support and the viewers as well. I'm telling you right now, this is where it's all going down. If you haven't already done so, make sure you like the IBA World Tour Bodyboard page, IBA World Tour Facebook page, and make sure you click on the little IBA World Tour black and white icon logo and click on win. Sign up. We got a ton of goodies from our supporters at this event, and you can walk away with some goodies for yourself. Mez and Manny V here giving it to you live from the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Oh, my.
Yeah, still in shock. But that was a tough one. Yeah, it wasn't a high-scoring heat, and that one was all winnies to lose actually. And not putting the kibosh on the guy. He's a legend, and it was just a tough heat. He lost his board during that heat, snapped the leash. Board went to the surf guide, smashed to bits on the rocks, but luckily Jakey Stone was out there as Ben Player takes off on his first wave.
Oh my, Ben Player, nice first drop right there. Comes out of that section, finds a big section and a nice extended roll right there. Ben Player on a solid first wave. That will definitely be higher than that 5.5 wave from PLC. So Ben Player, PLC, 2 former world champions out in the water. They are no stranger to what it takes to be a world champion. So they're going to go head-to-head. The winner of this heat, again, faces off with Dave Winchester.
Well, Ben Player, he's been on fire today. He's driving through that barrel, looping roll here. Eyes are landing right on the foam. Perfect start for Ben. And Ben wasn't going to come into this contest. He already had his place secured for next year. And he was debating whether he was going to do it or not. I sort of twisted his arm. We see this angle again here. Comes through it. Nice open one. Bang. Nice loop there. Good extension. Smooth landing. And that first wave has just dropped. We hear the judges, the beach commentator call that a 7. So that was a 7 for Ben, opening wave.
Oh.
Yeah, so Ben wasn't going to come here. I said, buddy, we need you. And he's come over and he's taking it easier. He's got no stress on him and it shows in his surfing. He's relaxed and he's ripping. Here he goes again, this time on the left-hander.
Oh, nice. Tons of speed. A big air forward right there from Ben Player on the left. But the lefts, you're going to do a maneuver. You're going to land over to the side of the wave. I don't know how the judges are going to score that, but you can see a little bit of texture on the water starting to form up on the wave. So that will probably be a big factor as we wind down today's competition. But here's another look at Ben Player.
Well, the left's are big waves, Manny, and that's a good move, but it's just not connecting through on the inside. You saw Dave Winchester in the last heat try and invert, nearly got sliced and diced on the reef.
Oh.
So the local boys were telling me that the lefts were going to start firing, and Seamus Mackham, our guru here with the video cameras and all the editing stuff, he was sort of thinking the same thing was going to happen. It hasn't done it yet. It might do that later on, and we shall see. But it's still the right-handers. It's all about the right-handers right now.
Oh, so once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. PLC in the red jersey. He is Pierre-Louis Cosse from France against the Australian Ben Player. The winner of this heat will face off with Dave Winchester. Dave Winchester in semifinal number 2 has to win that heat, and he will be your new world champion.
Well, no one's going to give it to him, Manny. And like we say, both these guys, 3 world titles between them. And they're here to win it. They're here if they got sponsors to please. They've got a pecking order amongst the boys, and they want to come out on top and finish the year on a high. On the other side of the draw, now we have Jerry Houston already through to the semi, and he will come up against Mark McCarthy. So South African on South African in the first semi, and Dave Winchester is waiting in the second semi for either Pierre-Louis Costes from France or Ben Player from Australia.
Oh, my. So, yes, our heart rates are getting back to normal. We can see Ben Player is just doing circles right now around PLC only because he's not in priority. So Ben's going to pick off any of the waves that PLC is not after. That could have been a really good wave for Ben Player if he would have taken off. But again, we're sitting here comfortably on flat, stationary ground. We're not out there in the heavy conditions where it's 6 to 8 foot, 5, maybe 4 feet of water between them and the reef. So.
And unfortunately, I'm not putting anything on this footage you're getting, but when you're here, it's a whole different ball game. We're sitting on this cliff, looking down. There's about a couple of hundred people looking at today's events, and these things are just exploding onto what is a very shallow reef.
Oh, my. So fellow South African to the riders, we have Douglas Cockwell. He just hit me up, and you know what? I'll get right back to that. But look at this. Oh, coming around the section. Oh, my. PLC with his textbook backflip.
And he made that.
And he made that. That was huge.
That was what the judges are looking for, Manny, is a critical maneuver on a big wave in the most critical section of the wave. That's the simple criteria. And that's what Pierre did then. Came down either section, pulled it right at the most critical point and landed it. And those things are hard to stick when the foam ball is coming out. So Pierre will be well rewarded for that wave. and his first score was a 5.5, so that will better that, and that will put him into first place as we watch the replay.
PLC, he already knows it's not going to barrel, so he goes around the section, and right here he throws it into the backflip. He can do those things in his sleep on any wave. PLC throwing that first backflip under his belt, and the judges are liking that right there. 7.63. Here's another angle.
Well, here he goes, head set, and he's eyeing the landing. When he's flipping, turns his head on the lip of that wave, looks where he's going to land, flips it around, and the whitewater actually helped him on that occasion. So that's Pierre's signature move. 22 years old, from France. I believe he spends most of his time now in Portugal with his long-time girlfriend, Ruth, and currently ranked number 4 on the world tour. So he's looking to better that position. I'm not too sure if he can. I think these positions are pretty much solidified.
What they're going for is that very prestigious wind of the Fronton Pro, especially in these conditions. They can look back and say, you know what, remember when it was massive at Fronton? Well, I was one of those guys to take a win there.
Well, I know that the guys have been knocked out, Jake and Ryan Hardy and those guys and Jason. There's more of them. They're just bummed that they're not getting to surf in these conditions. They're like, this is one of the best contests they've ever seen in the best conditions with 2 guys in the water, the whole world watching, and they just want to be a part of it. So, yeah, we've got amazing conditions here. A bit of wind, but the wind at Fronton doesn't mean it's all over. The wind will come and it will go as we move towards the high tide. And we have, what is it, man? We've only got, after this heat, 3 more heats to go. So we can take our time if we want to and look at the best conditions. And the riders, judges, contest organisers and locals will put their heads together and have a bit of a powwow and see what's the best scenario as we finish this event.
Well, I know Ryan Hardy was in here. He actually said in the earlier part of the day, he said, we're going to look at 2 hours after the high tide mark, and that will probably be at the brink of saying it's just too heavy. So I think we are probably going to see the whole thing run today.
Run through, okay.
Run through all the way. So to make it all the way to the final, I hope these guys are staying fully charged and fueled up with water and keeping hydrated, because that you need every bit of energy out there today to deal with these conditions. I mean, I can't believe Mark McCarthy is still, he got pounded in that previous heat in quarterfinal number 2, and here he is. He's going to face off semifinal number 1 with fellow South African Jared Houston.
We got the boys paddling out the back here, but yeah, Manny, that was amazing. I mean, that was who we've got here, Pierre-Louis Costes on this one.
PLC, now he finds that little barrel, big barrel, I should say, and he comes out. He's going to keep his eyes open, try to look for another section, but nothing there for PLC. It will better his 3.68, I believe.
Player on the one behind it.
Oh, my.
Straight into this one.
Look at this.
Down the bottom, eyes the section, comes up, smacks a roll. Is he coming out of that one?
Oh, look at that whitewash just coming across that screen.
And we saw that with Winnie, where he lost his board. He actually popped his leash right there and bends under the water. He's got a big set of lungs on the young fella, so he's okay.
Oh, he was deep. That board was tombstoning.
And we saw Winnie lose his board in that situation, and the leash snapped, and he had to swim out to his board caddy and Jake Stone, and fortunately it didn't cost him. Watch this wave again from PLC. Leg stall right there in the pocket.
Perfect.
Just right in the zone right there. Comes out, hopes for a backflip section. Doesn't happen, and that was a good scoring wave. So that'll 6.68 for Pierre-Louis Costes.
Here's another angle. Here's another angle. That was a nice, clean, deep barrel from PLC. It was like right below one of the bigger set waves, but still big and massive out there. I mean, these riders are making it look very, very easy, but in fact, it's one of the hardest waves you can ride on a bodyboard.
Well, Ben comes off the bottom here, hits the lip, rolls over, and just that smacking water coming through from the side there just detonates on him. And he's somewhere underneath all that, and that's probably a good 6 foot of wash. He went down, looked for some lobsters, come back up, and out he goes. So Ben Player in his earlier heat today, scoring the first 10 of the second 10, I believe. Yeah, Yuri was the first 10 of the day, and that was for a beautiful air forward. So he's paddling back out. I believe he doesn't have priority. Pierre's sitting there with priority and in the driver's seat. So Ben needs a 7.32 to take the lead from Pierre.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more time. You can see Ryan Hardy in the white shirt, and just as we were saying, keeping hydrated.
And
That
guys,
is-
just to interrupt, that's not vodka. That is water.
Keeping hydrated right there is Dave Winchester in the red jersey. He makes it to semifinal number 2. He's going to face off the winner of this heat currently out in the water, quarterfinal number 4. So Dave Winchester keeping hydrated, keeping that energy level high, and getting ready. Hopefully for him and the fellow Australians, he will bring home a world title. Hasn't been done since 2007 when Ben Player won the world title. It was Udi Valadao who came in second behind Ben Player in 2007. So it is definitely a handful of very experienced riders. Now in Sydney, we are looking at 1:19 a.m. in the morning. Are you still up in Sydney? Let me put something on their Facebook page. Oh, my internet is down. My internet is down here in the commentators booth. We will get that situated ASAP. But let's check out the live feed right now. This is where we're at in the water. Ben Player, he is in the green jersey. He is on the hunt right now for a 7.32. PLC, he is sitting comfortably with a 7.63 and a 6.68.
Yeah, well, Ben's looking, like I say, that 7.32. In his last heat, he got a perfect 10 and I think a 7.8, something around there. So the waves are a bit different for this heat from what we saw in his first one. And there's Winnie once again. So I wonder what is going through his mind.
I don't know, but I'm sure his family is up and, well, at least his wife is still watching.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Amy's there in Mullumbimby with his two daughters, Autumn and Summer.
Do you think they're watching or they're
I don't
in bed?
know. I mean, they've just come back from France and they keep their kids up pretty late there. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty special occasion. So maybe Amy's got the kids up and I'm sure they're tuned in and watching their dad and husband see what he can do here. So, special moment for them, you know. I mean, it could be his first world title.
My friends over in Portugal just put out their new release of the Vert magazine online. Go search Vert magazine online, and you'll hunt down the new issue of Vert that just came down the pipeline this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. The riders are waiting patiently. We will wait patiently for you to come back right after this.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, welcome back to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Here we have quarterfinal 4 with Pierre-Louis Costes up against Ben Player, and Pierre combined score of 14.31. Ben Player currently in second place, needing a 7.32 to jump ahead of the young Frenchman. And the talk of the moment is Jeff Hubbard beaten in his first quarterfinal. Not knock Jeff out of the world title race.
No,
he's still in the hunt.
Yes, Dave Winchester is the only other world title contender that can take the world title home, and he has to go head-to-head with the winner of this heat in semifinal number 2. So, again, if Dave Winchester can beat and advance on out of semifinal number 2, he will be your 2012 IBA World Champion. So the only thing Jeff Hubbard can do is sit back and watch.
Well, unfortunately for Jeff, he's in the same position as he was last year when Jace Finlay knocked him out. And that's nerve-wracking for both Jeff and Dave. I know that Dave has to make the final. That's important. He's got to make the final. So far, he has 2 firsts and 3 thirds for his top 5 finishes. Jeff has 3 firsts, a 5th, and a 9th. So Jeff can't better that as Pierre takes off on the right-hander here. It's a big one, comes out with a truckload of spray on the shoulder there, and that was a nice wave.
You said that was a right, but it's actually a left. Your eyes are going right.
I'm from Endo, man. I should know better than that. I live in Endo, so yeah, I apologize for that.
But yes, a big, deep barrel for PLC on that left right there. Let's take another look. It's all about being able to get to that speed line down in the bottom of the wave and then pull up and maintain a high line for more speed. speed, and PLC rode that wave perfectly.
And look where he comes out at the top.
Perfect.
And if you look at that wave again, I'm sure we get another repeat of it. You watch how he has his board. He has his board kind of sideways to the wave, and that's so he can slide just down the wave a little bit before he catches an edge. If he's set too hard, he'll bounce on that one. So he was setting his body, almost body surfing Manny. He's using that board as a plane on the face. The face is curved. He slides down, then he scoops it into position, aims up high, comes out. So waiting for that score to drop.
That was a big barrel. Let's take a look.
It's going to be high.
One more
time.
time.
A high wave, a high score.
You can see how
8.63, Benny.
Oh my! So yes, the judges love that. That was a very difficult wave to ride. He slid. He pretty much took off under the barrel and was able to maintain his line through the barrel as that big cave just barreled over him. Sasha Specker is in the room next to us. He has nothing to be ashamed of or put his head down. Great showing at the Fronton Pro. It was unfortunate he succumbed to the last few seconds of Dave Winchester in that last quarterfinal. So Sasha Specker, a great run in the Fronton Pro. Now he gets to sit back and relax and hunt down a couple beers for us.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty unprofessional if we drink in front of the camera, but we've done a long job. My job's been half the job of Manny, so his is well earned. But again, that wave of Pierre's, an 8.63 just for a barrel. So no aerial move that we could see off the end, but that just shows you that scores are changing. And if you go on the left-hander, not the right-hander, the left-hander, and negotiate it and come out clean, you're going to get rewarded. So we talked about Pierre with his board on that wave and how he positioned the board, drove out, and he got an 8.63. So that puts Ben Player in a tough position. We only have 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go as we count down, and Ben needs a 9.26.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is it. We're coming down to the wire on the 2012 IBA World Tour. This is the Grand Slam Series. We are still on the hunt for a world champion here on the 2012 IBA World Tour. Dave Hubbard, I keep saying that.
Too many Daves and Jeffs, Manny. It's hard.
Yeah, Dave Winchester and
No.
Jeff Hubbard are both up for the hunt of that title. Dave Winchester, or Jeff Hubbard, he has been knocked out of the event. The only thing he can do now is sit back and watch what unfolds in the next few heats. Dave Winchester, he has to make it out of his semifinal number 2 to become world champion.
Well, how about these South Africans, Manny? We've got Jared Houston and Mark McCarthy in the first semi. Just had Sasha Specker get knocked out in the third quarterfinal. That's 3 guys in the final, so they're definitely coming to the fore and becoming a world force.
I think there's something in the rotis they're eating down in South Africa, Brew, but I'm not quite sure.
What's a roti?
It's like a burrito. I think.
I thought it was the eland, which is some sort of giant deer that a guy I played footy with used to go on and on about. But PLC having a look there at the left-hander, nothing doing.
So your world champion will be determined today. At the end of today, we will see a new world champion, or a new world champion and a new winner of the Fronton Pro. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Manny V here holding it down with Mez in the hot seat. Quarterfinal number 4 out in the water. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. We can't thank you enough for tuning in from all over the world. If you haven't already done so, text, email, message all your buddies. Tell them to watch. We're coming down to the wire here at the NMD.
Manny's got a frog in his throat, local canary and tree frog, and they're always hard to deal with. But we'll get him some what do you call that, refreshments?
Yes.
A bit of liquid, drown the frog out. But anyway, back to the heat, and Ben's paddling for this one.
Oh my, look at this, out the back.
A 9.3. He's having a look. And
any takers?
Let it go. Oh, no.
PLC, taking a look. Look how big that is. Oh, my.
And it is starting to change, Manny. These left-handers aren't quite what they were before. So with 5 minutes to go, Ben needs a 9.26 to come in first and take on Dave Winchester in the semi-final. It's not beyond Ben, as we said before. He scored a 10 in his round 6 heat. And that was an amazing airfall with a perfect landing on a good set wave. So it's not beyond Ben. Pierre's having a look at this inside wave, decides not to go. He's doing that because Ben has priority. But these inside waves have been turning it on, Manny.
Oh, my, yes. I mean, that's what the riders are trying to determine, whether to wait for the big bombs or come into the inside and catch these little perfect insiders. But if you do that, you're just that much closer to the reef, and it gets more shallower as you take off on these the medium-sized waves. Ben Player taking a look at this one. Here he goes.
Here he goes off the bottom, a smaller wave, sets his board forward of him, comes up. What can he do here?
Oh,
big
my!
Backflip. That's a big backflip. I think that one-ups Pierre at his own game.
Yes, that was a perfect backflip, landed perfectly on the flats, and makes his way back out. But Ben Player, he heard what PLC got on his backflip, and here he is putting his backflip down on the scores.
Pierre got a 7.63 for his backflip. Now, Ben's could potentially get higher than that. It won't put him into first place because you need to get a 9.26. As we look again at Ben's wave, leans forward, comes up, hip to lip, eyes the landing, lands smooth, whips it around. So a very smooth backflip from Ben Player there. So like I said before, it won't beat his won't get the 9.2 that he needed. As we look again.
Oh, but that wave will better possibly his 7-point ride. His 3.68. Ben Player, what do you got on this guy?
Well, I've known Ben since he was 15 years old. He went for a photo shoot for Quicksilver, and he was a tiny little skinny kid that was riding a giant Turbo 3 board with an oversized Quicksilver rash vest. And a friend of mine, Dave Appleby, said, "Watch this kid, he's going to be a world champion." And I was like, yeah. But he was 2 times world champion, and we've been together pretty much ever since. We're good mates, and it's great having Ben over here, and great having been a part of his career for the last 15, 16 years. So it's been a journey, watching what he's done, watching what he's achieved, and yeah, it's what you sort of dream for. You know, as a team, when you're looking for a team, you pick one guy that you think you can sort of invest into, and he can help the brand. That's exactly what he's done. So he's been that marquee rider for us, and he continues to be as he looks at this bomb.
Oh my, is he really going to take a look? He is going, oh, he pulls back at the last second. Oh, that looked like
that was open, Manny.
It stayed open. I don't know if he didn't feel comfortable in the position where he was at, but PLC.
Well, he wasn't in position. He wasn't in priority as Pierre goes again on the left-hander. Let's see what he can do with this one.
Oh,
Gunning
deep behind the section.
Comes out of that one.
And he comes out of that as well. He is stoked right there with a little fist pump on the way to the channel. PLC with another big barrel of a wave on that left-hander. So the lefts are starting to open up a little bit more.
They are, like the predicting. Here goes Ben here, air forward.
Oh, my.
Big landing. Now, interesting wave exchange there. So that wave, invert.
Is he going to pull out in front of that whitewash?
Well, that's pretty much the heat over, unless Pierre can paddle out there. But Pierre went on the left-hander, and before he got rewarded with an 8.63, he needed to better the 7.63, which I think he would do based on that first score on the left, Manny.
Well, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Again, the board sideways, pulls up into it, comes up high, you watch. Going through with the spit, and he's stoked. He claims that one. His claims are a bit lower this year, Manny, not the big high claims, little punch claims. You know, he's getting older, he's getting more mellow. So we'll see, waiting for those scores to drop. And here's Ben's wave. We didn't see the start of it. What's he going to do? Stall. He really needs a barrel here. Okay, a bit of a bounce on that one. Critical move in a critical section. That is insane. Look at that. Textbook air forward. Sticks the landing. That's got to be a high score, Manny.
That is right. I mean, Ben Player did what he did in the last heat with a
Pierre-Louis
big
Costes,
3C6.
8.93. 8.93 for Pierre-Louis Costes. That means Ben needs a 9.73 to win.
We're still waiting for the scores to drop, coming all the way down to the bottom of the list here. Ben Player's score is still waiting to drop, so hold on tight. 30 seconds. Look at this thing staring at Ben Player down in the face. Is this the end of the road for Ben Player? We're still waiting for the scores to drop. PLC is on the outside. There is 24 seconds remaining. The last scores are starting to drop. What is the situation? Where are we now?
No change. Ben's last wave, 8.85. Not enough to take up Pierre-Louis Costes. That 8.93 barrel on the left-hander was enough to push Pierre ahead of Ben Player. So Pierre-Louis Costes will now face Dave Winchester in that all-important semi-final.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Now it's the Frenchman standing in the way of the Aussie for a world title. There is PLC's beautiful girlfriend and her daughter, Ruth and Ola. They are from, they're Portuguese, now living in Portugal. She's happy. And PLC advancing on out of a tough heat with Ben Player. So you know what? Stay tuned. We're going to go pay some bills right now. We'll be back right after this. Wow, now Dave Winchester in the blue wetsuit there talking to his boy Ryan Hardy. Has to face off. Well, Mitch Rollins would like that little shot there. But it is Dave Winchester now has to face the Frenchman, PLC.
Well, PLC as a whole, Ben player would have been interesting as we see the two guys up in the first team, the two South Africans. Jared Houston, who's been on fire, up against Mark McCarthy, who's got cojones of steel.
Yes, and I can guarantee you right now, and if anybody want to place any bets with me, we will see a South African in the final.
What are the odds on that one, Manny? what are you giving?
Jared Houston in the red jersey, Mark McCarthy in the green jersey. They're friends outside of the water, but in the water, they know it's time to play the game.
Well, this heat's already on. We're a minute down, minute and a half, and we'll see. But that heat really warmed up that last heat, the last quarterfinal between Ben Player and Pierre-Louis Costes. It was a bit slow through the middle there, but the wave exchange for the last 5 minutes was intense.
Yes, incredible. Here we go. 30-minute heats. Top two waves will be scored. There is a 15-wave maximum, but nobody's really coming close to that wave max. It's all about getting those two high-scoring waves in these 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I posted something on there on our IBA World Tour Facebook page. We got Bryce tuned in from Lennox Head, Josh in Perth, and look at this. We may have a first go. It is Mark McCarthy. No, takes a look, and he has given priority, I believe, to
Jared Houston.
Jared Houston now has the opportunity to catch any wave he would like, but that is the beauty of the priority system. Here we go.
Jared Houston.
Oh, my. He barely gets over that ledge and slides under the pocket. A nice deep barrel right there. Big cave of a barrel for Jared Houston. He was doing that earlier today, and here he is not slowing down at all.
Well, that thing was just a cabin, Manny. He just came off the bottom with so much speed and drove straight through that thing. You could have put a small Canarian car in that one.
That's right. Here we go. One more time. Put a Canary car right this and let Jared Houston drive it right through. It is a perfect wide open barrel. Jared Houston clocking in a solid barrel ride on his first wave. Jared Houston from South Africa, still a young kid. He is hungry. He would love to have a win from Fronton.
Well, I've heard all these guys, through the years I've been involved. This guy's a future world champion. That guy's a future world champion. As we see Mark McCarthy having a scratch here. And you've seen them all, and some guys have actually done that. But I think Jared Houston looks to me to be one of those guys that can definitely win a world title within the next 2 to 3 years. He's already there. This contest, he's really impressed me. And he just drove through that barrel, not even touched by the lip. Comes out, starts the heat, and he's going to get a big score, I think, in the high sevens.
Yes, I mean, the judges have pretty much been on cue throughout the entire day. And shout out to Chico, Craig, and the rest of the boys throughout the entire year. They've been doing a great job. And you know what? We have the best bodyboarding judges. We have the best bodyboarders. We have the best waves on the IBA World Tour. And we can't thank the viewers enough for tuning in from each location that we've been to.
Well, if we want this tour to be legitimate, it has to have the best riders and it has to have the best conditions and the best locations and infrastructure, everything. So it has that. It's improved. We've had great, 2 to 3 great years on the World Tour. Is that a bag there, Manny? Selling through the lineup as Mark McCarthy has a look at this one. What is that?
Oh, is that a bat ray that just went over the falls?
I was thinking, was that the slick of Winnie's board? But his board has got a red bottom. So
yeah, we're going to find out what that
Dave
was.
Winchester did lose his board.
All non-competitors, please exit the contest area. All non-competitors, including that Stingray. Thank you.
Stingray, you reckon?
Cooper is tuned in from Victoria. Thank you for tuning in, brother. Tom in Perth. Jack is in Perth as well. And here we go. A little paddle on the outside. It is Mark McCarthy in green jersey. Is he going to drop in? Here we go.
There he goes, Mark McCarthy on this one. Nice looking wave. Comes off the bottom. What's your stall? Nice old school stall. Straight through a small barrel there. Into a roll. Nice opening wave from... No, he comes unstuck. And that's not a good position to be, Manny. That's right on that rock shelf where Mark has had a kiss on the reef. So the small ones are just as dangerous as the big ones. And we hope that he's okay.
I don't know if we can get a wide-angle shot to see where Mark McCarthy is, but first let's take you through what just happened.
This is the old Ben Severson stall right here.
Back in the day. Severson would be proud.
On the rail, on the tail. Slots into position, deals with the shockwave, deals with the spit, comes out, eyes the roll. We thought he had it, Manny, and then bang, pinched. So I can't see how he's doing, but we hope he's okay.
From Richards Bay, South Africa, Mark McCarthy is on a hunt for a win here in Gran Canaria. He has walked away with a win here in the Canary Islands back in 2010 at the Fronton Pro. So he would love to put another win from the Canary Islands under his portfolio.
I'm sure he would, Manny. And his fellow compatriot out there, Jared Houston, is looking for his first win. He's got a second in Sintra in Portugal, but he's looking for his maiden IBA GSS World Tour victory. So both these guys are in it to win it. And we haven't seen Mark yet. We hope he's okay. But 5 minutes already gone this heat, and we have Jared Houston. We haven't got that score yet. We're expecting a solid 7.5 to 8s.
Yeah, so we're waiting the scores to drop as well as you are down on your screen. These are 30-minute heats. We are down to the 24-minute mark. Look at this, Jared Houston paddling as hard as he can to get into this one.
He's dropping down the face on this one, eyes it up. It's a big launch section, air forward. Wow, nice move.
My. I thought his legs were just going to come over, but he pulls that off.
Well, he's got the timing, Manny, and he knows when it's going to barrel and he knows when to hit it. And that one, he just thought, look, there's nothing happening. He gunned off the bottom, straight for the lip. Textbook air forward, nice landing, and that'll back up his first scoring wave, which we're still waiting for the score on. As we see him here, he's kicking hard into that now to get over the ledge. Drives off the bottom. He's just eyeing the lip straight there, bang, up.
Perfect. Air forward right there. Lands right on top of the wave, and he makes it all the way down to the bottom of the wave. Another solid ride right there from Jared Houston. Here's another angle.
Comes down, and it's just that bottom turn. He leans his shoulder into the wave, launches. He's moving his weight on the board the whole time. He separates from the board there, so the board can land on the lip, and his body can come down after it and cushion it. So he's using his board like a safety ramp. When he comes down, the board goes down first, his body comes down second.
Jared Houston on another good run right here in semifinal number 1. The winner of this heat will advance on to the finals. It's going to be Jared Houston or Mark McCarthy, a South African for sure, will be in the final. We're still waiting for the scores to drop.
Well, they've dropped. We've got a 7.38 for the first wave for Jared Houston, and back that up with that air forward to 8.33.
Whoa,
a
pulling way ahead.
score of 15.71, and we're only not even 10 minutes in the heat. Mark McCarthy's first wave was a 5.05, which puts him in combo.
So again, thank you all for tuning in. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and likebodyboard.com. Make sure you go to our Facebook page and like it. Plus, we have a win button as well on our Facebook page. There you can sign up and be in a lottery to win some pretty epic prizes from our supporters here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Iman is tuned in from the Gold Coast, taking a look at the current situation out in the water. Semifinal number 1. Romina is in Uruguay. Hola, chica. Gabriel in Sao Paulo. Greg in Victoria. Jacob is tuned in from Newcastle, going for Winnie. Fraser's in Perth. Manuel in Lisboa. Obrigado. Lachlan in Mandurah. Luke in Gold Coast. Jackson is tuned in from, where are you? Straya, saying bring it home for South Oz and Australia.
I think that's slang for Australia, mate. Straya.
All right, there you go. So I'm learning some. Look at this monster coming in.
Mark
There's
McCarthy.
a couple of them.
Whoa.
Oh no, this is making me nervous. Mark McCarthy, we all know that he'll go for broke on anything. He knows he's behind the 8-ball in this heat. Will he go big?
Bring back the Gath helmet. He's having a kick. He's having a look. He's having a sniff.
Oh my, he's going for it. No, he pulls back, and lucky for us, he would have got into that foamy section and would have made it a little bit more difficult to come out. Look at that.
Well, now they've got the left-hander working too. He kind of looked left, didn't he? And here he goes, Jerry.
Oh.
Small wave, inside wave. What can he do on this one? And
big! Oh my!
I was about to say it was a small invert, but he got so much projection off that lip. He went a good 3-4 foot into the air.
That was incredible. Air Houston, we are clear for landing. That was a beautiful air maneuver from Jared Houston, but very interesting to see that Mark McCarthy almost tried to not block him, but...
Well, we're not sure what happened on that one because he was on, he had priority, obviously, and as we look at that great textbook, the invert there from Jared Houston.
Jared Houston.
I think he's the guy now to take the it's all there. The guys have to beat this kid. Look at him. Bang, splits the legs, goes the froggies.
Perfect.
Lands him. The long locks flowing, rides it through, and he's in the driver's seat in this heat. But yeah, I think Mark looked at that. He looked at the right, got confused, looked left, looked right, went and just lost priority, and Jared came straight through and snuck that one off him.
So, ladies and gentlemen, again, the NMD versus Fronton Pro. If you don't have a Google Plus account set up yet, do it now. I'm going to have a pretty much like a post-game show on our IBA World Tour Google Plus account. I'm going to put a hangout together, which means it's a video conference with 9 of you, and we're just going to talk about what went down today. So if you don't have a Google Plus account, get it now. We're going to set up a Google Hangout at Tumismo tonight at 7:30 our time. So make sure you find out what time it is in your part of the world. Google Hangout tonight, IBA World Tour. Look for us, and I'll send you an invitation. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the semifinal number 2, about 19 minutes remaining. Luke is on the Gold Coast. Florian is also tuned in. Joel on the South Coast. Joe in Western Oz. Sean Phillips in Perth. Everybody tuning in for a spectacular end to an incredible 2012 IBA World Tour.
Well, the judges love that invert from Jared Houston, scoring it with an 8.45. So that takes him even further into the lead. Combined score of 16.78. You can see that on the screen. So, yeah, didn't expect that. But it was a perfect maneuver. And he did get flying a fair distance. So Mark's going to have to pull out what he did in the last heat. Has a look at this one. And, yeah, so you kind of get in that position, 20 minutes to go. You've got a lot of time. But Jared's got 2 of the highest scores of the day. This is potentially the highest heat score of the day. Probably only coming second at this stage to to Ben's first heat, his round 5 heat. So, yeah. Manny's having his lunch, so just excuse us. Manny's having a feed, so when you've swallowed that load of bocadillo.
Jared Houston did get a 9.5 for a super deep barrel earlier today. And there are some high scores out there ready to, be taken.
There are. We saw Pierre in that last heat get 2 high scores going on the left-hander. So, yeah, it's all happening as these guys paddle for this one. Mark McCarthy's in position, but is he a bit deep?
We'll see. My!
We know he's going to take off. He's not short on the Coyote Stakes, and here he goes again.
Another
goes through this barrel, big pit, comes through, makes it out with the spit. Nice wave there from Mark. Now, if all being fair and well, if Pierre was getting those high scores on the left-handers, the judges have to reward that one, Manny.
That's right. I'm guaranteed it's going to be in the 7-8 point range. And look at that wave just unload. I don't know how many tons of pressure are coming in on the shallow reef.
Big wave, 6 to 8 foot face, even more. Deals with the landing, opens up, he pulls up high, out with a spit. Here he comes, claims it for the boys back home, and off he goes. So that's put the cat amongst the pigeons. Do you like my one-liners?
Yes.
There we see it again, mate.
All right.
There he goes, dropping down the face. Bounces a bit here, deals with it. Legs come behind him, aims up high. Underneath, driving through with the shoulders, deals with the shocky, comes up high. And that's what I've been harping on about the whole contest, is if you're down too low, you're going to get just corkscrewed. I spoke to Mark after that last heat, Mountie, and we wondered what happened to him. We saw his board come out. Did he hit the bottom? And he said, that was my leg. Came and hit me in the back of the head. So the thing got hold of his leg, twisted it up. He got smacked on his ear by his own leg, and his hips and his back were all smashed. So he's had that. He's head-butted the reef, and he's still going hard. So he wants this.
Yeah, he wants this. But you know what? Right now it's Jared Houston who is he or Jared Houston is going to make it in the final. Who's it going to be? The score did drop.
We're going to have a South African in the final, guaranteed. So that wave for Mark McCarthy, surprising, 7.55. So a good score, but it doesn't better the 2 high-scoring waves of Jared Houston. So he still needs a 9.23 to better Jared, which is not impossible. We've seen those 2 scores, a 10 and a 9.5. Ben Player 10 for an air forward textbook, and Jared Houston for an incredible display of barrel riding, and he got a 9.5 earlier on today. So here we go. 20 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go. And we have Boite here having a look. Is he going to go or not? And he's having a dig. Nope, gives it up. So he hasn't got priority, so he's going to have a look at these inside ones because Jared has the red shirt and priority. So Mark paddling inside here to have a look. Doesn't like the look of that. So yeah, so the talk of today is Jeff Hubbard knocked out in the first quarterfinal by, it escapes me for a second. That's what, Mark McCarthy, the man here on screen in the green shirt.
It's been a pretty intense day today. I got to pace myself. Our heart rate was going out of control in the very beginning. Now we're coming down to the wire. I'm loading up right now with a little sandwich and some water just so we can have the energy to get through today. We are seeing history in the making. Out in the water, we're going to see a South African for sure make it into the final here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And then we're going to see the Frenchman. Is he going to stand in the way of Dave Winchester's world title campaign? We will see coming up next in the water. You're going to see the riders getting ready and prepared for the next semifinal. But first, semifinal number 1 out in the water with 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, well, Pierre, we said before, Pierre wants to win, as we see Andy Lawrence there kicking through, photographer. So, yeah, Pierre wants to win, and Winnie wants to win. Pierre's probably thinking, gee, if I block Dave Winchester, I can never go back to Australia. But, yeah, that's the situation that's now in front of him, and Pierre's a true professional, and he's not going to give Winnie 1 inch. Winnie's at this is what he's competed for, his whole life. He's built for this moment. He's got a world title within his grasp. He's got fingertips on it, but he hasn't won it yet, and he needs to win this semi-final to become the 2012 IBA World Champion.
We are in semifinal number 1 out in the water. We have about 13 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. This is the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Mother Nature has taken a little chill pill for the last few minutes here in this semifinal number 1. But Jared Houston leading the charge right now out in the water in that first place position. Again, Vert Magazine from Portugal has dropped their latest online magazine, The Killer Issue by Vert. Put that in the search bar, and you're going to be entertained with some incredible photos and stories from our boys Tose and the crew over in Portugal. Bon dia.
Bon dia, what's that? Hello?
Good day.
Good day. Bon dia. So many languages flying around out in the competitors area, Manny. We've got French, Portuguese, Spanish, Aussie.
Arabic.
Which is its own language, okay, mate? Australia.
We got Arabic from the Morocco riders as well. Brahim Idouche, incredible rider. He did an incredible job here at the Fronton Pro. He and his brother will definitely use his placing here in the Fronton Pro to help their surf camps in Morocco. Go surfmorocco.com, and we wish you the best of luck. They've been in business for the past 3 years, so check them out if you want to check out Morocco.
Well, Brahim, the first surfer, bodyboarder, or stand-up to ever make a world tour, so a massive moment for Moroccan surfing as Jared Houston scratches over that one. So the bombs are still there. Look at this thing.
Oh, look at that thing just unloading. So much power being unleashed on the shallow reefs here at Fronton. Again, even though the tide is high, there is still only about less than 2 meters of water between. Look at that, just covering the entire monitor.
There's so much water sucking off the reef. It just sucks clean off the reef. The thing goes below sea level, and it just gets pulled up into those lips that we're seeing and detonated on the reef. So it's amazing to see, and it's amazing on the webcast, but if you're here in real life, it's something else. It's just the energy that's around this place because of what you're seeing is incredible. Guys, like everyone's just on edge, on the edge of their seat, shuffling around, pinching themselves, drinking Red Bull, drinking water. Yeah, I saw Sam Bennett get a case of tropical. He's got the beers out there. So you can take the boy out of Australia, but you can't take Australia out of the boy. So
look at this. We have our little Facebook appreciation. Go on there, like it, sign up for to win, some goodies from our sponsors here. The NMD versus Fronton Pro. We have NMD and versus U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and Like Bodyboard. There is a win button on our Facebook page. Make sure you get on there and sign up. Look how fast it's coming across the reef right there.
Yeah, it's moving, and that's because he doesn't have priority. He's looking at the inside wave, and he's trying to get that sneaker in between the set waves and maybe get back out before Jerry Houston there and get priority for himself. It's all strategy. So with almost 10 minutes left in the heat, we know you can win it with 10 minutes to go. He needs a 9.23, which is not beyond mark. So this thing's not over yet, but we're guaranteed to have a South African in the finals. To all you boys around the world, South Africans are like Kiwis and Aussies. We don't stay home. We spread out. So we've got Hundreds Brew, Billy Thiel over there.
Yes, Hundreds Brew.
He's over there in the UK, no doubt. Got his iPhone there, watching the heat, going nuts, punching the roof. He's probably driving a car for someone. He's a bodyguard nowadays. So We've got Billy. We've got guys all around the world, and they'll be tuning in, cheering their boys on, as the Aussie boys are too.
Well, we still have Steve Action Jackson on online too. He's feeding us some pretty interesting stats, and we'll get to all of them as soon as we have time. I mean, he's been feeding them throughout the entire event. Thank you, Jackson. Hopefully we can see more of you next year, and hopefully I get to see you in the summer come 2013. I'm finishing up my 2013 theindoexperience.com website, and we are going to go back to Indonesia, so I'll make sure I give you a ring. And also, Cabo Freak Fest is still going down at the end of August, or in August, so stay tuned for that, as well as Mazatlan Freak Fest is going to be a new one. And I'm sure all my boys in Mazatlan are watching, but if I know them, they're probably hammered right now from the Pacificos. They're dropping down their throats. So Manny, Carlos, Cesar, Pollo, shout out to everybody in Mexico and everybody around the world for tuning in for the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, bodyboard shaper to the pros. What up, people? We got a little bit more mellow.
Mellow what?
We got a little bit more mellow from previous heats, only because there was a ton of action, non-stop. But now Mother Nature is taking a little relaxation pill. So stay tuned. We're going to finish off today's action with a new world champion and a winner for the Fronton Pro. And I can't wait.
I can't wait either, Manny. It's amazing that this contest, 2 years in a row, we've just had pumping waves, and that's why I like to be involved with it. What a perfect place to show that I'm supporting, or my brand supporting this tour, because it's a great spectator thing. The web feed's okay. We have a few problems here and there, but compared to what it used to be, we used to have a VHS video would come out 6 months after the fact, and no one would get to see it. So
live.
This is live, and it's going to get better as technology improves. Imagine what's going to happen in the next 2 to 3 years. So
I would love to see cameras on the riders, audio, microphones on the riders, just so we can hear it and see it all. I'm hoping that'll happen in the next couple of years. We'll see.
Well, yeah, I mean, Murray Bell, who was instrumental in getting this thing up to the level that it's at now behind the scenes. Long-time bodybuilder from Cronulla. He's now one of Australia's top graphic designers, graphic artists. And he was trying to get me to make a camera within a stringer, like the stunt cam that you have. Stump cam, which is a cricket camera they have in cricket. And he was trying to use prisms to get the thing happening, and it was just, the hard part was transmitting the signal back to the cameras, and two was how many guys want 35 kilos of steel on their board. So a little way off that yet, but yeah, I mean, some of these angles the guys are getting, we saw a helicopter buzzing around today.
Yeah, the helicam.
It had 4 propellers, a camera set up, and that's what's going to happen. We're going to have footage from a helicam or 2 helicams in years to come.
It's happening now, ladies and gentlemen. We had the helicam out there, and we will have that footage from that in our highlight reel. Look at this. Mark McCarthy on the inside drops in on this one. He is going around the section for a big move. Look at that big reverse. Ooh. Oh, cannot pull it off. He is in the part of the zone you do not want to be. If a set rolls in, he will get his ringer rung. You don't want to be in that section right there. That is the impact zone. Let's take another look at what happened.
Well, he still didn't, Jerry's still in priority, so he had to go for this. So he's gone for a big backflip. Oh, sorry, that would be air reverse on that wave there. Kind of tweaked it a bit, but unfortunately lands on the back of the wave. So 6 minutes to go. He has to pull something out, and you can score high on those inside waves. We saw Jared Houston get an 8.45 on a smaller wave. Nice invert, great projection, and he is dominating this heat with a combined score of 16.78. So, Manny, the boys in Mexico drinking Pacifico, that's my favorite drop if I'm in the States or Mexico. There's a few good ones there, but I'm sure the boys around the world are drinking beers, and we'd like to see on the Facebook page what you guys are drinking. Let us know what you're doing. I know the Kiwi boys will be smacking down the
let me put that on there right now.
Pures, and then we've got the Aussies with their Tuis or their VBs or their little creatures. Lion, I think they drink that in South Africa, as we see a set just coming through and doing its thing on the reef here at Fronton. So we're not condoning drinking. If you're old enough to drink, drink wisely, drink responsibly.
Responsibly, yes.
But nothing like watching the boys having a couple of quiet ales and the pleasure of your own home. So that's what's amazing about this tour. We can watch this stuff live, and The world is changing. We know that now. Everyone's rocking iPhones and Samsung Galaxies and pads and tabs and all sorts of stuff. So I couldn't even operate this iPad we've got right here, so that's showing my age. But hey.
4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining out in the water. Semifinal number 1. We have Jared Houston in the red jersey, currently leading the charge with an 8.33 and an 8.45. Mark McCarthy, fellow South African in the green jersey, is only 9.23 points away from getting that first place spot. And I say only because it is totally possible out here.
Well, we saw Dave Winchester. He needed a 7, a 6, whatever it was, and he got it, with 20 seconds to go. So it's not impossible. It can happen. And this is actually, like, as we count down, is 4 minutes till the big one. 4 minutes till we see Dave Winchester up against Pierre-Louis Costes, your current and reigning world champion, up against what potentially is a new world champion.
Mark McCarthy off the bottom. Oh, my! He pulls it around.
No.
Oh, can he land it? That was huge. Mark McCarthy with one of the biggest air reverse maneuvers we've seen of today. Oh, my. He was clearly 10 feet above the water. If he would have pulled that off, that would have been amazing. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. He has some time to get back out there. If he would have pulled that off, that would totally put him back in contention. Look at this.
Jams off the bottom. This hits this thing. Look at the projection he gets, Manny. He's
Look
way
at
up
that.
there,
Look at
leaning
Jared in the
forward,
back watching.
And he's bringing his legs down to soften that landing. He dangles them there, and he's in the pit. He's in the barrel, and then he just gets swamped. That was pretty close. And I'd hate to think, but it'd be interesting to see what he would have got scored with that wave.
That was massive, ladies and gentlemen. And if he would have pulled that off, definitely would have been in that 8-9 point range. But unfortunately, he could not pull his board around quick enough, and the whitewash just took over.
Well, I think we could hear Richards Bay from here. Hear the boys yelling back in Richards Bay. But he's not going to go out without guessing without trying. And he went hard, and that would have changed things. 9.23, I'm not sure, but yeah, interesting. 2.5 minutes to go, and I'm sure Jerry Houston was looking back over his shoulder as Mark's green slick was just lighting up the skies.
Yes.
And he'd be saying, "Brew, you should have seen that."
Oh, that was massive with a capital M. Oh, doctor. Woo!
Well, 2 minutes to go here, and Jerry Houston still has priority. There's sets out there, but whether or not they're going to come through in the right direction with the right grooming and do the right thing. But still, I mean, the set wave, Jerry's in position. But Mark can take off, and we know he's not going to hold back. 2 minutes to go. We'll see what happens. The boys having a chat out there. I can see smiles. It's great to see.
Just a touch back really quick. If you want to know what I got in store for next year, I do have my tours. I do got my photo stuff going. Go over to Manny V Productions on the Facebook page and like that page, and I'll update you with everything what's going on for next year.
Mark,
and here we go. Mark McCarthy on another medium-sized wave. He is eyeing up that section, comes around, big bottom turn, and goes for it again, but having a little trouble bringing that thing around. I think that was his last-ditch effort, and that might not be enough. Probably won't be enough. He was looking for a 9.23, so now he's calmly, patiently paddling back out. He knows that may be the end of the road for Mark.
We'll see it here. We know he's going for the air reverse. He thinks that's the move for him to get that 9.23, and he gets good extension, but it wasn't the same wave as the other ones. He sticks to landing, but he's only halfway through that rotation, so that won't beat the 9.23 as the score drops now.
So Jared Houston, it looks like maybe marching into the final. The first finalist here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro.
And here goes Jerry. He's going to put an exclamation point on this one. He comes down.
Oh, look at that.
Just drive straight through it.
He's not done. Look at this section.
Invert. Boom.
Are you kidding me? Well, that was incredible. Jared Houston putting a little icing on the top.
Oh, yeah. It was just like he just came off the bottom. Didn't even adjust his line. Just pulled straight into that cabin. Drove through it. Came out. We could tell the invert was coming. Didn't stick to landing. It didn't care. He's won the heat. He's through to the final. And will we see his maiden tour victory?
Oh, that was incredible. Jared Houston again putting a little icing on top of the cake with this wave right here. And it is a solid, deep barrel right there. Perfect line. keeping his eye on the exit, comes out. He knows he has time, and he didn't have to do this, but he goes for a big
bounce. Boom.
Boom. Lands it.
He lands and bailed. So they
I
might
think
score
they
this
will,
quite high.
They will give that a land. He did land it. Let's take another angle right here.
9.95, Manny, as he drives through this cabin. And like I said, he didn't even adjust his line. He just pulled in, pulled up high, eyes the section, off that bottom rail there, bang. Full extension, lands, and pulls straight out.
Oh, that's right. A 9.95 for Jared Houston on that wave. So close to a perfect 10, but one of the judges saw it come in at a 9.8, which is still right up there. If Jared Houston can maintain this rhythm, he could walk away with the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro win.
Well, yeah. So, Jared Houston, 2 heats, 2 combined scores in the high 18. So he's on fire. And this is the important one, folks. This is the second semi-final. It is Dave Winchester against your 2011 and current world champion. So this potentially could be the last heat for Pierre as world champion. And it could be the last heat for Dave Winchester before he becomes a world champion.
You guys stay tuned. This is the biggest heat of Dave Winchester for the year. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, as the big mounds of whitewash unload on top of the shallow reefs here at Fronton, the northwest side of Gran Canaria, one of 7 islands of the Canary Island chain. And let me tell you something, this is the biggest heat of the year for Dave Winchester. If he makes it out of this heat, he will be into the final with Jared Houston. Dave Winchester has to battle it out with PLC, who is a fierce competitor.
Well, PLC is not going to back down. He's been here before. This is the scene of where he won his first world title last year. And he's a composed kid. He's a young fella, 23 years old. And, you know, he's proven it time and time again that he's world class. And Dave Winchester hasn't got an easy run here. He's up against a top competitor, and he'll have to pull out all the stops.
You know what PLC has in his pocket? And this little info bit was sent over from Steve Action Jackson. Last year, it was PLC that took away the world title from Jeff Hubbard. But now he has the opportunity to hand it back to him. How does he do that? Beat Dave Winchester. Is that going to happen here in semifinal number 2? We're going to keep an eye on this guy right here, Jeff Hubbard. Jeff Hubbard from Kauai, Hawaii, is in the hunt for a 3rd world championship. There's only one person in his way, and there's nothing he can do about it. It's this guy, Dave Winchester.
Dave's first wave kicks out, nothing doing there. So it's good to see Jeff amongst the competitors there, not off to the side. He's been here last year. He probably thinks, bugger it, I'm going to get there with the boys. And when it happens, whatever happens, happens. So Jeff sort of come out of his shell a little bit. Used to be off by himself, but he realizes that these are his mates, and they're there for him. So as we see Pierre scratching into this first wave here, takes off.
Oh my! PLC slides under the pocket, gets covered up right there. He's nice deep pit, and he comes out of the doggy door and is able to find the exit and throws a spin right there. But not much else for PLC except for that big deep pit from the right-hand wave here at Fronton. Holy mackerel, another nice wave for PLC.
I'm not sure if the mic's working, Manny, but I'll keep talking. Yep, so I'll keep talking to this wave. And here we have Pierre off the bottom, setting himself up.
PLC slides under the pocket. Nice, clean line right there. He maintains a high line to be able to make it out of there. That's where he's going to find the exit, and that's where he maintains his speed. So PLC, a solid wave right there. So we're just making sure your mic is underway, and we're still trying to make sure everything is perfectly set, because this is it, people. The semifinal number 2. Who will face off in the final with Jarrett Houston? Is it PLC or Dave Winchester? And can PLC put a stop in the dreams of Dave Winchester winning his first world title?
Thing, Manny. This thing will boom.
Oh.
And that first wave for PLC was a 7.25, so a good first wave score for Pierre.
Wow.
That puts the pressure firmly on Winnie. He's got to bring it, and we'll see what he's made of. So we said before, he's got to earn this. He's not going to get it given to him, and it comes down to this. Jeff Hubbard, he can't do anything more. He's already been knocked out. He's waiting on the result of this thing, but he can still win the world title, his 3rd world title.
All right, I posted something on our Facebook page as you're taking a look at Jeff Hubbard, who is on waiting to see what happens in this heat. Oh, you can see the anxiety and the stress right there from Jeff Hubbard. And fellow Hawaiians, I'm sure, are feeling that same emotion. But if you have been watching since the first competition on the IBA World Tour of this year, let me know. I put something on our IBA World Tour Facebook page. If you've been watching every single event, let me know. Give you a shout out. At least the first 20 people, of course. But again, an excellent, a magnificent, a magical ending to a 2012 IBA World Tour going down right here. Since we are looking for a world title here in this event, shout out to Isabella Sosa, your women's world champion for 2012, and Sasha Specker, who had a great run in this event, is your 2012 drop knee world champion. So DK, Sasha, women's, Isabella, great job to both of you. Here we go.
Pierre on the inside wave here. Didn't have priority, so he's taken off on a smaller one, and he kicks out there. So that won't change the scores. Probably get a little bit of a 1.2 for that, and it won't make a difference. So yeah, so we've got 2 world champions already crowned, and we're waiting for the 3rd, which will be crowned here today at the NMD VS Fronton Pro.
Silvio from Brazil has been watching from day number 1. We got Aaron as well, of course. We got James, who's been watching. Fred, thank you. Sean, Stevie, Paulo, Henry, Tiago, como vai? Tudo bem? Christian, Tomas, Sian, and Michael Wood, thank you all for tuning in. Here are the Hawaiians taking a look at this guy right here, Dave Winchester.
Big invert there from Winnie.
Oh, my! Perfect invert right there from Dave Winchester. That is his first solid ride. Look at that. PLC barely making it under that set.
It'll be interesting to see what the judges score that wave, Manny. Like, Pierre had a good barrel and 7.25 when he's got a good invert there. It was not a lot of projection. He got the board flipped up there, but it wasn't way out like what we saw from Jerry in that heat before. So we'll wait for that score to drop. I can see a few 6.5s coming, so we're not sure. We'll wait till we get that confirmed before we announce what it is, but we'll watch this invert here. So it's a smaller wave. It's not really a set wave. He comes up, hits it, kind of not really projects too far out, but good extension, smooth landing, and that's a 6.38. So he's on the board. He's got 22 minutes to become the world champion, as we see Pierre here.
Oh, PLC. Oh.
And this might be a paddle battle, Manny. And I'll let you call that because you just go like a horse race commentator.
It looks like PLC's getting caught on the inside right there. He looks like he may have to duck under this one, too. I'm pretty sure Dave Winchester may be further out than PLC, but here's another look at Dave Winchester's wave.
It's a smaller wave like we commented on earlier, and he gets good extension on that. Comes down, but if we remember the wave from Jerry Houston, he actually got flung way out into the flats and had to deal with that. So Dave Winchester, man of the hour, age 30, 5'10", 75 kilos, or 165 pounds if you're back in the dark ages. Home country Australia, currently ranked number 2, going for his first world title.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're coming down to the 21-minute mark. 21 minutes will determine if Jeff Hubbard is world champion or Dave Winchester is world champion. Essentially, Dave Winchester has to win this heat. Here he is on the outside.
On a bigger wave for Dave. Can he come through? Yes, he's coming through this one.
Oh.
Is there an inside? He needs an inside section. Nothing doing.
Oh, well, deep pit right there for Dave Winchester. That'll help him.
He does need that end section, Manny. If he came out of that, had a lip to hit and pulled it, that'd be in the high 8s. But That wave didn't cooperate, and we'll see the replay here. Big wave, bigger wave. Nice set, sets the rail in the position.
Nice.
Drives up high, comes out with the spit, and he comes forward. He's looking for that section. He's just like, not happening. So it'll be a solid score.
Here's another angle from Dave Winchester's wave. You can see him just set his line perfectly, and then he just maintains that speed line in the perfect spot, and he comes out with the spit. Great barrel riding skills shown to you from Dave Winchester.
Well, the judges have given that an 8.05. So I can't, I'm not digging on the judges. I just can't really figure how things are getting scored right now. We've seen some bigger barrels than that, and we saw a couple from Jerry Houston, and that's an 8.05.
What I think the judges do, and they have a tendency to do this, is press the reset button, see what's in the conditions at that moment for this heat, and that from our angle, we see it as a, it looked deep, but from their angle, it was probably looked twice as deep.
Yeah.
So the judges have a different angle, and they do have a new, they take a new look at what is in the water. So Dave Winchester, deep barrel ride, 8.05.
Well, he's got runs on the board. And runs on the board, for those that don't know, Australia and New Zealand, we play cricket. And when they've got a scoreboard. So when a guy's playing cricket, he's on 0 when he starts, and he gets a few runs, they say he's got runs on the board. So that's where it comes from. And what I'm saying is that, when he's got 2 scoring waves. So he's started his campaign, or the semi-final started well for him. The 8.05 is a good score. He needs to probably better that 6.38.
Oh, look at that.
And we've got Pierre with a 7.25. So if Pierre gets, I'm pretty average at math, but if he gets, he needs a 7.19. It's right there in front of me. Job's already done. So he doesn't need an amazing wave to take the lead. So we've got a long time to go yet, 18 minutes, nearly 19 minutes. And I bet you that these guys out there are sweating bullets.
Yeah, you can see the anxiety and the tension right now on Jeff Hubbard's face. He knows that if PLC can knock out Dave Winchester out of this semifinal, he is the world champion. But on the other hand, if Dave Winchester makes it to the final, we may have a new world champion on our hands.
Yeah, well, it's irrelevant. When he makes the final, that's it. He's won the world title.
Okay, there you have it. All he has to do is make it out of this heat.
That's it. So 18 minutes for a pretty poignant 18 minutes left to go.
Oh, my.
And here we have Pierre having a look.
PLC digging hard to get under this left, and he drives in another deep section. Will he come out? He comes out. No problem. PLC with a double section on that giant cave of a left. But look at this. Will he answer back? Dave Winchester finds a left for himself. A nice big barrel as well. It is, PLC giving the hands up. Oh, my.
Well, we saw the first angle of Pierre's wave, and it looked very impressive. We couldn't see what Dave did when he backed it up, but we see contest director Alex Leon clapping his hands, big smile on his face. He's stoked. He's run a great event, and that was back-to-back waves for PLC and Dave Winchester.
That was incredible. That was incredible.
Let's see the replay here of PLC first.
As you can see, PLC actually had a deeper section on his wave. We'll show you in a second. But who had the better run at that wave? This is the main reason why I will never judge again. It gets too intense and too difficult when you have wave exchanges like this.
Driving it down the bottom. He's got a bit of a claw happening there on the front hand because he's in control. Driving through a thick barrel there. Comes out high with the spit. And right behind him we have Dave Winchester.
Dave Winchester's wave.
A 9.43, Manny. Sorry, 8.93 for Pierre-Louis Costes when he backed that up with a 9.43. So it's game on.
Let's see what PLC's wave. Let's try to make the difference here. As you can see, PLC dropped in and got one section, 2 sections right there, but they were both quick barrels, both quick sections. And now that came in at an 8.93, really close to the 9-point wave. And Jeff Hubbard, he knows that PLC has his work cut out for him. So we're taking another look at Dave Winchester's wave. Here he is from this angle. You can see right off the bat, he's in the barrel. The judges may have seen that he was in the barrel longer, or he may have done a move. We don't know from this angle. So we're going to try to get a different angle to you. But Dave Winchester, nice big barrel for sure is what he had on that wave. Did he do a maneuver? We're going to try to look right now from the different angles. So here we go. Ryan Hardy is getting crazy out there.
Well, remember Ryan last year just going
He's
nuts in the
going
channel.
nuts again. Oh, he's rooting. Aussie, Aussie, I think is what he's saying right now out in the water. Dave Winchester. Look at Ryan Hardy. I think he's more stoked than Winchester right now. He is pumped. Woo! Look at and Jeff Hubbard. He knows that may be the end of the road for his world title campaign right now. But you know what? We've seen it throughout the entire event. The last few seconds could determine what happens. And PALC is now on the hunt for an 8.56. 15 minutes remaining. PLC going left. Here we go.
Goes. It's not over yet. PLC, another nice barrel. He's coming out of that one.
Look at this!
Hold
on. And he holds on.
He's on the rail with that one.
Oh, my.
Now Pierre
8.56.
Well, Pierre had an 8.93, and he needs to get an 8.56, as Manny pointed out, to better that score.
Oh, look at that.
Jeff, I mean, geez, we'll just let what the score is going to happen. We'll watch the replays and wait for the comments.
Oh, my. Look again. Another look. PLC deep behind the section on the left right here. Looks like a lot more lefts are being caught, but he maintains it, and he knows he has to do a move at the end. Here he is doing a roll, but he lands on top of that first section and gets pushed up and over. The judges are going to have their work cut out for them.
I'm looking at the scores coming through. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one.
Oh, my.
He needs an 8.56.
He needs an 8.56. Oh, Mez, are you on Valiums? What's wrong with you?
Nah, bro.
You're very chill and calm right now. We got the Aussie going for a world title. Get in there. Take a sip of my Red Bull here.
9.48.
Oh, my. 9.48. That's way more than what he needed. Now he is in first place position. Oh, my.
Dave Winchester needs an 8.99 to be the world champion.
Oh,
that's pretty much how it stands. So he needs a
13 minutes. 13
needs a
minutes.
9-point wave with 13 and a half minutes to go as Manny beats me up.
PLC, can he hand the world title back to Jeff Hubbard by knocking out Dave Winchester in this semifinal number 2? That is the big question that will be answered in 13 minutes and 30 seconds from now. Jacob Romero and Jeff Hubbard, the two Hawaiians standing by. Oh, my.
Well, look at the scores, Manny. 9.48, 8.93, 9.43, 8.05. Highest scoring heat of the day.
Oh.
And when he's out there going, okay, I've got to get a 9. I can do it. I've done it all year.
Oh, my. It is getting crazy over here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure it's getting crazy where you are at wherever you are in the world. If you haven't tuned in and you're just watching this live, this is the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by U-Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, likebodyboard.com. We're coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen, for the world title race right now. Dave Winchester's 2012 world title campaign comes down to the last 12 minutes of this heat. Semifinal number 2, PLC is in the way for that dream to come true.
Here's PLC on a little inside wave here, but we said at the start of this heat that Pierre was not going to give it to Dave, and he hasn't. He's just throwing down a 8.93 and 9.48, so that's not handing him a world title right there and then. So Winnie has it all ahead of him. He needs a 9-point ride. Yes. A 9-point ride or better.
Oh, my. Coming down to the last 12 minutes. Manny V here with Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez. We are holding our breath just like you out in the internet land, cyber world, whatever you want to call it. Let me know where you're at. I'm putting something on our Facebook page right now. We are tuned in live and direct from the northwest corner of Gran Canaria for the last 2 heats of the 2012 IBA World Tour. In red, Dave Winchester. In green, Pierre-Louis Costa. Woo! World title race is on right now. Dave Winchester out in the water in the red jersey can solidify a world title if he advances out of this heat. If he does not, Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii will be your world champion for 2012.
Yep, well, I can't comment too much. It's all in front of you on the screen there. He's got to get a 9-point ride to win the world title. And here he goes. Can he do it here? Off he goes.
8.99.
In the barrel. Let's see if he comes out of this one. What can he do? He's out. He's out.
So a deep barrel ride. Is that going to be an 8.99 wave? I think he may have to go to the drawing board.
Pierre answering right behind on this one. Another good wave. Not in the barrel, but
he just got out of the monitor, out of your screen, and we're super tight on that move. But look at this. Is he going to creep behind him and get into that priority? No, Dave Winchester's
we're waiting for the scores to drop on that wave of Dave's. And if he could have got an end section on it, smaller wave, but he's in the barrel. He's nice and deep on that one. Goes through a second section there, comes out with the spit. So it's up to the judges now. And the score comes through. It's a 7.4.
Oh, my. Look at this. Jeff Hubbard and Jacob Merrill looking on. Look at this. PLC's last wave right here. He did a maneuver, and it just bounced. He flew out of your monitor screen, and I'm going to say he went for a backflip but couldn't hold on. He attempted that right in front of Dave Winchester, up and riding.
Dave here, going for what? A big invert? That's not going to be a 9-point ride for Dave. So.
Oh, no. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. Dave Winchester now in that second priority situation where PLC now has the opportunity to catch any wave he wants, or he can fend off Dave Winchester from catching those good waves. Here's another look at Winnie's last wave.
What's the waves? It's happened what Seamus Mackham said was going to happen. It's gone to being all about the left-handers more so than the rights. I mean, that was a sick invert. It's not going to be a 9-point wave. You need to get a barrel and invert off the end section, and it's got to be something spectacular to earn a 9. So Winnie looks to be in the low 7s there.
We've seen it happen throughout the entire day. Last-second comebacks. Can Dave Winchester do it again here in semifinal number 2? He is on the hunt for an 8.99. Can he do it? That is the biggest question in the last 9 minutes. And this is could be the last 9 minutes of Dave Winchester's 2012 campaign.
Well, it's been an amazing campaign by Dave. But
yes.
You know, he'd love to crown it right here and right now, and he can do that. He's got 9 minutes, plenty of time. We know that the waves are scoring up 9s because we've got 2 scores with a 9.48 and a 9.43. So, Manny and myself stretching our necks, stretching the tongues. The pressure's on for us, and we're sitting here doing nothing. So
I know. It's this guy right here who has everything to gain in these last 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Jeff Hubbard in the red shirt. Ben Player is giving a little chat right now, trying to figure out, give him a little chat about what is at stake. But he knows. PLC taking a look at this right-hander.
Off he goes on this one here, smaller wave, but it comes up big, and he goes for a loop in air forward, lands in the white water, and gets swamped. So that opens the door for Dave Winchester. With 8 minutes to go, can Dave pull something out of the bag here?
Oh, my. Thank you all for tuning in to the NMD versus Fronton Pro. I know Gooks is tuned in from the Big Island, brother. And we got Adam on the edge of his seat. Here's another look at PLC's last wave.
So he's going up, straight up, hits the lip, critical section there, looping air forward, and he's starting to sort of get out of balance as he comes into the white water. So that will not better his scores. And as we say, we're under 8 minutes now, and it's down to the wire. Dave Winchester,
my.
2012 season, sits on the balance here. Manny's going through some paperwork, trying to figure out some math.
Oh, my.
So the scores drop for Pierre, 2.8. Doesn't count. And Winnie, I'd hate to think what's going through our man's head out there. He's just saying, give me a wave, please, give me a wave. A few prayers going down to Huey. I know all the Aussies back home will be praying. And we'll see if the man can do it, eh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, just to reiterate, the man in the red jersey, Dave Winchester, can walk away with his first world title if he can just make it out of this semifinal number 2. 7 minutes remaining. He's already come back from behind before. Can he do it again? If he does not make it out of this heat, this guy in your screen, it is Jeff Hubbard. He will become the 2012 world champion.
Well, that competitor area is going to go nuts no matter what happens. So, yeah, we're gonna crown a world champion within the next 6.5 minutes. That's what it's come down to. It's either going to be Dave Winchester on your screen now, or Jeff Hubbard, and both worthy champions. Jeff, a 2-times world champion. As Winnie has a look at this one, what's going to happen here, Manny? Talk us through it.
Oh, my. Dave Winchester dropping in on a clean, perfect barrel. This thing is going to stay open.
Can he come out?
Oh, no, he's way
gone.
too deep. There's no way he's going to come out of that one. He's caught behind the section. You can see his board tombstoning right there. He is being held under by this heavy force of whitewash. And Jeff Hubbard, that could be that could be enough time. 6 minutes could be enough time for Winnie to get back out there and give it another go. He is on the hunt for an 8.99. Take us through
Well,
it.
here's the replay. And Winnie didn't think it was going to do what it did. And that's a tongue twister right there. But he sets himself up. The shocky's right there. And then bang, it just comes in front of him, clashes down on the reef, and says, no, not this wave, Mr. Winchester. So, and at last heat, Dave Winchester got pinched in there and lost his board. So he's down to one board. And Ryan Hardy's in the channel with a backup. We're not sure what that is. So fortunately for Dave, he's still got the board, and he's going to kick back out with just on 5.5 minutes to go. And the stress is mounting.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming down to the wire right here. Is it going to be Dave Winchester? Is it going to be Jeff Hubbard for the world title? These two guys are the last of the entire pool of riders on the 2012 IBA World Tour to have a chance to walk away with a world championship title. The last time it was in Australia was 2007 when we saw Ben Player take out Udi Valadao in that year. Udi Valadao from Brazil came in second behind Ben Player for the world championship. Now it is up to Dave Winchester to bring home the trophy back to Australia. What does he have to do? He has to come up with a wave 8.99 or higher. If he does not in these last 4 minutes and 30 seconds, this man right here, sponsored by Alpha Campaign, one of our supporters of this event, will be your 2012 world champion. Jeff Hubbard in 2009 and 2006 has already won a world championship. This will be his third one under his belt. It all comes down to the last 4 minutes.
With 4 minutes to go, Manny, I think we can safely say that it's going to come down to one wave. And when he has to catch one wave, and that wave has to be a 9-point ride. So pressure mounting rather large.
Oh, my. Manny V and Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, look at Dave Winchester paddling out, trying to get in position. PLC can fend him off. He does have priority out there, but PLC, he's got other plans. He wants a better on an 8.93.
Well, you know, if Pierre does win this final, there's two things going on here, the world champion and the Fronton Pro. So if Pierre does make it through this semi, he will face Jared Houston in the final, and that'll be a battle of the young guns. 2011 world champion Pierre up against Jared Houston, and Jerry going for his first IBA Pro Tour victory. So Jeff's praying to whoever he prays to there. And with 3 minutes, 17 seconds to go, I've got a gut ache. I don't know about you, Manny. But,
man. I got a stomach ache in my head right now, but you know what? We got to hold it together. We got a couple more heats, but the world title is up for grabs right now. It is Dave Winchester and Jeff Hubbard. Jeff Hubbard really can't do anything except wait for 3 long minutes until this heat is over. So Dave Winchester and PLC in semifinal number 2. You can see in the little screen on your monitor right there, Jeff Hubbard, nobody is bothering him. Nobody is talking to him. He's kneeling down. He is just waiting to hear those last 2 minutes and 30 seconds to tick away. Dave Winchester has to make it out of the semifinal, and he will walk away with the world title. But Jeff Hubbard, will he call this event number 3? Will the third world title come into his hands once again? I don't know. Somebody should be here and get this world championship title and trophy and make sure it is available for him when he or Dave Winchester walk away with the championships. Calais in LA tuning in. Joel, Sunshine Code, Chris in Newcastle, Santiago in Uruguay. Perth is tuned in with Alec. Juan Santos, we miss you, bro. We wish you were here getting all crazy on the beach commentary. We know you do it right, brother, so hopefully we can see you on the 2013 World Tour. Same goes to Steve Action Jackson. We'd love for you to be here as well. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining.
Manny.
1 minute, 37 seconds remaining. Mez's eyes are starting to twitch. He's trying to figure out what's going on.
I'm trying to look out through the window here on the booth to see if anything's out there, and it doesn't look to be too much out there, Manny. So we've got a minute 25. Pierre-Louis Costes in priority. Dave Winchester praying, hoping something comes through within the next 1 minute 20 seconds and counting down. So, Jeff, look at him. He's just
the tension.
And I can't see anything, Manny. It's gonna come from somewhere.
Oh my! 1 minute, 1 minute to go. Who will be your next world champion on the IBA Grand Slam Series? Will it be Jeff Hubbard on your smaller screen there, or will it be Dave Winchester on the outside? Will he find an 8.99? 8.99 is what Dave Winchester is looking for. Oh my, 45 seconds remaining. Dave Winchester, he can still pull it off right now. Here he is paddling, getting in position. It is PLC. He is in priority. PLC likes this wave. He will take it away. Oh, no.
So that gives priority to Dave Winchester, but is there another wave behind it?
If there's another
wave behind it? It doesn't look like it. 24 seconds and counting to go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Down to the wire. Under 18, we're going down. I'm not going to count it down.
Yes, you can. Please count it down.
Okay, we're going down in
10, 9,
8, 7. I don't want to look. Here comes Woody. There's a wave. There's a lump. There's a lump. When he's got priority, can he do it? Here he goes. Here he goes.
Dave Winchester behind the section.
Comes out. Does he come out? He does. Can he get a 9-point rod on that wave?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That is insane.
Here we're going to wait for the judge's call. He needs a 9-point ride.
It's still not over. Even though the heat is over, it's still not over. We're still waiting for the scores to come in. 8.99. I tell you something, I don't think that's going to be it. Jeff Hubbard may have won his third world title if that score from Dave Winchester doesn't clock in more than an 8.99. So, Jeff Hubbard, did he win his third world title? We are waiting. It is quiet.
Well, I mean, the judges are thinking they're going to take their time on this one, Manny. I mean, this decides effectively the world title right here and now. So the scores are going through, and a 6.63. I believe that's the score, a 6.63.
It was a deep pit. It was a short drive through the barrel, but an 8.99 is what Winchester looking for.
So that is Jeff
there
Hubbard.
It goes.
There he
The score has been sounded over the loudspeaker. Jeff Hubbard from Kauai, Hawaii is your 2012 IBA World Tour champion. Oh, my Lord.
Well, it's amazing, Manny. I mean, we didn't actually tell the story because there's so much on the line, but this guy had his boards taken from his car yesterday. So he had no boards. His boards were taken, and he had to ride a backup board. I don't know what he was riding, and he's had some bad luck. He lost out last year when Pierre took the title from him when he was defeated by Jace Finlay. And then today, Pierre-Louis Costes has handed it back to him with a flawless display in the second semi-final. So congratulations to Jeff Hubbard from Kauai, your 2012 IBA World Champion.
If Alpha Campaign's sales don't go up from this today, then I don't know what's wrong with our bodyboarders out in the world right now. Bodyboard companies need to be supported by you. If you have any other company that you're wearing that doesn't support bodyboarding, put it in the trash. Make sure you pick up those companies that do support bodyboarding, one of which Alpha Campaign.
Well, let's not forget Dave Winchester here. And okay, Dave's my boy, but he's just lost the world title by 0.93.
Oh, man.
0.93. Dave Winchester.
There's one thing about losing an event by 0.93, but losing the world title by a small amount of points. Oh, my.
Well, we can't take anything away from Jeff, but Dave's, he's done a great job this year. He's got, what's he got? He's got another third. So he's got 2 wins, and the rest have been thirds. I think his lowest score was a 9th or something like that. So amazing effort for Dave Hubbard, but it's all about, from Dave Winchester, but it's all about our champion right there, Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii, and he is stoked.
We need to get this trophy to the world champion right now. We're going to get this thing headed over to him as the world champion 2012. Jeff Hubbard, take it away.
Does he want that, though? We have to check with
We're going to take it to him anyways. Get it over to him. This is the trophy from Sean Tuttle, Metal Ocean. Oh, man, I'm pretty...
Well, this tear's going down for Jeff, and that's because he's just stoked. That's just pure raw emotion there. This guy's gone through a hard couple of years. He lost last year's world title by, to a nail biter, and he's won it this year. It's gone the other way. Shoes on the other foot, and he is stoked. His heart's coming through his chest, and we congratulate the guy.
Yes, we're going to hand that trophy over to him. I think it should be in his hands within the next few seconds. But Jeff Hubbard, again, your 2012 IBA Grand Slam Series World Champion. He is one happy camper. Woo, it was a very strenuous and stressful last 2 hours for Jeff Hubbard where he got knocked out of the event. here at the Fronton Pro by the South African Mark McCarthy. And all he could do for these last 2 hours is just sit back and wait for Dave Winchester to finish off his campaign here. And unfortunately, he got knocked out in the semifinals by PLC. So there it is. Jeff Hubbard, again, your 2012 world champion. All right, so there you have it. We are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Hubbard is your world champion, but now we are on the hunt for a prestigious win, the winner of the NMD versus Fronton Pro, who will walk away with the first place trophy here in Fronton.
There's Winnie's boys. I think there was Noxie out there with Jakey Stone, and they were going to cheer their boy on, Andy Lawrence, and it wasn't to be for Winnie, and we feel for the guy, but the final's ahead of us, and that we'll see as we see Jeff get deserving claps, cheers from the crowd here at Fronton. They've been a great crowd, been great hosts, and here they show their support to Jeff Hubbard, your 2013 world champion. So yes, ahead we've got the final. Pierre-Louis Costes, just a commanding display in that semi-final to knock out Dave Winchester, and he'll be up against Jared Houston, arguably the form rider of the contest. And
incredible, incredible. Thank you all for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a crazy ride. We're not done yet. We're still going to see some incredible action ready to go down for the final of the NMD versus Fronton Pro. But again, Dave Winchester can't take anything away from this guy. One of my favorite riders, unbelievably one of the best riders in the world, Dave Winchester, and I'm sure his family is very, very proud of him.
We're all proud of him, when he's a great guy. A great rider for this sport. He's a great ambassador and for Australia and the sport. So he becomes, I believe, the vice champion. It's a hard pill to swallow, but he'll be back next year, and let's see if he can take it out. But like we keep saying, Jeff Hubbard has been through his hardships of his own, and he is your very deserving 2013 world champion. So we're counting down now to the final, the big one, the Fronton Pro. Jared Houston looking for his first IBA Tour victory up against PLC, the now 2011-12 world champion. He's been replaced, or he's been superseded by Jeff Hubbard, but he's going for the big trophy, which is sitting in front of Manny and myself now, and it's rather large, Manny.
That thing is massive. It is massive. And again, we're taking a look at Dave Winchester out in the water, paddling in with his friends. But Ryan Hardy, I would love to have that guy in my support group. Well, this guy is awesome to have on your team. And again, Dave Winchester, unfortunately, he will come in second, I believe.
He comes in second. We're looking at the scores in front of us here, Matty, and look at Winnie's scores: 7.4, 7.3, 8.5, 9.43, 6.38, 6.63. Pierre, he had 4 scoring waves: 7.25, 8.93, 9.48, and a 7. But the critical scores were the 8.93 and that 9.48. That was the nail in the coffin right there. That 9.48 bettered the score from Dave Winchester, and here we look at it right here. So
this is the road to the final. The quarterfinals started off with some insane riding from the South African Jared Houston, who, as you can see, marched his way all the way to the final. He had to go against the local rider, Yairé Martinez, who put together a great show. Jeff Hubbard, Mark McCarthy, we saw that go down. Mark McCarthy pretty much showed the world, hey, I mean business. I will take on anything. He won that heat. Jared Houston and Mark McCarthy went at it for semifinal number 1. Jared Houston is now in the final, and you can see the rest online, and this is it. We're coming down to the last 30 minutes of the 2012 IBA World Tour Grand Slam Series. In the water, in the red jersey, the South African who has been on fire, Jared Houston. He will face off with your 2011 world champion, backflip and aerial master, PLC. This is going to be a very exciting heat to watch.
Well, both these guys in the early 20s. I think Pierre's 23, Jared's 22, as Jared draws first blood in the barrel like he's been doing all day. Threading the needle on the inside there. Can he do his invert? Let's see what he does.
Oh my! Are you kidding me? Jared Houston starts off the Fronton Pro final with an amazing barrel ride to a giant backflip.
Well, it's got to be in the high 8s to low 9s for a start there. And he's been doing that all day, man. He takes off, threads the barrel. He's not even setting himself up. He's just slotting right in there, comes out. We expected an invert, and he surprises with a backflip. Let's watch this again. The wave jacks up on the takeoff. He's drawing a line. No real bottom turn on that one. Threads the needle, adjusts the board, adjusts his line, comes down low, out with the spit. Up he goes again, and watch this backflip here. Boom. All the way around.
My, you could not ask for a better backflip than that,
Well, that's
given the peace sign to everybody.
9.25 to open the scores.
Here's another angle. As you can see, he's totally slotted behind the barrel, finds the perfect line. Personally, I thought he was going to kick out of the wave right there, but I'm not in the final. I'm not Jared Houston. This is what he does. Big backflip and lands perfectly on the face of the wave. Look at that. Number 1 sign. He is happy with that. Can PLC come back with something solid like that?
Well, we saw PLC do it in the semi-final heat where he got a 9.43 and an 8 point something or other. And here comes the set at the back and Pierre scratching for this one. But that was probably the most perfect backflip landing that we've seen all contest as Pierre pedals into a monster here.
It's massive! A big drop! He's just getting eaten up alive on that one. Oh, that was huge. I just hope he's okay. He is
let's
just
have a look
underwater,
here. Where is he?
still
Can we see
underwater.
him? There's the board. He's okay. He's up. He's getting sucked down. Now, when those waves take you, you think you're up, and they're still sucking you down, you know? So he looks to be okay on that one as we watch the replay. This thing just jacks up,
Look how massive this is. He airdrops pretty much all the way to the bottom. Boom, there he makes contact and able to maintain his rail, but not enough speed to stick with that wave as the whole ocean just rushes across the shallows here at El Fronton. Oh, my.
Well, that foam ball just ate him up, man. He came up behind him and sucked him down. You saw him getting corkscrewed in that one. You see it from a different angle here. That's a big drop. Straight down. Sets the rail perfectly, but he has no speed.
Zero.
He tries to pull up, and he just gets corkscrewed right here.
Oh, my. Another solid attempt from PLC, your 2011 world champion. That was a great effort, but not your high-scoring wave like Jared Houston. That was amazing.
Well, I was saying before that backflip from Jared Houston, the way he landed that, he just went bang, popped it around, perfect landing. He got a 9.25, which was an just score. So we have Jeff Hubbard coming in. He'll replace me in 5 minutes, and we'll hear what the champion has to say. I'm sure he's got to settle down. His heart's pumping, but he's going to be talking for Manny in 5 minutes. He'll talk us through the last half of this final. So Pierre-Louis Costes, Jared Houston, they're going to give it their all. We saw that from Pierre-Louis. Not going to hold back. He's going to go hard. Okay, so we have 26 minutes to go on this heat. And the big news is Jeff Hubbard is your 2013 IBA World Champion. As Pierre has a look on this inside wave, what's he going to do here? He pulls out, decides not to go.
Again, we are going to have Jeff Hubbard in here in the next few minutes just to make sure that you get to hear from him and how he feels and the intensity, the tension, everything that went through in these last 20, 30 minutes as he sat and watched Dave Winchester and PLC go at it. PLC, he started fresh today. He just had the quarterfinals, semifinals, and here he is in the final right now. So I'm pretty sure he's very fueled up and energized.
Here comes
and look
a lump,
at this.
man. Here's a lump, and then we got Jerry Houston scratching into it. What's he going to do here? Bottom turn, sets himself up again, and I think he's... Oh, can he come out of it? He does.
Jared Houston finds the exit.
Oh, he's on fire.
He's just having a good time out there.
Oh, he's stoked. And this will be his maiden tour victory. He's got a 9.25 as first scoring wave, and that won't be too far behind.
That was another amazing barrel ride from Jared Houston. You can see him just pushing and kicking as hard as he can. As soon as he gets into it, sets his rail, moves up high in the speed line. He knows it's going to chandelier, and then boom, holds on, comes out with a spit. I felt that from here. Another amazing barrel ride from Jared Houston. You can see the smiles right there. He is pumped. Here's another angle. You can see him kicking, pushing as hard as he can. He had to get over that ledge, sets his rail, and then boom, he's in first gear, going full blast, getting spit out of that long, deep pit. And you can see he is a happy camper right there. Jeff Hubbard is now in the commentator's booth. PLC's waiting patiently. Jeff Hubbard, What the heck? How you feeling, brother?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing. Yeah, that was unreal. Just PLC's my new best friend. Yeah, Pierre, he just killed it, and I hope he does well in this heat. And Jerry's just dominating this heat. He's got a 9.25, 8.45.
Well,
so I'm just so psyched. I just won the world title. I can't even tell you like what I'm feeling.
Last year was you and PLC
Yeah.
going head-to-head till the very end, and he took that away from you.
This year he handed it to me. He took it away, and then he hands it to me, and I just, you can't even script this stuff. You can't write it. And it's just like, I just can't believe it. I just want to say thank you to all my friends and family back home. I know they were watching on, they were praying as hard as I was. So thank you guys. I love you. You know who you are. I know you all know exactly who you are out there. And you guys are right here with me, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
it's just amazing. Just
those last few minutes in the heat where it was Dave Winchester and PLC. What, I mean, we saw the video of you on the ground, just waiting to hear the results, just waiting for that heat to end.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind? What was going through your whole emotions?
Man, there's no emotions. I was trying to I was just so thankful that I was in this position, and I was just saying thanks to God that I was here. Like, okay, hey, whatever happens, I just need to be relaxed and just see what happens. I just couldn't watch. I could not literally watch for 5 minutes. It just, my heart was in my throat, and just had to just sit there and just try and calm myself down and wait for the last scores. I mean, it came down, the heat ended, and I'm still waiting for scores, just like, wait.
That's
Shouldn't someone be either picking me up or telling me next time? I'm like, it didn't happen. Oh, look, up and running, PLC, Pierre-Louis Cost, taking off on a huge one. He's driving, he's deep, he gets spit out. What's he going to do next, Manny? Oh, he might do something here. He's going to have to if he wants to match Jerry's. Nice roll. Didn't quite make the roll, but that's his best wave of the heat, and that's awesome. I mean, I'm just rooting for the guy. He helped me out, and I love Jerry too. And I'm hoping Pierre takes it just because he just helped me get a world title.
It's easy for me and whoever's in the hot seat to talk about what's going on out there, but really, how difficult is it out there in these conditions?
You know what? The waves are pumping, Manny. I paddled out with my heat with Mark, and it was literally like Mark took off on a 12-footer. I thought it was huge, and I was just like, did he die or did he get a 10-point ride? I was just like, I didn't know. The beach was cheering, and heard he needs help, and I was just like, man, this is gnarly stuff. He's pushing himself over the falls on 12-footers to try and beat me here. Like,
well, how shallow is it right there on that wave where PLC's at?
Oh, you come off, you're gonna hit the bottom. I mean, we see all the boys have like cuts all over their hands and all over their feet, and you just don't want to come out. You don't want to, fall off. And so, I mean, I was stoked. I got some really good waves in my heat, and I thought I was doing good until that last 1 second left. Mark just catches a 9-point, something ride. It was amazing. And then, so I was like, well, this happened again. Like Jason Finley did that to me last year. And so I was like, wow, this is not happening again 2 years in a row. What's just happened? And I was like, so I walked the long road back from, there's a long road where they drop you off, and I just like, well, I'll try to refresh. And then Sasha almost takes down Winnie for, and that was it, heart stopping for a second. I was like, what's going on here?
Yes.
And all of a sudden, I knew I had to wait for the Pierre showdown. And so when that happened, and I was on my seats, those guys are trading off nines. I mean, Winnie was ahead. Pierre needed a 9 something, and Pierre comes back with a 9.43, just the most incredible display of bodyboarding I've seen. He rolls out of an 8-foot barrel, like flying out, and I was just in awe. I'm watching it go down. I'm just like, don't go left, because I'm just all about the rights out here.
Yep.
And he's just going on these 8-10-foot lefts, just pulling in, and Jacob's going, yeah, go left. And I'm like, what do you mean? I want him to just get a 10 on the right, but no, he's getting 9s on the lefts, and wow, it was just the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
So this is number 3 for you. So you got 3 world titles under your belt. I mean, does it end here, or you come back and you want another world title? What's next for Jeff Hubbard?
Well, the years, I mean, gosh, can my heart take it, Manny? No spring chicken. I gotta cut down on the French fries or something if I'm gonna keep doing this. This is it's intense, but no, seriously, yeah, I'm gonna be back next year. Just, surfing the tour, trying as hard as I can to win an event, and coming off. The dramatic day, I've had a low coming off a loss in that heat, which would have propelled me, much farther ahead of Dave and given me a more comfortable position. Losing there and having it come down to the wire is just crazy. I mean, Dave Winchester, hats off to him, and I just want to say, yeah, my heart goes out to his family and friends out there who are pulling for him. I know you guys, backing the right horse, and he's the most consistent bodyboarder on tour this year, and I hope Amy and the kids are doing well, and I didn't mean to take Coco's tuition money. But, hey, thank you guys for being so great, and Winnie's just a great friend, and he's just one of the best bodyboarders on the planet, and he made it that much more special for me to win. I mean, he brings it down to the wire. It was definitely no one's getting handouts here. I knew if he won, he was just going to feel just like that's like a top of the world, just like I did. Like he earned it like every step of the way.
Yep.
And so to come back and what a day. What a day, Manny.
Yes, I mean.
We got a final on our hands. I mean, Pierre
Yes.
has a 7.33. Jerry's well ahead. He's actually comboed Pierre with 20 minutes left, which is plenty of time for Pierre. He got 9s all day long. He's the informed rider. Him and Jerry are the 2 informed riders of the event. That's what's the best thing. We got the 2 best riders of the day going head to head in the final. Everyone wants to see it, and I apologize if my dramatics took away from this final anyway for all you guys. Here we go. Someone with legend, Pierre-Louis Cost on the huge left, just getting shocked out of his mind. He's not done. He did a spin out of that and just didn't make it. He tried to spin there, Manny, to get the 10 because he's in combo. Amazing surfing.
You firsthand, tell us exactly what happens when they don't make it out of these barrels that look wide open.
Well, he made it out. He just tried to do a spin in the barrel.
Okay.
That's why he didn't make it. I mean, I don't know if we can slow motion, but look, Jerry went right on that. Jerry is a nutcase, man. Look at him airdropping. What's he going to do? I mean, that was 8 foot, 10 foot, huge square pit. Look at him go driving. Can he make it over the shockwave? If he does, Manny, it's going to be incredible. Wow, that's how powerful it is. That's the problem with some of these rights, Manny. It's just there's so much water being forced out of the barrel to ride out clean is next near impossible. We've seen multiple guys just not making it out of the barrels because they come out right at the end, but they're off their board and rolling around the whitewater. And here's a replay of Pierre's wave. He drops in. Super scoop. He's been doing this all day, and especially in the last heat, I really appreciated all those 9-pointers. And look, he doesn't spin like he tries to spin there, and he just gets his rail caught, I think. Awesome stuff by Pierre-Louis Cost, last year's world champion, and really proud of him.
Well, we don't want to take away from your celebration time, so thank you once again for coming in here and celebrating in here with all the viewers and your fans.
Thanks, guys.
Any last words you want to say to everybody watching, tuning in from all over the world?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to Alpha Campaign, Jonah, for supporting me this year and supporting this contest, and Tamara at 662. And I just want to say, thanks to Eddie. I know Eddie was watching out for me, so all you guys out there who know Edward Solomon that passed away last year, he was one of my best friends, and I know he's looking out for me today. And it's one of those things he's just said last year, they're like, God either answers the question 2 ways, yes or not yet. And so last year they said not yet, and this year he said yes. So they were looking out for me, and I'm just, really blessed, and just want to say thanks to all my friends and family out there and for all the support all year and every day. I mean, it's not like a one-time thing. They're just supporting me today. They've been supporting me all year, just going hard, really pulling for me, and it's great to have. I mean, and I really appreciate it, and they know how much I love them. My brother Dave and Mike, I know they're watching. I just want to say I love you guys, and I didn't get to call you yet, but I will. Thank you guys for the awesome support. You guys mean everything to me, and it's just wonderful.
All right. I'm sure your mom, dad, everybody's watching, so they are very proud of you, I'm sure, as well as myself, fellow American. And so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your 2012 IBA World Champion, Jeff Hubbard, wins the title here at a very spectacular ending of the 2012 IBA World Tour. We still have a final out there. Jeff Hubbard, go celebrate, brother. We'll talk to you later on today.
Thanks, Manny. Appreciate it.
All right. So there you have it. Jeff Hubbard winning the 2012 IBA World Championship Tour. He is your champion on the 2012 World Tour. So a shout out to our other world champion, Sasha Specker. He is your 2012 Dramny World Champion, and as well as Isabella Sosa, your women's world champion. So a shout out to all 3 of them. And look at Jared Houston. It looks like he's just having fun, like it's a regular old day at his home break.
Well, that split peak Manny was insane. I was sitting on the side of the booth here looking at it, and that thing was humongous. Everyone was screaming. The thing was easy, 6 to 8 foot. Both guys going left and right, and they just got swamped. And I couldn't say I heard you guys talking about Pierre busting out a spin on that thing. So that was just, and the waves are pumping in for this final. It's been a great contest as we see Jerry just whip one off the top, and he's got an 8.45 and a 9.25. So he's already in a commanding lead, a combined score of 17.7, and Pierre is still in combo land. So yeah, he is in combo land for first place. So it's coming down to the wire here. We've got the 2 young guns of the tour. I think I was just told there's only a few months between them and their birth dates. And there's a bit of a rivalry in terms of a healthy rivalry here. So at this stage, Jared Houston is running away with it. So Jeff Hubbard, you just heard from there, 2013 world champion, very humble guy, very appreciative of all the guys that have supported him, his family, his friends, and they've helped him get to where he is today. But you know, most of it's come from Jeff himself, an amazing rider. And if any of you guys have seen the video clip he launched this year from Mexico, I mean, that thing was just next level. Probably the best video I've seen in the last, 3 to 5 years, if not the best ever. So here we have Pierre-Louis Costes.
Oh my,
Spins
nice.
in the pit, riding that one.
Oh, keep saying, oh my, nice spin in the barrel, comes out with a backflip. Wow. PLC with a solid ride right there. That has to go down as one of probably the best waves so far in this heat. I mean, he is on the hunt for a whole new set of waves, and that right there will definitely help his campaign. He's in a combination situation, which means he has 2 new whole waves. Look at this.
Let's watch this again, man. He's leaning forward, down on his rail. Stalls, sets up, perfect spin in the barrel. Those things are very hard to do. Negotiates the shockwave, drives through the pit, comes up. Nice little backy there. Almost a kind of like a backy ARS.
That was insane.
That will score well for Pierre. So, game's still on here. 12 minutes, 30 minutes to go. And Pierre's not going to knock out Dave Winchester just to give up in the final. So, here we go again. Bottom turn, as I said, leans in on that inside rail, stalls with his legs, spins in the pit, comes out, rides the foamy, and here he comes through, gets enough speed to rock up, wrap around, projects through that one.
Oh my, look at that.
ARS/black flip, and that'll be a good scoring wave. I'm seeing 10s, I'm seeing 9s. That's a 9.83, Matty.
Oh my, that's going to help PLC. Now he's back in the ball game. 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. His 7.33 and 9.83 still is good enough. Now he's on the hunt for a 7.87.
7.87, and that's not beyond Pierre. We saw him knock out Dave Winchester, and that's not beyond Pierre. So we've got 12 minutes to go, heaps of time, and here we go, counting down the big one. Could it be the maiden champion, the maiden tour victory for Jared Houston, or will it be a great way to end the season for Pierre-Louis Costes?
All right, so yes, it is totally possible for PLC to still come back. He only needs a 7.87, and that is what he's after right now on his next wave. Jared Houston, he is still in the lead and turning around on this one. Look at this right-hander. Oh, my. Oh, he's not even going to go for the barrel board. Giant ARS. He bounced off the landing right there. That was probably the biggest ARS attempt I have ever seen. Jerry Houston. Oh, my.
We'll see this on the replay. He's dropping down from about 8 foot. You know, the wave is not that big, but the way it projects him out, and when he spins, he's out in the flats, landing on his chest, and it just bounced him. He couldn't sprint it around. So we'll see that in the replay. But, I mean, he's getting 3s and 4s for these moves, mate. So watch this. He's coming down off the bottom there, just accelerates, drops the hammer down, comes up, and then bang. Look how far out he gets projected. He's way out there.
Look at that.
Air dropping, and then just bounces off that one, catches a rail, and over he goes for the rope-a-dope. So
that was massive.
Well, Pierre was quiet there, and he's throwing down that big score of a 9.83. So he's like, come on, Jerry, I'm still in this, mate. So Pierre needs a 7.87 as we're hearing hoots. So is that a big wave coming out? We don't know.
Oh my, way out the back. Oh, PLC on a giant one.
Well,
the crowd is erupting. We're going to show you the replay, but oh my, PLC was on a massive wave on the back, out the back. It was PLC just getting totally slotted and comes out. Here it is.
And we
Look
can
how
hear the
big
hoots
this
from
is.
the side. It's a big wave, Manny. Off the bottom, sets it in the pit.
Oh,
he's right in the shocky. Short wave. That will count. That'll bring the score down a bit. It's not going to be a massive score, but he just needs a 7.87, and we're waiting for that score to drop. So we could hear the hoots from the peanut gallery. We couldn't see that wave, but and Pierre sneaks back into priority with that one too, because Jared got snotted on the inside. So man, it's coming down. 10 minutes to go, and we're gonna have a new Fronton champion. Jace Finlay did not progress out of his heats earlier today. He was beaten by an on-fire band player, who was in turn beaten by Pierre-Louis Costes, who you see here now. So Pierre's been on fire too. We've been talking up Jared Houston, and rightly so. He's been ripping it out there, but Pierre-Louis Costes has come through quietly on the other side of the draw. He's in the final, and his last score is dropping now at 7.93. That puts him into first place, Manny. So Pierre-Louis Costes is now in first place.
Oh, my.
And he's ahead by 0.06. Okay, so Winnie lost just in that last round, but with a 0.98. Pierre-Louis Costes is winning the the NMD versus Fronton Pro for 2012 by the very slim margin of 0.06.
Wow. So Jared Houston was on a hot streak right there in the beginning of this heat. I thought he was just going to walk away with it, but PLC says, no way, I'm still playing this game. So here we are down to the last 8 minutes and 37 seconds. It is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. PLC now in the lead. Jared Houston needing an 8.52 to get back into that first place spot. The South African, we've seen it do it before. He can do it again right here. South African versus the Frenchie.
Well, like we keep telling, he's gunning for his maiden tour victory, and there's no love lost between these two young guns. There's Winnie. He's getting high fives from his boys, and it's good to see him smiling. I think he's going to come up here and see Jeff in a bit. I'm sure he's disappointed, and we're all disappointed for him, but he's a great competitor, like I said before, a great ambassador for the sport, and we'll have a few quiet beers with him tonight and reassess next year. But a very, very worthy vice champion, and like I say, we're proud to have him. So Dave Winchester, very close, probably as close as you can be. And Jeff Hubbard's felt that. He felt that last year. And, when he's going to spring back, and he's young, he's committed, he's healthy, he's into his organic food, he's drinking bovine cholesterol and all sorts of weird stuff, whereas I'm smacking on croissants and baguettes. But Winnie, he'll be back, like I say. But back to the final now with 7 minutes 21 to go, and Pierre-Louis Costes with that nice wave.
I think if Winnie just does what he's been doing, he will definitely have a world title in his back pocket within the next few years, easy.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, guys would think here he's got, what's that, four thirds, 2 firsts. He should be, why is he not the world champion? But don't forget, this is judged on your best 5 results. So it gives the guys to throw away a couple of heats. And Hubby, he's won 3. He's won 3 contests. And most guys, we got Jared Houston here trying to win 1. Hubby's won 3 in the year. So it shows you just what level Hubby's on. I mean, Jeff Hubbard was on fire all event, and an unfortunate situation where his boards were taken from his car and he had to ride someone's board. He got knocked out in that heat by Mark McCarthy, and luck went his way today with Pierre-Louis Costes knocking out Dave Winchester by 0.98. So Winnie will reflect on what's been today. It's been an amazing ride, and but hey, we got a new world champion, Jeff Hubbard. As I keep saying, very, very, very worthy winner. I've known Jeff since he was 15, I think. I used to be on a brand called Tubes back in the day. He was a little, he's skinny now. You should have seen him back then. He was just tiny. We had to make his boards with rocker so he could take the bottom turn, because he couldn't bend the boards up. So, and he rode bat tails back then, Manny. He was riding a bat tail. And we had the debate yesterday or on Wednesday, what, crescent tail versus bat tail. And, Hubby's won his 3rd world title on a bat tail. We're not sure if that's the secret ingredient, the secret weapon. I'd say that Jeff's phenomenal ability has a lot to do with that. But as we keep saying, a very worthy champion, and he'll represent the sport for next year and hold the flag high for the IBA and bodyboarding as a whole. So,
well said.
5 minutes to go.
5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by uriding.com. Alpha Campaign 662 Mob, like bodyboard.com. Again, it's not too late for you to walk away with a prize in your hand. Head on over to the IBA World Tour Facebook page. Like the page, and then there is a button to the right, top right, that says
Jerry
win.
Houston, here we go, Manny.
Click on that, fill it out. Here we go. Oh, with priority, PLC takes this wave.
And he got snotted.
Can he hold on to it? Can he come out of this barrel? No, you saw him drop into another little ledging barrel.
Pierre had priority, Manny. 4.43 to go. Jerry was having a look, and Pierre said, you're not going to have it, and just took off to block him pretty much. So that leaves Jerry with priority with 4.31 seconds to go. So it's still going. We've got under 5 minutes, and all we need from Jared is an 8.52. When I say all, Jared's been on fire this whole contest, the form surfer of the event, and that is not beyond him.
We've seen a lot of heats today come down to the last few seconds, and this is, could come down to it right now in this final 4 minutes.
Well, here's
remaining.
Jerry having a look at this one, Manny.
Oh, my.
That's setting up well for him.
Look at
Could this
this.
be the wave? He needs an 8.53. Turns off the spins in the barrel.
Oh, can he do what
He's coming out.
PLC do?
Ooh, no, he pulled up a little bit too high, just got stuck. And that shows you how hard that move is. It might not be a big air. It might not be a backflip, but to pull a spin inside a barrel like Fronton is a very difficult maneuver. And we'll see it right here. He comes down, sets up, realizes it's a small wave. He jams it in very quick, and he just gets caught. I thought he was coming out for a second. We could see his head. I'm sure he was like within a foot of coming out of that wave. So Pierre's paddling out. Jared's paddling out there, sorry, in the red vest. So time's ticking away. 3 minutes, 26 seconds before we crown the 2012 Fronton champ. At this stage, Pierre-Louis Costes in the lead with a combined score of 17.76. Jared Houston, 17.7. So once again, 0.06 separates these two young guns.
Oh, my. 3 minutes remaining. The last 3 minutes of the 2012 IBA World Tour is coming down to this. Jared Houston on the hunt for an 8.52 to take that first place spot away from PLC, who is currently leading by 0.06. This is what it was like the entire day today. Really close calls, very tight situations, and some incredible wave riding from the best bodyboarders in the world.
Well, the first heats of the day were a bit, the surf was funky. I mean, it's huge out there, and the tide was low. But we had to get these guys out in the water. We had to finish the event today. It was the best day on the what would you say, on the, what's the word, Manny? Can't think of it right there.
The tour.
Well, no, the best day that we had in our window, let's say.
Contest
to run
window.
the contest. Tomorrow the wind's going to come up. Sunday looks amazing, but the wind's right into it. So we had to run today, and the contest directors and the riders called it. They made the right decision. And while we've got a bit of time here, we'd like to thank the contest organisers, Greg Taylor and Alex Leon. And they've done an amazing job working with the local guys here, the judges, Craig Haddon, Chico, the ladies and the guys that run around doing all the little jobs, getting the boys their lunches, organising the rash vests, keeping this thing going. Security guys.
We can't forget the webcast crew who have been spectacular throughout the entire event and the entire tour. We can't thank you enough for a great job. Well done. And we're coming down to the last minute and 30 seconds of the Fronton Pro and of the 2012 IBA World Tour. Can Jared Houston maintain his pace and find that 8.52 wave in the last minute and 20 seconds? He's out there in the red jersey. Pierre-Louis Costa in green. PLC, Jared Houston paddling it into this
there
right.
He goes.
Oh, he just gave up his priority, and that might be the end of the road for Jared Houston. PLC with priority can now fend off Jared Houston from any other wave to come his way. Is that what he's going to do? Well, PLC is a competitor. He knows the strategies, and he knows the priority system.
Well, Pierre, like we said, Pierre knocked out Dave Winchester, and he wasn't going to give up here in the final. Pierre's a competitor, and he wants to finish his year on a high, and it looks like he's going to do that. So two amazing young riders. These are the future of the sport, and I think the sport's in good hands from what we've seen today.
Well said. Wow. Manny V here and Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, holding it down. PLC. Oh, no.
That's Pierre's
he
priority
just
gone.
gave up priority in the last 30 seconds. Is that going to make a difference here at the last 25 seconds? Can Jared Houston now find an 8.52 wave to take that first place spot away from PLC? We are going to hold our breath for the next 12 seconds. And I think, nope, that is it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well,
ladies and gentlemen, there is Ruth, his lovely lady in the pink pullover. PLC is the winner here at the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro. Congratulations to PLC.
Well, a great victory from Pierre there, and it's some small consolation to Dave Winchester. If you're going to lose to someone, you'd rather lose to the guy that takes the contest out. So it looked like Jerry had this one wrapped up from the first waves we saw, and that wasn't the case. This is a free surfer now, so the contest is over. But and the guy's going to be charging out there because it's still on fire. But we have their Root, the lovely partner of PLC. She'll be happy. Not quite the same as last year where Pierre took his maiden world title. but Pierre's going to be stoked all the same.
Look at him, look at him, look at him. He's pumped right now. Giving a hands high five to his board caddy. They're going to make his way, and Ruth waving her hands saying, congratulations, honey. You are the 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro champion. Brahimi Douche was, I believe, his board caddy out in the water. Brahim and his brother run a surf camp in Morocco. GoSurfMorocco.com if you ever have any interest of going over there.
Have you got shares in it, Manny?
I'm actually going to work with him to line up some trips from California and the U.S. to Morocco. So PLC, there he is in the green jersey. He is the winner here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro, brought to you by our friends at U Riding, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, and LikeBodyboard.com. We can't thank those sponsors enough for doing what they do. Again, Facebook, like, you still have a chance to win. Go over to our little button. It's right under the big picture. It's there's a little win icon there. Click on that. Put your name in the drawing. You could be on the hunt. U Riding, make sure you go to their wave of the day. This is what they have to deal with after. They have to be able to come out of the water on that thing right there. So as a package, one of the craziest waves to ride. Not only the wave itself, but coming in and out of the water.
Well, we had a jet ski before, Manny, and it got smashed to smithereens on the rocks. So the boys unfortunately have to deal with this ledge out here, and we see Pierre still not up on the rocks, and it looks like his board's getting quite a treatment there. But yeah, Pierre's going to be happy. A few cuts won't bother the guy. Oh. And Manny's a pretty average basketball player as he tries to bean Sasha Specker with the paper.
Oh.
So, Manny, a big day, big week.
Yes, I'm facing towards you because I get excited when we get down to the nitty-gritty. But yes, Manny V here and Nick Mesritz, a.k.a. Mez, holding it down. And I can't thank everybody else who came into the commentators booth. And we've had a spectacular day of competition here at Fronton. And ladies and gentlemen, there it is, the winner of the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Oh my, PLC, Pierre-Louis Cosse from France, takes the win here at one of the most prestigious events on the IBA World Tour. And I can't thank all the viewers enough for participating, talking to me through Facebook, and just watching. So it's been an amazing year. The 2013 calendar is up. Head on over to the IBAWorldTour.com website, and you'll see it there. It has been an incredible, incredible event here in Galdar, just outside of Las Palmas on Gran Canaria. Mez, your thoughts on today's action?
Well, I was here last year, Manny, and it was massive last year. But I think today was better conditions. We had amazing waves coming through, virtually no win all contest. Like I said before, a bit funky in the morning for the first heats, but it pumped when it counted. And some of those heats that we saw, especially the semis and the final, were just out of control. I mean, guys getting 8.5s, 9.5s, winning heats in the last second, world champions knocked out, world champions made. And Pierre here, he's stoked with his win. I think that puts him into third on the world tour for the year. So he didn't back up his title from last year, but he came very close. He a couple of event wins for him, and he'll be back. He's 23 years old. And he's a worthy champion. So we're going to go up there and crown the Fronton Pro champ and the world champ. So it's all ahead of us.
Absolutely amazing. PLC making his way up into the cliff. That's the cliff that they all have to walk up to. And once you get up closer to the top, and if you're not wearing shoes, it's actually hurts your feet. We can see we got some papers being handed to us. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're winding down. Again, we're getting some last-minute notes as we wind down today's live broadcast. We're getting the lowdown on where we're going to go with the end of today's broadcast. Mez is getting the lowdown right now. We are going to talk to PLC, I believe, and hand over the trophy to the world champion. So, Mez, what do we got?
Well, that was just Alex Leon, contest director, and he was just telling us that the schedule for the rest of our broadcast. So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to get over there and see what's going down, but we're here. So we're in the box, and you were saying before the video, guys, that we thanked we've got a window on our box. They got nothing, so we can't complain. But yeah, I mean, it's been an amazing day, an amazing contest, and it's how you want to show the sport. You know, we don't want to see small waves. I understand that sometimes it does happen, but this is how the sport is showcased, and the riders' level of riding today was up there, and they were negotiating some massive waves, heavy conditions, and guys were just on fire. So
you know what? Every time I'm with you guys, the viewers. Every time I see the live feed, I see like I have a 24-inch monitor here, and everything I see is you know, I don't really see how big and how gnarly the waves are until we see those incredible highlight reels at the end of the day, and you're going to see some incredible moves, barrels, action until you. I mean, it's insane.
Well, behind the scenes on the IBA, we've got these amazing, you know, like talented people. We've got Sasha Speck with the camera. We've got cameramen, internet guys. But one of the driving forces is Seamus Mackham. And this is the guy that films all day, then goes home and edits this stuff until 3 and 4 in the morning, then uploads it. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. And tune in tomorrow because there's going to be an incredible highlight package. Manny's going to be booming left, right, and center. And there we have Greg Taylor, CEO of the IBA Tour, and Pierre, and I'm not sure who we're going to crown first. Maybe it's going to be Pierre, and it's the same position he was in last year, albeit a different crown. So he is your 2012 NMD versus Fronton Pro champion. Getting a bit of love there from Root, and the boys would love to be in that position. And up he gets. And
when are we going to have the reality show, PLC Root reality show? I mean, we got two good-looking people, and if we can just follow them around the world, that would be definitely a you know, top the charts on any.
Well,
any
I've been
TV show.
watching. There's a pretty average show on TV called Jersey Shores, and I've seen about half of one of those episodes. They've got one here too in Spain, and I was just watching it. Didn't understand a word, but it was just a whole bunch of baloney. So. We got good-looking guys like these two. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be in Portuguese or French, so we just have to look at the pictures. But I know that PLC's a heartthrob for a few of the girls out there, and I'm sure Root keeps the boys
looking,
that's for sure. So, the glamour couple of the sport, and, we're lucky to have guys like Pierre amongst it, and take nothing away from Jared Houston.
Well, these guys, you know, I mean, what you've seen today was absolutely incredible. They are totally fit athletes.
They are.
Not only mentally do you have to deal with the priority system, where to sit on the outside, you know, and all these little things about PLC has a watch on his hand. These little fine details is what makes a world champion and a first place winner here at the Fronton Pro. Here are your two finalists for the event. This is in the red jersey, the South African Jared Houston, and the Frenchman in the green jersey, PLC. Jared Houston came in second, but let me tell you something, Jared Houston, I thought he was just going to take it away, walk away with the win, but PLC, he is definitely a contender, and he is a former world champion, 2011 world champion. PLC, he is your winner here at the NMD versus Fronton Pro. You can see we're getting set up for that. You can actually look at PLC's hand. It's bleeding from... they're talking about how he hit the reef and how he, you know, this is pretty much the making of a incredible story. Just write it about the Fronton Pro 2012, and you will see that it will have a lot of interesting stories from the winner hitting the reef on the way in or on one of the bigger waves. Jared Houston's incredible wave riding and skills demonstrated live to our viewers from around the world. So we're setting up an interview with both of these guys for the ceremony presentation, I believe. They are going to get mic'd up over there. So as soon as we hear the word, we're going to hand it over down to Alex Leon downstairs. And it looks like he does have his mic in hand. There we go. He's going to actually get a couple mics in hand. So again, the winner of the NMD versus Fronton Pro, PLC. Second place, Jared Houston. These guys, absolutely phenomenal riders. Sasha Specker's big head is in the foreground, getting ready to get the shot for the IBA World Tour.
Well, these are the two best riders all day, Manny, and all contest. And that's what you want to see in the final. You know, those kids blazed it out there. And unfortunately, we had Pierre knocking out Winnie, but we had Jared just his semi-final heat. He was just on fire. And we thought in the final that Jerry was going to come out first. He had like a 9 and it's right here, 9.25 and an 8.45.
He got
that
those
was his
waves,
first 2 waves.
and he got them within the first 10 minutes of that 30-minute heat. That's why I thought he was going to walk away with the win. But PLC, cool, calm, collected, came back with 2 high-scored waves.
Well, that 9.83 and the 7.93 solidified that win, and that's what took him through to take the crown. So an impressive final, worthy final. And, man, 2 years in a row we've had epic waves and epic conditions. So it looks like a great way to end our tour. And we'll see it again next year in 2013.
Yes,
so,
the 2013 calendar is up and loaded on our IBAWorldTour.com webpage, so make sure you go check that out. New locations and new faces as well. We got a lot of new faces. Alan Munoz from Chile. We have Brahimi Douche from Morocco. We have Nick Omerod from Australia.
Johan Florentine
from Reunion Island. So a lot of new faces, a lot of new locations on the 2013 IBA World Tour. So check it out. We are set. We are ready. Take it away, Alex.
Everyone from Gran Canaria for inviting us here to have this event. So I give you all a round of applause. Thank you for letting us come. It's such a special wave, Fronton. As you all saw today, it was amazing. The whole event's been perfect. And this is your winter. Are you kidding me? This is incredible. Just want to thank all the riders first. It's been an amazing year, and all your effort this year's just been phenomenal. It's the riding levels improved so much, especially with this event. It was just like we've never seen before, and it's only going to get better. So thank all the riders, all the officials here as well, and all the judges, especially Chico, probably toughest job in the world. All the media team, Ren and the boys, and Specs, and all sponsors. Mez, if you're around, I think he's in the booth actually, but NMD and VS, round of applause for NMD and VS for putting this show on. 662, Alpha Campaign and Like Bodyboards. Also, Ruth from Golda, thank you very much, been a good help. And all the volunteers that have worked through the whole event, thanks to volunteers. And Miguel, security, Miguel, legend. And also Danny Hernandez. And I'd like to call up Carlos Ruiz from the Golda government to present the runner-up. Your runner-up, 2012 NMD Fronton Pro, Jared Houston from South Africa. Jerry, a few words.
Yeah. Stop. Okay. Put both of them? Yep. Yeah? Like this? Yeah. Yeah, just huge congrats to Pierre. That was a pretty exciting final to be a part of, and I've had quite a few jewels now, and he always seems to beat me, so well done for that, bro. And yeah, just a big thanks to all my family, my friends, my girlfriend. I love you guys, and thanks for all the support all the time. A la gente de Gran Canaria, muchas gracias por todo. Yo amo este lugar, yo amo la gente, yo amo la isla y yo me sentí como en casa aquí. Gracias por eso. Y a mi gran amigo Barbosa, yo quiero más que mi vida, cabrón. Oh, wait. And also just a big thanks to my sponsors as well. I'm really happy to be riding for you guys, and thanks for the support, as always. Thanks, guys.
Well, Jerry, you surfed incredible through the whole event. It's not a shock that you're standing up here. And I'll call Carlos up again to the champ this year. Your 2012 NMD VS Fronton Pro, Pierre-Louis Costes from France. few words, Pierre.
Wow, no sé qué puedo decir ahora. Estoy muy contento. Esta hora para mí era la mejor hora del mundo. El año pasado ganó el título aquí, este año ganó la competición. Tengo una buena energía aquí, creo, y quiero decir muchas gracias a todos los locales para participar esta hora con nosotros. Muchas gracias a todos los organizadores, los competidores. Muchas felicidades para Houston. Well, being in the final regime is always exciting. It brings your best out of you, and I just want to say congratulations to him. And it's just a matter of time before he just smash me. And congratulations to Jeff Hubbard for winning the world title. Congratulations to Winnie too. I mean, they both been amazing this year, and they both deserve to be at the top right now. And I'm really happy to win the last event, and just gonna be an amazing year next year. And thanks a lot to my girlfriend too, who is here, her daughter. I'm so stoked, and to my sponsors, to my family, and my friends watching. There's not enough word to describe winning a comp like this. The riding has been so good. Muchas gracias a todos.
Pierre Louis Costes, 2012 Fronton Pro winner. Call up Jeff Hubbard. Just stand on the voice. Okay. Wow. What a year. That was the closest title race I think we've ever seen. You and Winnie, amazing victories all year. Winnie had the lead at the start, and then you came through in the end, and Winnie got very unlucky in the last five minutes of that last one. He was so close, and congratulations to you. You did an amazing year. Your surfing level has improved so much this year, especially with Winnie as well. Just pushing each other to the end, and a few words.
Yeah, I just want to say, thanks and congrats to Winnie. I know it must be hard. He just surfed so good all year and just fucking, made it more special for me. That's for sure. I didn't think I would be here, standing up here after Brazil, after he just dominated everyone and just cleaning clocks. So it was pretty special to be here, and I knew he was capable of winning this event just as much as I was. So I knew it was going to take a special person like Pierre to stop someone like Winnie. And that was a pretty cool moment for me. To win 3 world titles is just something I never thought of, especially after last year. It was pretty emotional, all the emotions from last year kind of coming back. So it was pretty rad. It was, especially with Mark beating me in the last 1 second. I thought it was like a Jason Finlay moment all over again. I was like, what? So that was pretty funny. And I just want to say thanks to all the people out here, muchas gracias, all the Canary Islands. Thank you guys. Amazing, all the riders in the world, all you guys that came to this event and just pushed the level so high, and you're pushing it every day. All the young guys coming up, and all the old guys just keep ripping, just pushing the sport so high. And thanks to Greg Taylor and all the sponsors that put on this event, Nick Meseritz, and it was awesome. Really appreciated him having this event, and so I can't say much more than just thanks to everybody, and wow, I'm just in awe. Thanks.
I'll call up Greg Taylor to give the trophy. Your 2012 World Champion, Jeff Hubbard. Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. World Champion Jeff Hubbard. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Jeff, spray the crowd. One big round of applause for Jeff Hubbard, your Hawaiian 2012 World Champion, IBA champ. Party tonight, after party.
Once again, congratulations to PLC for winning today's event, the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And congratulations to Jeff Hubbard for becoming the 2012 IBA World Champion. And a shout out to Sasha Specker, who won the Dropney World Tour this year in 2012, and Isabella Sosa, your women's world champion. Isabella, I was trying to think, it's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Isabella. Congratulations one more time. Jeff Hubbard, Sasha Specker, and Isabella Sosa, your world champions on the 2012 IBA World Tour. And a big shout out to PLC for winning the NMD versus Fronton Pro. Also, a shout out to those who supported this event, NMD and Versus, of course. Alpha Campaign, Jeff Hubbard sponsored. If you want to support any other company, clothing company, make Alpha Campaign one of those. Next time you buy something from the surf shop or bodyboard shop, whatever, ask yourself, is this company supporting bodyboarding? If they do, go for it. If they don't spend your money on that company. That's my personal opinion. But uriding.com, Alpha Campaign, 662 Mob, likebodyboard.com. Those are the companies that have supported this event, as well as NMD and Versus. Facebook, you still have a chance to win some stuff that we're giving away from these companies. Go over to our Facebook page, click on the win button. It's on the top right-hand corner, and that's where you sign up, and you will be put into a lottery to win some goodies from all these companies. Also, uriding.com, each day until the 23rd, they will have a wave of the day. Go on there and compete on the wave of the day, and you can win some awesome prizes from uriding as well. The 2013 IBA World Tour calendars are up. Go to IBAWorldTour.com, and that's where you're going to find all the information. Vert Magazine, their new online issue is online. Go to the Killer Issue by Vert. You'll find it in the search box there. Judges, can't do it without them. We got the best judges on the planet. Thank you, Chico, Craig, the rest of the crew, and all the judges from the entire tour that showed up and did the hardest job pretty much on the tour. Webcast guys, Ren, John, Basa, the whole crew, thank you guys for actually making me look good. Seamus Makeham, he's another guy that makes me look cute in front of the camera. I thank you guys all for putting it all together. And again, congratulations to PLC, the winner on the NMD versus Fronton Pro. And again, Jeff Hubbard, Sasha Specker, Isabella Sosa, your 2012 world champions. This is Manny V, and that's it. It's a wrap-up. 2012 IBA World Tour is now finished. It's time for a vacation, and it's time to celebrate. We will see you in February for the first event of the 2012 IBA World Tour, and that'll set off to go in the Bonsai Pipeline in the North Shore of Oahu. So that's it for everybody on the IBA World Tour. This is Manny V. We are out of here. Aimash!